Welcome to Introduction to Python Programming CS21 module. My name is Ezekiel Adebayo Ogundepo. I'm a data steward under Virus Outbreak Data Network, Vodan Africa and Asia. In this module, you will learn how to program in Python. What is Python? You may be thinking about Snake. No. Python is a general purpose programming language that is becoming more and more popular for data science, and companies worldwide are using it to get insight from their data and to gain a competitive edge. This module will prepare you in using Python for data science. Apart from Python fundamental, which is the basic knowledge that you must have, this module also includes self-review questions, coding, exercise, and peer-to-peer activities to showcase the knowledge you gain in this module. And upon the completion of this module, you'll be able to describe various computer programming languages, navigate through Anaconda distribution, and work with Jupyter Lab notebook. Then, you'll be able to perform different arithmetic operations such as addition, subtraction, division, and more. Then, you'll be able to work with comparison and logical operators. Then, after you have understood those basics, you'll now be able to manipulate strings, create different data structure such as list, tuple, set, and dictionary. Then after that, you'll be able to work with control statements to make decisions in Python. For example, if and else statement. Then after you have understood those stuff, you'll be able to create functions in Python to do some operations. Then when you have done that, you'll now be able to import different packages in Python, such as NumPy, Pandas, and much more. I hope you are happy to start this course. Welcome back. In this section, I will be introducing you to Python programming. What is programming? Programming is a way at which you instruct the computer to perform a particular task. That instruction is written in language that computer understands. For example, the instruction can be computer adding population of Ethiopia and Sudan. It can also be maybe finding the square root of 16. Do you know the answer, right? The answer is 4, right? Great. Ethiopians can instruct in Amharic, and so as Somalia can give instruction in Somali. Computer understand instruction by using a syntax called programming language. There are various programming languages all over the world, such as this, or this, or this, or this. But there are popular programming languages for data science. Examples of them are Python, R, and Julia. So why should you learn programming language? Number one is that programming is fun. There are a lot of people that learn programming because it's so fun. 2 is that it increases your critical thinking. Programmers always think critically. It also helps us to automate a task easily. For example, let's say you do something on a regular basis, the same thing. Of course, you can actually automate that process by using a programming language. So people that learn how to program, they get more money by coding. You also want to get money, right? Great. This course will help you to get more money by you learning how to code. As you know, programming language is a backbone of many technology companies such as Google and Facebook. But in this course, you'll be learning Python programming language. What is Python? Python is one of the most popular programming languages. It's also a general purpose programming language. That is, it can be used to do anything. This programming language is developed by a man called Guido van Rossum in 1991. Python is easy to learn and the code is readable. You can actually read the code of Python and you quickly understand it. It's an open source, which means that it is free. And many people always contribute to it. For example, when you know Python now through this course, you can actually contribute to Python development. Instruction in Python is given in a shorter code compared to other programming languages. For example, let's say you want to print hello world. In C programming, this is how you will declare it. And in Java, you will declare it in this way. Don't forget, you just want to print this hello world. But in Python, look at it. Print hello world. Very easy. You can quickly read the code. As you can see, you just print, you use the function print, and you put hello world in that quotation, and you close the parentheses, and that's all. So when you compare this Python code for hello world with Java, with C, which one will you take? Oh, you are going to take Python. Exactly. So that is why Python is good and it's very easy to learn. So next time, when I say Python, think about this and not this. Alright, we have come to the end of this section. See you in the other section. Thank you. You are welcome back. In this section, you'll be learning about how to install Anaconda distribution. What is Anaconda distribution? Anaconda distribution helps you to install Python and most of its packages, because throughout this course we'll be using different packages in Python. So with the help of Anaconda distribution, you will have everything pre-installed for you. Anaconda distribution comes for Windows, for Linux, and Mac OS. And to install this Anaconda, you are going to visit this link, and that is bit.ly/cs2-anaconda. And when you click on this link, you will see something like download. And after that, a portion will come out like this, in which you can install Anaconda for Windows system, for Mac OS system, and for Linux system. So if you are using Windows like me, you will only click on this place. So let's see how to do that. I'm going to click on this, but in your case, just look at this link and then put it on your browser. So I'm waiting for it to load for me. As you can see, I'm now in that page. So if I scroll down, I will see download. In that case, I will click on it, and then that portion that I told you about now comes out. So in this case, since I'm using Windows OS, I will just come here and click on 64-bit. So if I click on it, then it will ask me where I want to save it. And since I want to save it on my desktop, I will choose desktop here and then click on save. So now on my desktop, as you can see, it's now saved. That is Anaconda 3. Then to install it, you just come here and double click on this Anaconda. As you can see, it's installing. So you click on next, next, okay, you agree, and then you continue like that until you finish it. Now that you have Anaconda installed on your computer, let's see how we can navigate through it. Anaconda Navigator is a desktop which is the GUI of Anaconda. So it helps you to launch any application in Anaconda without using terminal. So it is like this. As you can see, we have different applications on this Anaconda Navigator. For example, in this course, we'll be using Jupyter Lab. As you can see now, we have Jupyter Lab here, and if I want to launch it, I'll just click on launch. And some other teachers may also be using Jupyter Notebook. So there is similarity between Jupyter Notebook and Jupyter Lab, in which we know later. So as I said before, among all the applications on Anaconda distributions are Jupyter Lab and Jupyter Notebook. So what is Jupyter Lab or Jupyter Notebook? Jupyter Lab is a web version, is a web application that allows you to create and share your code. For example, it has a live code in which you can put your Python codes, which you are going to learn later. It also have like an explanatory text in which you can write maybe the interpretation of what you have done, all right? And also it also allow you to embed different visualization in one report. You will see how it looks like when we get it started. So how do we launch this Jupyter Lab notebook? We can launch this Jupyter Lab notebook by using either Anaconda Navigator or by using our terminal or Anaconda prompts. So for Anaconda Navigator, this is how we do it. So number one is that you come to your search bar, as you can see, search bar, then you type Anaconda Navigator. So immediately you type Anaconda, this thing will come out. Make sure that you are clicking on Anaconda Navigator. So if I click on Anaconda Navigator now, I'm going to wait for it to launch. As you know before that both Jupyter Lab and Jupyter Notebook works on your browser. So when this guy, starts, when we start launching it, it will open either Jupyter Lab or Jupyter Notebook on your web browser. As you know, you can use different browsers, maybe Mozilla or Google Chrome. In my own case here, I will be using Google Chrome. So let's see. Now that Anaconda Navigator is now ready, so as you can see, I have Jupyter Lab and Jupyter Notebook and many other applications that Anaconda has to offer us. So in case now, I will be clicking on launch, so which will launch this Jupyter Lab on my browser. My browser will get open now. So as you can see, this is my browser. And now we have Anaconda, we have Jupyter Lab on our computer. So this is Jupyter Lab, and these are the different Jupyter Lab interface. I will teach you more about that one later. So what if we don't want to use Anaconda Navigator? Which other way can we use? So in that case, we will be using what is called Anaconda prompt or terminal. So how do we do it? So to do that, you come to your search bar here and type Anaconda prompts. So as you can see, this is my Anaconda prompt. So when I click on it now, my terminal will come out. So which is this, and then I want to launch Jupyter Notebook. How do I do that? I will just type Jupyter. That is Jupyter. Then you can just put a space and type lab. So when I click enter now, it's going to load for me and then open my browser. Now I have the same thing that I have with Anaconda Navigator. As you can see now, it looks like the same thing, and that is how to do that. Since we now know how to install Anaconda distribution, and we also know how to launch either Jupyter Lab or Jupyter Notebook through Anaconda Navigator and through Terminal. You are welcome back. In this section, you will learn how to navigate through Jupyter Lab Notebook. As you know, Jupyter Lab Notebook is a web application that allows you to create and share Python documents that contains Python code, some explanatory text, and data visualization. So let's see how we can launch Jupyter Notebook. If you remember in the previous section, I showed you how to navigate through Anaconda Navigator. And so to launch this Jupyter Notebook, remember you have two ways. The first one is through Anaconda Navigator, and the second option is through Terminal. But I will prefer to use Terminal. Why? Because is so fast to me. So please come along with me. On your search bar, okay, remember you will type Anaconda prompt. So this is Anaconda prompt. Then you click on it, and your terminal will come out like this. And when it finishes loading, then you type Jupyter Lab. For example, let's say you make a mistake by writing this. As you can see, nothing prompt up. So if you have something like this, try to read out your error message and then rewrite it. So in that case, I'm going to rewrite it like Jupyter Lab because that is the right syntax or code to launch our Jupyter Lab through the terminal. So once I click enter button on my keyboard, I'm going to wait and you see the Jupyter Lab being launched for me. So I'm still waiting for it to launch. At some time, if I wait for too long, I can actually press enter. As you can see now, I think it's now working for me. So you see, it's still loading. It's loading, and now I have it. So this is Jupyter Lab. So one thing about Jupyter Lab is that it has a notebook. This is a notebook. It also have a console. This is a console. It has terminal, text file, markdown, and app. Okay, so if you click on this folder, you will see different files on your computer. For example, if I click on this root folder, you see I have a lot of folders on my computer, and if you try it in your own case too, you will see something like this. Okay, you see something like this. Now to launch a new Python notebook using Jupyter Lab, you will actually click on Python 3 under this section notebook. But to do that, I will first of all encourage you to create a folder on your computer that you are going to work with. So I'm going to press Windows D on my computer so that I can have it on my desktop like this. And then I'm going to right click and then I create a new folder. Let's say I type Python codes, for example. This is my folder. Now, if I launch my Jupyter notebook again by coming to my browser, okay, then from this side here, don't forget, I click on folder. Alright, there I'm going to select my desktop in order to select the folder that I created, which is Python codes. So when I click this, you see that nothing is there because my folder is empty. You can actually check it by coming to my folder here. As you can see, nothing is there, which is fine for now. Alright, and then to now create a new notebook, after I have selected my folder, then I can now click on this. As you can see now, I now have an untitled Python Jupyter Lab notebook. Alright, so you see something is prompting here, and this place is called a cell. This is where you can actually type your Python code. So as you can see in this side here, okay, is showing code. Now I can just say, for example, 2 plus 2. What is the answer? 4. So to run this, I can press on this. If you click on this run button, it will give me the result as 4. And also I have a shortcut to actually run a cell. So I can just say 3 minus 6. And now to run this code without coming to this place here, I can press shift and enter button. You know that 3 minus 6 is -3 or -3. Alright. So sometimes you may want to create a new cell. Although if you click on shift and enter button, it will automatically create a new cell for you. But should you want to create a new cell, you can actually click on this plus sign here. As you can see, this plus sign is saying insert a cell below, and when I click here, so a new cell appears. If I click it again, another cell appears. If I click it again, another cell appears, and so on. So all this one here, if you look at it, the nature of the cell here is a code. But since Jupyter Lab also allow for explanatory text, because if I type something here, let's say I love Kenya, for example. I love my country, Kenya. I love my country, Kenya. So if I run it, don't forget to run. Either you click on this run or you press shift enter. But if you look at this guy here, he's throwing an error because I'm not doing it in the right way. Okay? Because this one that I write here does not look like a Python code. And remember, we said a Jupyter Lab notebook can contain a live code, which is a Python code. It can also contain an explanatory text in which I want to put here. So since this one is not a Python code, to change it to an explanatory code, which we refer to as Markdown. So you come to this place here and change it to Markdown. So in that case, it's now in Markdown format. So if I now run it now by coming here or by pressing shift enter on my keyboard, you see it now runs for me. Alright, so this place here is where we can save our Jupyter notebook. Remember that our title here is untitled. Reason is that we've not saved it before. So to save it, I can just click on save here. You see that nothing happens. Alright, but if I still want to save it with a new name, I can just come here, right click, and click on rename. In that case, you can see that the untitled has been selected. So now I can just say my first Python code, for example. So once I press enter, it's now renamed. And when you look at the heading here, my Jupyter notebook has been renamed as my first Python code. Alright, let's say that I want to remove this place here, this cell, which is a markdown. Let's say I want to remove it. To remove it, you will click on this scissors button here, which we call cut or delete. So once I click here, as you can see, it has been deleted. Alright, let's say I want to remove all these cells that I've created before. To remove that, I will just be clicking on this scissors button to delete those cells. Now, as you can see, everything is deleted. Alright, so now another thing that you need to learn is that okay, so if you look at this file now, okay, let's say I want to create a new Python notebook file, because Jupyter Lab notebook allows us to have different tabs. What I mean by tabs is this. Let's say I want to create a new Jupyter Lab notebook. I'll just click on file, new, and then I will choose my notebook. So once I click that, a new Jupyter Lab notebook will appear. As you can see, it now appears. So it's asking for me that what kernel am I using. Since I'm teaching you Python, I'm going to choose Python. Don't forget that Jupyter Lab notebook can use different programming languages such as Python or R. But in this course, in this module, we are learning Python. So I'm going to choose Python 3 as my kernel. Then I click select. So once I've done that, I now have a new Jupyter Lab notebook file on my computer. So imagine I want to write another cell, okay, and let's say I want to say that maybe 2 minus 8. Then remember, to run this code, you click this. And once you do that, a new cell will appear. Alright. If I want to write another thing here, I'm free to do that. Let's say in this case, I just want to write that I love my country, Somalia. So if I do that, I love my country, Somalia. Now, remember, this is not a Python code. So I can now change it to Markdown. So in that case, I can run it now. So it now looks like a pure text for me. It's like a pure text now. Alright. So there are other things we can do with this. So let's say after I have launched all this, okay, I want to close my Jupyter Lab notebook. I can do that by just, you can just remove all this. Alright, remove that, close this thing, and then you can also close your terminal as well. In that case, everything has been closed. So let's say you want to open it again. Alright, how do you do that? Remember to launch a Jupyter Lab notebook. So you have two ways, either navigator or terminal. In the last example, I showed you how to use terminal. But in this case, I want to use navigator. So I'll go to search. Okay, search, and then I type Anaconda navigator. So I'm waiting for Anaconda to launch. Okay, so after launching, you see I will have different applications, out of which I want to choose Jupyter Lab notebook. So I'm still waiting for it to launch for me. I'm still waiting. Now if I ask to compare how to launch Jupyter Lab notebook by using terminal or use Anaconda navigator, which one will you choose? As you can see, this one is taking much time for us to load. But in the case of terminal, within you closing your eyes and opening it, it has been opened. Let's see if it's open now. Now it's opened. So then I can now launch my Jupyter Lab. So I'm still waiting for it to launch. Okay. Now if you look at it now, it's still loading. Alright, so as you can see, everything is fine. So imagine, let's say I just come here to the root folder. Now I want to open my first Python code that I saved before. But in this case, as you can see everything here, I can't see it. But I know the path at which I saved it before. So to do that, so you are going to click on desktop, because that is the place I save my folder. Then in my desktop, I look for my folder. This is it, Python codes, and then now I have all my Jupyter Lab notebooks. So in this case, I have this Python code, as you can see, Python code, and then the untitled one that I have not saved. And if I want to save this one now, it's either you come here and click rename, or you come here and click rename notebook. It's still the same thing. So let's say my second code. Okay, my second code. Then I renamed it. One other thing about Jupyter Lab notebook is that it has an extension. And the extension of Jupyter Lab notebook is this, .ipynb. So in the next class, if I ask you what is the extension of Jupyter notebook, you will tell me is .ipynb. It is important that you know that there is no other application that can open these Jupyter Lab notebooks, this one and this one, except you use Jupyter Lab or notebook itself. As you can see, this is a notebook, it's an application under Anaconda Navigator. So only these two applications can open Jupyter Lab notebooks. Okay, great. This portion here is telling you that this notebook is using Python 3 as kernel. Python 3 as kernel. And if you look at this place, okay, it's telling you the status of your Jupyter notebook. In this case, it's telling you that your kernel is idle, which means that nothing is running. Okay, great. So here are the menus in Jupyter Lab notebook. You have files, as you can see, new, launch, rename, download. You can actually download this Jupyter notebook by coming here and click download. Okay. If in the edit menu, as you can see, you can undo, you can redo, you can undo cell operation. So what this one is saying is that, let's say that I want to delete this one, this cell here. Remember, this cell is a markdown cell. What is markdown? Markdown is like a pure text, okay, on your Jupyter Lab notebook. So if you want to have a text that is not a Python code related, you have to change your cell, okay, to markdown before it can run. Otherwise, it will throw an error for you. Okay. There are other things you can learn in markdown. For example, you can create a bulleted list or an unordered list. For example, let's say I create a new cell by coming here, create a new cell, and I just type these are the countries I will like to visit in the nearest future. Okay, so don't forget, this is still a code. I have to change it to markdown because this is not a Python code. Alright, so to create a bulleted list or an ordered list, you can just use an hyphen. Alright, let's say those countries are America, okay, Nigeria. I've heard about Nigeria. I would like to visit that country one day. And let's say which other country? Let's say Rwanda. You still want to go to Rwanda again. Okay, so if you run it by pressing Shift and Enter, you will see that it shows so fine, like an MS Word. So you can actually utilize markdown to do that. And let's say that you want to change this and another list to other list. Okay, to do that, this is how you do it. All right, it's actually the same thing. So to edit a cell, you just double click on that cell and it will work for you. So now if you run this, okay, and you click here, so because this is an ordered list, okay, you just put those numbers there. So for example, I can just say 1, I can say 2, I can say 3. There you run it. Remember, it's giving me an error code because this is a normal text and not a code. So I'm going to change this one into a markdown. So I click markdown and I run it. Now I have all my my order list, in a good way. Okay. Sometimes you may want to play with all this. So this one, is like you running the cell one by one. Don't forget that the shortcut for running a cell is by using Shift and Enter keys on your keyboard. This one is run selected cells and insert below. So you can be playing with all this and know what they actually mean. And here is a kernel. Let's say you want to stop a kernel from working, you can just click interrupt kernel. This is tab. In this place, you see, you can activate a new next tab. So if I click here now, so you see, it comes to this launcher for me. If I click here again, activate next tab, it shifts to another notebook. If I come here, But this is actually wasting of time. I can actually click on those notebook and it will still work. Sometimes you may want to change the themes of your Jupyter Lab notebook. So in that case, you will click on settings and then you see Jupyter Lab themes and you can change it to dark theme. Now see if this one is good for you. I actually like this because it's good for the site. So if you like this, you can let it be like that and you continue running your Jupyter Lab notebook. Welcome back. In this section, you will be learning how to use Google Colab. What is Google Colab? Google Colab is an alternative to Anaconda distribution. You remember the last class when you install Anaconda distribution. You know that you need to install Anaconda distribution before you can use both Jupyter Lab or Jupyter Notebook. So imagine you want to collaborate with other fellow or other programmers. So with Jupyter Lab or Jupyter Notebook, you will not be able to do that in a real time, except you have to send your script to them via email. And that is the main reason why Google had to create a Google Colab. Google Colab or Colab allow you to write and execute Python code through browser. So that is, instead of you to use Anaconda distribution, you directly use Google Colab on your browser. So your browser can be a Mozilla or Google Chrome. In that case, you'll be able to run your Python code on a real time and also collaborate with others. So Google Colab did not have any installation. That is, you don't need to install anything. So what you just do is just to log in to this link. So for example, you click on this link and it will take you to the Google Colab homepage where you will use your email to access it. So let's see how it works. I'm going to click on this link. So I will wait for my computer to load it to my browser. So as you can see, it's loading, and since I already logged in to Google Colab, as you can see my photo here. So if you have not launched it before, what you will just do is that you just have to sign in using your Gmail. Okay, so if you sign in with your Gmail, you have something like this, and from there you can click a new notebook. So a new notebook will launch out. So it looks like your normal Jupyter Lab or Jupyter Notebook. As you can see here now, we have a cell. This is a cell. And for example, I can just say 2 plus 3. And then to run it, you click on this run button here. So with the help of your internet speed, okay, it's going to work. Now I'm waiting for it. 2 plus 3 is 5, as you know. Yeah, the answer is 5. Okay, and to create a new cell, you will click on this plus sign here. That is code, to put any Python code there. So I also want to say 4 minus 6. To run this, you will click on this run button. As you know, the answer is -2. So imagine you want to create a markdown cell. Remember when we were doing our Jupyter Lab book, I showed you how to create a markdown cell. So a markdown cell is not a Python cell. That is, markdown cell only work with a plain text. So to do that, I will click on this plus text sign here. So in this case, I now have a markdown. So for example, let's say I am based in Kigali. I'm based in Kigali. So automatically, since you are working with Google Colab, so whatever I'm typing here can be seen here. All right. And once you just click a new cell, so automatically, that cell has been done for you with a markdown. So imagine you want to create a boldface text. For example, let's say I am based in Kigali, okay, which is a city in Rwanda. All right. Remember, to bold the text in MS Word, you can just highlight it like this and click the bold icon here. So this bold icon automatically will generate a markdown format for a bold text for us. So in that case, if you are doing this in your normal Jupyter Lab notebook, so what we do to create a boldface text is to use double asterisk sign here. So but with the help of Google Colab, we are able to do this by clicking on this bold icon here, so which has already bolded the word for us, Rwanda. And other thing we can also do is that so in Google Colab, you will be switching between a Python code cell, a Markdown cell. I want to say it again, that a Markdown is just a pure plain text, while a Python code, will require you to type any Python code in it. So for example here, this is a Python code. How you will identify a Python code from a Markdown cell in Google Colab is that a Python code will have this icon to run the cell. For example, let's say I have 2 plus 6. Okay, 2 plus 6. So you can click on this icon to run it, or our normal shortcut in Jupyter Lab, that is, you press Shift and Enter. So automatically it runs the code for you and creates a new cell. And let's say I want to create a Markdown cell. I will click on this text sign, and then I can just say I live in Uganda. I live in Uganda. So let's say you want to create an italicized text. So you just highlight it and you click on this. So automatically this Uganda now has been uh, italicized for you. So for Markdown, let's say you are doing this in Jupyter Lab. So to italicize a text, you only put one asterisk at the beginning of the text and one asterisk at the end of the text. And for the bold face, so you will put double asterisk. So double asterisk at the beginning of the text you want to boldface, and double asterisk on the word you want to at the end of the word you want to boldface. So that is just how to do that. So as I said before, other features of Google Colab is that you can collaborate with other programmers. For example, let's say I want to send this code to my colleague Gift. Okay, I will just click on share button. You see share here. So when I click on share, I will be able to put an email here, and then automatically she can also work with me on a real time. So what I will just do is that I will just, like a brief message of what this code is all about. So I just say, hi friend, please collaborate, collaborate with me on this project. All right. So once I send this thing to her, she will receive an email on her Gmail saying that, hi Ezekiel, I sent a project that I want her to collaborate with me. So isn't that interesting? So as you can see, also you can also rename your script here. So for example, let's say Google Colab. So this Google Colab is just the title of our script. Before in the Anaconda distribution, where we use Jupyter Lab or Jupyter Notebook, remember we always rename our script, our notebook. So this is the same thing with this. So I hope you understand it now. Thank you. and we have come to the end of this class. Welcome back. In this section, you will learn how to use Python to perform some arithmetic operation. Basically, you'll be using Python as a calculator. As you know, in mathematics, there are many arithmetic operations such as addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, exponentiation, and modulus. So in Python, when you want to add two or more numbers together, you will use your normal addition sign. And for subtraction, you will use this subtraction sign. And for division, you will be using this / sign. Remember, in mathematics, when you want to use division, this is not our usual sign for division. But now in Python, this will be our division sign. And for multiplication, you will use this sign as your multiplication, that is asterisk sign. You will no longer be using your normal multiplication sign in mathematics, but this asterisk sign for Python. And for exponentiation, where we have a number that is raised to power another number. So in that case, in Python, you will use double asterisk sign to do that. So this is just an example. So for example, any operation that involves addition, you use this as addition operator, which is the same thing as your normal addition symbol in mathematics. For example, if you want to add 3 plus 2 together, your result will be 5. And for subtraction, so Python still uses the same subtraction sign to perform the subtraction operation. For example, 3 minus 1, which is 2. And for multiplication, Python uses asterisk sign instead of this multiplication sign in mathematics. So for example, with Python, you can multiply 3 and 2 together by using this asterisk sign as your multiplication sign. And for division, you will use / sign to do division operation. For example, 4 divided by 2, the answer will be 2. And for exponentiation, where a number is raised to another number, for example, 2 raised to power 2. So with Python, you will do it by using double asterisk sign, e.g. 2 double asterisk 2, that is 2 raised to power 2, and the answer will be 4. So when we have some operations that involves you using brackets or parentheses, so you will use parenthesis sign, that is this parenthesis sign. For example, if you have like operation that involves this, 2 multiply then with an open bracket, 2 plus 2 and open bracket. So this is just like a board mass. And for example, it first of all solve the operation within the bracket, that is 2 plus 1, which is 3. And when you multiply the result by 2, the answer will be 6. For modulus, so this is how we write it in mathematics, that is 3 mod 2. So what modulus does is that it gives a reminder when you divide a particular number with a given number. For example, when you divide 3 by 2, the remainder will be 1. And that is the main reason why we have 1 here. So if you are doing any modulus operation in Python, you will use this percentage sign. I would like to tell you that any operation that involve all these operators, they are called arithmetic operators in Python. So let's see how to do that in the lab session. Okay, I will first of all launch my Anaconda distribution by using Jupyter Lab. Remember how to launch Jupyter Lab by using the terminal. So I'm going to type Anaconda prompt. Okay, so the last section I taught you how to launch Jupyter Lab or Jupyter Notebook by using two methods. The first one is Anaconda Navigator, while the second one is through the terminal. But I will prefer we use Anaconda prompt. Why? Because it's very fast, as I said before in the last class. So when you click Anaconda prompt, okay, so a terminal will come out like this, and from there you can now type Jupyter Lab. Okay, so when I tap Jupyter Lab, so it will open a Jupyter Lab notebook on my browser. As you can see, it's loading now. Great. So we have this. Let's say that you don't have any notebook already, or let's say you want to launch a new notebook. Remember that you need to create maybe a folder on your desktop, where you will create a new notebook to. So for example, I already have my own folder here in which I'm going to send to you later. So I will be using all these notebooks during our lab session. So if you want to follow with me, you can just create your own folder, okay, and create a new notebook to it. I hope you remember how to do that. Should you forget, let me show you. So if you are the one doing this, you can just create a new folder here. So you can call it lab session. For example, lab session. Okay. So once the folder is created, then you can go to your Jupyter Lab and you go to the desktop, okay, and then you look for the folder that you created, which is this one, lab session, and from there you can now create a new notebook by clicking on this plus sign. So once you click on this plus sign, then you can now create a new Python 3 notebook. As you can see, in this one here, there is nothing there. So it's just a new blank Jupyter Lab notebook. So from there, you can be typing whatever I type in my own script. So I have already prepared a notebook here, which I'm going to use in this session. As you said before, that you can perform different arithmetic operations in Python. So for example, with addition, let's say I want to add two numbers together. Let's say 7 and 9 together. So I'll just say 7 plus 9. 7 plus 9. Then I can run it by pressing Shift and Enter key on my keyboard. So you know that 7 plus 9 is 16. So let me give another example. Let's say you want to add 12 and 13 together. So you can just say 12 plus 13 and you run it by pressing Shift and Enter. And the answer is 25. Let's say we still want to add more numbers together. Let's say we want to add 12 plus 33 plus 65. So you can just run it by pressing Shift and Enter, and that is how to do any operation that involve division. So for subtraction, let's say you want to subtract 9 from 12. So in that case, you say 12 minus 9, and then you run it. The answer is 3. So another example is, let's say 16 minus 64. Then you run it. The answer is negative 48 or minus 48. Sometimes an operation can involve both addition and subtraction together. So in that case, you can do it in this way. Let's say you have 15 plus 3 minus 6 plus 8 minus 7. And when you run it, the answer is 13. So let's add another example for operation that involves both addition and subtraction. So let's say I want to have 15 minus 17 plus 36. The answer is 34. Okay, so for a multiplication operation, don't forget in Python, we will use asterisk sign. For example, what is 4 times 6? The answer is 24. So what is 6 times 9? The answer is 54. You will see me that whenever I'm including an operator in an operation, I always separate it with a space. Why I'm doing that is that it will make my code to be readable. So for example, I don't put any space here. So, okay. So it will make my code to be readable so that it will look fine and nice. Okay, let me say I want to multiply 2. I want to multiply 2 and 3 together. 2 and 3 together. The answer is 6. Okay, so that is how to do any operation that involves multiplication. So if an operation involves division, in that case, we will use forward slash as our divisor sign. So for example, what is 10 divided by 5? As you know, the answer is 2. Okay, what is 16 divided by 9? The answer is 1.777, like that. So what is 6 divided by 3? The answer is 2. Okay, so that is how to do operation that involve division. Please don't forget, imagine you use division sign in mathematics, even though there is no division sign on our keyboard. Okay, so don't forget to do division sign. To use division sign, you are going to use this forward slash. This forward slash. And if you use backward slash, it's possible you get an error. As you can see, there is an error because this is not divisor sign in Python. So you can just change it to this, and then you have the answer. So for an exponentiation operation, so for example, what is 4 raised to power 2? You know, in mathematics, 4 raised to power 2 is 4 times 4, and that is 16. So to do that in Python, you will use double asterisk sign. So for example, you can just say 4 double asterisk sign and 2, and you run it. So the answer is now 16. So let's say you want to see the result of 2 raised to power 2. As you know, the answer is 4. So just be 2 raised to power 2, and you have the answer as 4. You want to try it on your own too? All right. I want to say 3 raised to power 7, right? Okay. Python can still give you the answer. 3 raised to power 7. And the answer is 2187. So 3 raised to power 7 means 3 in 7 times. When you multiply 3 in 7 times, so the answer will be 2187. So for modulus, as I said before, modulus is the remainder when you divide a particular number with another number. For example, when you divide 9 by 2, the remainder will be 1. Alright, for example, let's see it here. And for modulus, you will use this percentage sign as modulus. 9 divided modulus 2, the answer is 1. You know, when you say 2 times 4, for example, you know it is 8. And 9 minus 8 is 1. So that remainder is what you call modulus when we divide a number by another number. So what is the modulus of 21? 21 modulus 6. The answer is 3. Okay. What is 18 modulus 5? The answer is 3 again. That is, the remainder when you divide 18 by 5. Okay, we have a function called diff mode. So what diff mode does is that it will give you the quotient and the remainder together. So for example, let's say we have diff mode. So you write diff mode, then you open a bracket and then you put the number there. So this one is like, okay, 5 2. So for example, what is 5 modulus 2? So this one will give you the quotient, a number that goes directly, you know, 5 divided by 2. So 2 goes directly in 5 in 2 times. All right. The remainder number that is now remaining is 1. That is why this one is resulting to this. So let's see it again. What is 5 divided by 2? The answer is 2.5. This 2 that you see here is the quotient, and that is why we have 2 here. And the remainder, okay, when you divide 5 by 2, the remainder is 1, right? This is it. 2 times 2, 4. 5 minus 4, 1. That is why we have it in this way. So the first number here is the number that goes directly when you divide 5 by 2, and that is 2. And the remainder, number that is remaining, when you divide 5 by 2, which is 1, and that is it. So let's see another example. So let me see the one we have done before. That is 18 modulus 5. Let's see 18 modulus 5. So we use the function diff mode. Don't forget diff mode. So diff mode will give us the quotient, number that goes directly, and the remainder. So 18 modulus 5. 18 modulus 5 is 3, 3. So 3 here is the quotient, while the remaining 3 here is the remainder. So we also have a floor division in Python. So by using double forward slash. Floor division is like this. You know, when you divide 15 by 2, the answer is 7.5. Okay, remember this is division operator. That's why we have 7.5. So in the floor division, what floor division will do is that it will only take this first number out. Okay, it will take this number out. It will result to 7, and it will forget any number that is remaining. So, and that is what we have here. 15 floor division 2, that is 7. So it will only take the integer part out. So let's see another example. Let's say we have 16 floor division 5. So the answer is 3. If you use only one forward slash, the answer will be 3.2. As you can see, this is 3.2. But the integer part is 3. That is why this floor division gives us 3, and it forgets any number that is remaining. So I hope you understand the difference between floor division and the normal division. The normal division will give us everything. So whether it is remaining or it goes directly, it will give us everything. While floor division will only give us the integer part. So for example, as you know, 20 divided by 4. 20 divided by 4 is 5.0 because 4 can go directly in 20. All right. So let's say 20 divided by 6. As you can see here, so we have 3.333. But if you use floor division, okay, by using double forward slash, okay, we only get the answer as 3. Okay, so that is the difference between a floor division and a normal division. So if you remember in mathematics, we have what is called board mass, which is helping us, to solve operation that involve different operators, be it addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, exponentiation all together. So BODMAS helps us to simplify them so that we get the right answer. And BODMAS is brackets of division, multiplication, addition, and subtraction. But in Python programming, our BODMAS will now become BEDMAS. And what is BEDMAS? BEDMAS will be brackets, exponentiation, division, multiplication, addition, and subtraction. So for example, let's say we have an operation that involves this. So let me create a new cell so that I can put my Python code there. So you remember that before when I taught you how to multiply two numbers together, this multiplication operator will be asterisk. So in that case, I will do it in this way. 3, okay, asterisk, then the bracket that is here, bracket, then I will put the stuff there, 2 plus 3. So what this one does is that because it's using the BEDMAS operation to simplify this. So as you can see, bracket will be simplified first, and that is 2 plus 3. So since 2 plus 3 is 5. So after bracket has simplified its own, do we have exponentiation? No. Do we have division? No. What we have next is multiplication. I think I made a mistake here. It should be multiplication. Okay. So what we have next is multiplication, and this is this sign here. And that is why we have this. So the answer will now be 3 times 5. And 3 times 5 is what? 15. So when you run it now, you have this as 15. So let's see another example. Okay, in example 2, you will see that we have 2 raised to power 2 plus 1. So, and since we know how to do exponentiation in Python, so this one will now be 2 double in Python. If you remember that exponentiation sign will be a double asterisk. So therefore, we now have 2 asterisk, and then we put 2 here because we have 2 raised to power 2. Then we now put 1 here plus 1. What are we expecting? We are expecting 5 because 2 raised to power 2 is 4 and 4 plus 1 is 5. So when you run it by pressing shift and enter, you have 5 as your result. So we also have another example. So in this case here, we have 2 different bracket operations. So the first one is 3 plus 2, and when this one is simplified first, the another bracket here, 6 minus 4, will also be simplified, and whatever we get in the 2 brackets, we now multiply them together. So let's see how to do that. So don't forget, you also have to open your bracket here, and you just type 3 plus 2. And after that, the multiplication sign in Python is asterisk. You open another bracket again, and you can just say 6 minus 4. Alright. So as I said before, if you want to make your code readable, you can just, for every operator, you must put a space there. Alright. So if you run it now, the result is 10. So in this last example, so we want to solve this operation, and the operation is 3 plus 2 enclosed in a bracket to multiply by another operation enclosed in a bracket, and then we now add the result to 2. So let's see how this works. So we create a new cell and you open your parentheses the way it is, 3 plus 2, 3 plus 2, you close the parentheses, then you input this multiplication operator, that is star, okay, and then you open another bracket, 6 minus 4. You close the bracket and then you add the result to 2, and when you run it now, you see the result as 12. So look at this. Let me give you this one as a bonus. So let's say we have this operation, that is 2 okay, multiplied by 6 minus 8. So if I run this, okay, I will get an error. So the error is that I am supposed to put an operator here, and the operator is what? Multiplication. Yes, because by default, so in mathematics we have an imaginary or an hidden multiplication sign here, and that is why in mathematics we just ignore that, but in Python programming we have to put that multiplication sign to it. So in this case I will just put this one here and run it, and I have the answer. I hope by now you can now work with different arithmetic operations in Python. So let us revise what we are able to learn in this session. So in this section, we see how we can use Python to do addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, float division by using double forward slash sign, and for exponentiation, that is an operation that involves a number that is raised to another number. So in that case, we use this double asterisk sign. And for modulus, we use this percentage sign. So if you remember, modulus is the remainder when you divide a number by another number, and we were able to see different examples using Python. So all these are what we were able to examine in our laboratory section. Welcome back. In this session, you will learn how to comment your code in Python. Why do you need to comment your code in Python? Comment helps to make your code readable, and also it allows you to remember the line of code that you might have written before. So when you comment your code, it makes others to actually understand your code line by line. Comment is also good for documentation purpose. In order to add comment to your code in Python, you will make use of hashtag sign. Let's see how to do that in the lab session. Remember, we need to launch our Jupyter Lab notebook. So in this case, I will open my terminal and click on Anaconda prompts. So from the Anaconda prompt, then I can type Jupyter Lab. So I'm waiting for my computer to load Jupyter Lab notebook on my browser, and here it is. It's still loading. All right. So I have the lab exercises, okay, where I'm going to use to teach you how to use comment in Python. So follow me by clicking on the comment Jupyter Lab notebook. And if you want to create a new notebook to follow along with this class, kindly create a new Jupyter Lab notebook. So when you want to make a comment in Python, you are going to make use of the hashtag sign. For example, here, this is an hashtag sign, and you can easily get this by pressing Shift and 3 on your computer. You click Shift and 3 on your keyboard. Then you can now add your comment. So for example now, if you look at this one, this comment is saying that this adds 2 and 8 together, and the result will be 10. So if I run this one now, I will see the result as 10. So what Python is doing is that it only adds 2 and 8 together, while we see this one as a comment. Whenever Python see hashtag sign at the beginning of a line, Python will see it as a comment, and it will therefore ignore that comment. So this is another area where we can use comment. For example, I've not taught you how to use NumPy package. So, but in this place here, I'm letting you know that you are going to learn NumPy package later. So therefore, this is a comment just to make you understand what I'm doing. And in this NumPy package, I'm saying that I will make use of square root to get the square root of a number. So before I do that, first of all, this comment guides you to know what I'm about to do. And in that case, I need to import NumPy package. Don't worry about how to import a Python package. Later, you are going to understand it. So therefore, I just use this one and I run it. As you can see, so it's still loading and it's giving the result as 2 because the square root of 4 is 2. Now, as you can see, the result is now here. So let me create a new cell for you so that you can see how to make some comment in your own line of code. So for example, I want to tell a beginner that when you see this star, that is the asterisk sign, and it means that that is a multiplication sign. So I can just say that this asterisk sign is used to multiply or is used to do multiplication in Python. Okay, then I can now start using that asterisk sign. So for example, I want to multiply 6. I want to multiply 6 and 8 together. So I run it now. As you can see, the result is 48 because 6 times 8 is 48. But this hashtag sign here is a comment which helps us to know that this asterisk sign here is used to do multiplication in Python. So wherever in Python code and you see this hashtag sign, it means that it is a comment and it tells you to understand what the code is all about. So don't forget, the hashtag sign is used to make comment in Python. It is good you comment your code so that others can understand what you are doing and the rationale behind a particular code that you have just done. So thank you. We have come to the end of this class. Welcome back. In this session, you will learn about different data types in Python. There are 4 data types in Python, such as string, integer, float, and boolean. When I talk about string is like a character or a text or word. For example, Kenya, male, coronavirus, female, and so on. And whenever you have a string data type in Python, you have to put a quotation sign there. For example, this is quotation. So when we quoted this, the beginning of the quote and after the word, then we end the quote. So for example, here we have this one as Kenya in quotation. For the male, we also have it in quotation. For coronavirus, we have it in quotation. We also have another example. For example, you can say America, for example. You have to put it in quotation. And this quotation can be a double quotation or a single quotation. And that one makes it a string data type in Python. We also have another data type called an integer. An integer is a number without any decimal places. So e.g. -1, 0, 9, 8, 16, 71, and so on. So Python see integer and it gives it as int. So the int is a short notation for an integer in Python. Remember, integer is a number without any decimal places. So Python also have another data type called a float. A float is a number with decimal places. For example, 3.142 minus 1.6, 4.9, 16.5, and so on. So any number with decimal places is called a float in Python. There is another data type called Boolean. This is when you have something like either true or false, then that data type is called a Boolean. For example, are you a male? If you are a girl, then you are not a male. So the answer will be false. And if you are a boy, you are a male. The answer will be true. So this data type is called a Boolean. And this is how Boolean is written in Python. It is called bool, B-O-O-L, bool for short. So if you look at this true or false here, you will see that the beginning of the word is capital T, while the remaining letters are small letters. Also, for the false, the beginning is capital F, while the rest are in small letter. And that is how to know Boolean in Python. Here is a graphical summary of different data types in Python. For example, we have number. So it can be an integer and it can be a float. And if it's an integer, then that number will be a whole number. For example, 1, 2, 17, 100, minus 7, and so on. And if that number is in decimal places, then the data type for that number will become a float. And you have a text. For example, hello Python, Sudan, Somalia, Nigeria, Rwanda, and so on. And in quotation, then that data type is called a string. As you can see here, hello Python. Hello Python is in quotation, that is in double quotation, and that is why it is called a string in Python. And Boolean. Boolean can either be true or false. And see how Python, how true is written in Python. That is capital letter T and others in small letter. The same thing with false. False, capital F, others in small letter. And Python see this as Boolean. You may want to know how to check for this data type in Python. Python makes use of a function called type. So this function type, okay, will identify any data type, be it an integer, a float, a string, or a bool. As you know, int is the notation for an integer, while float still remain the same. But for character or a text, then Python will see it as str, which signify a string. And for Boolean, which can either be true or false, Python see it as bool, B-O-O-L. Follow me to the lab session. So in this case, I'm going to open my Jupyter Lab notebook by typing Anaconda prompt. I want to use terminal, so I will go to Anaconda prompt. Then I wait for terminal to come out. Now my terminal is up now. Then I can now type Jupyter Lab. Then I enter it. So I wait for it, my browser to come up. Now as you can see, my browser is up now. Since all of you will have access to this Python script and code, so what you just do is that you will go to this folder with your Jupyter Lab, look for the Python data type here. So open it by double clicking on it. So I can close this one and make this one, minimize this so that you can see what I'm saying clearly. So now I have the script. So this script is what you follow with. As I said before, there are 4 different data types in Python. The first one may be an integer. So for example, 1 is an integer. And to get the class of this data type, so you will just use a function called type. So I just say type and then I close the bracket and I run it. So in this case, Python is identifying 1 as an integer. So let's see another example. So I use the function type and I type maybe 19 there. So when I run it now, Python sees as integer. Okay, one more example. Let's see what is the type of this minus 71. The type of minus 71 is also an integer because this number does not have any decimal places. Okay, let's go to the float data type. Float is a number with decimal places. So for example, let's see the type of number minus 2.6. When you run this one here, you will see that minus 2.6 is a float data type. Let's see another one. Type and then say, let's say 56.9. This is also a float data type. Let's see one more example. Type minus 71.2. Minus 71.2. So when you run this one too is a float data type. Alright, great. So let's move to another data type called string. A string is a data type in Python, and you identify a string by double quotation and you put a text or a word to it. So for example, let's say that I want to check for the type of hello Python. You see, I have a quotation, then I type hello Python. So if I run this, Python will see it as a string. Reason is that this is a text, okay, hello Python, and I also put it in quotation. Let's say I don't put it in quotation, and let's see what Python will return. So just say hello world, all right, or let's say hello Python, so that we have the same example as above. So if I run this, Python will throw an error saying invalid syntax because this is a string data type, and for every string data type, I must put it in double quotation or a single quotation. So therefore, I need to correct my error by putting the double quotation on it. So if I run it now, I will have the same example with what I have here, the same results with what I have here. Okay, let's see another example. Let's see the type of I am an Uganda. So if I look at this one now, if you look at this one, I am an Uganda. So if I put quotation there and you run this, so Python will say this is a string data type because this is text, as you can see, it's a text, and I put it in quotation. All right, let's say, let me check for the type of I love to come to Nigeria. I love, don't forget, for every string data type, you must put it in quotation. Say, I love to come to Nigeria. I love to come to Nigeria. All right, if you run this one now, so Python is saying that this is a string data type. Okay, what makes it a string data type is that number one, it is a text. Two, you also put it in quotation. The last example that I would like you to look into is, let's say, type I love Python programming. I love Python programming. I love Python programming. So if you run it now, so Python is seeing it as a string data type. Okay, let's move to another data type. Before we move to another data type, some Pythonistas, that is, people that use Python very well, they always use a function called print. And in the print, they put the text there as a string data type. So if you use this one now, for example, hello, I'm from Ethiopia and I can speak Amharic. So if I run this one here, okay, it runs this for me. And let's say I don't want to use this print. I can actually do the same thing by putting it in a quotation. The same word, hello, the same sentence, hello, I am from Ethiopia. I'm from Ethiopia and I can speak Amharic. Amharic. So if you run it now, you see I have the same thing. So the difference between the two is that print, we print it in a good format. That is, there will not be any quotation in the result. Why? If I don't use print, I will still have something like quotation. So it's still fine. It goes well. Okay. The last data type that I would like to talk about is Boolean data type. Remember that Boolean data type has two values. So it can either be true or false. For example, when you use type and say true, so Python will return it as bool. Okay, and when the other one for Boolean is false, so you see type false, and Python will return it as bool because it's a Boolean data type. Also, some operations can also result into a Boolean data type. For example, you can just say type to check for the data type. You know that 5 is greater than 2. So let's say 5 greater than 2. So Python will return true because 5 is greater than 2. As you can see, Python is saying bool because the result is true. So let's see how it is. 5 greater than 2. The result is true. And since true is a Boolean data type, that is why type 5 greater than 2 is returning bool. That is a Boolean. Let's see another example that will result into false. For example, you know that 2 is less than 5. 2 is less than 5. The answer is true. Okay, let's see the one that will really result to false. 5 is less than 2. As you know, 5 is not less than 2. So let's see the result of this. Now, the result of this is false because 5 is not less than 2. That is why this one is saying that 5 less than 2 is false. And to check for data type here, so you can just say type 5 less than 2. And the answer will be just bool because initially the result of this one is false and the data type of false is bool. That is why we have this as Boolean. I hope you enjoyed this class. Let's revise what we are able to learn in this class. In the last session, we understand that we have different data types in Python. For example, an integer, a float, a string, and a Boolean. So an integer is a number without decimal places, while a float is a number with decimal places. And for a string data type, so it's full of text and we always put it under quotation. And for Boolean, Boolean has two values. It can be true, it can be false. And to check for the type of data type in Python, we use the function type, which will return the type of data type the data is. Welcome back. In this session, you'll be learning about variable assignment in Python. What is a variable? A variable is a way at which you store a value so that it can be used over and over again without having to repeat yourself. For example, you are 15 years old now. If I ask you, how old will you be in the next year? Your answer will be, you're old now plus 1. Imagine you have used age as your variable and you store the value of 15 into it. So therefore, your age now is 15. That is, age is equal to 15. So if I ask you, how old will you be next year? So what you will do is that you just type age plus 1 and Python will return 16 for you. So when you are declaring a variable in Python, you will always make use of this equality sign, which we call assignment operator. So this assignment operator helps you to store a value into a variable. For example, age is a variable while 15 is a value. In the last section, we talk about different data types in Python. For example, integer, float, string, and Boolean data type. So this one here, as you can see, we have a variable called country, and in it we store the value Kenya into it. So therefore, country is a variable and Kenya is a value. So when you print this variable, Python will print out this value out, which is Kenya. Remember, this Kenya here is in quotation, and that makes it a string data type. While 15 is an integer, okay, and we store it into age. And as I said before, this equality sign here is what is called assignment operator. Let's go to the lab session. So I already have my Jupyter Lab notebook launched on my browser. So what I will do is that I will look for the script called variable assignment. So this is variable assignment script. So when you are following along, it's either you open a new script or you launch this one so that you can follow along with me. I'm going to minimize this so that the screen is wide and you can see it clearly. Okay, we have talked about this. Age is a variable and we store the value of 15 into it. Then we use the print function to print it out. So let's do it in a Python cell. So I have age as 15. So if I run it now, so you see, you are expecting 15 to come out. So what variable helps us to do is that it helps us to store our value. So therefore, it has stored the value of 15 in it. And to be able to access that value, you have to call the name of the variable, which is age. And that is the main reason why I'm using this print function to print it out. So if I say print age, don't forget print is a function and every function must have a parenthesis. So you open a parenthesis and you close it. So in this case, I have the value as 15. And if you don't want to use the print function, you can actually use the variable name. For example, here I have age. So when I run it now, I have the same result as with this. So you may want to check for the data type that is stored in this variable age. In the last class, we've talked about different data types in Python, and we know how to use a function called type to check for that data type. So in this case, I will use type age. So then this will return an integer because variable age is an integer data type and the value that we store in it is 15. Okay, let's see another example. So I want to create a new cell. I just say let me say COVID-19, for example. COVID-19. COVID-19 is equal to let's say the COVID-19, let's Google it. COVID-19 in Somalia. COVID-19 COVID-19 cases in Somalia, for example. Let's check for the value. COVID-19 in Somalia. All right, my internet is not okay. I've not connected my computer to the internet. Okay, let's just say COVID-19 in Somalia is 75, for example. So if you run it now, okay, then to get the value that we store into this variable COVID-19, so we have to call that variable out. And in this case, I will just say COVID-19. So if you run it now, okay, it's saying, as you can see, name COVID-19 is not defined because this is what I have as my variable name and see what I'm checking out. So I have to correct my error. So look at it, COVID-19, and then if I run it now, so it's bringing 75, which is the value that I store in it. So another example here is we are saving or storing the value of Kenya into country. So in this case, I just run it, Kenya. And don't forget, this is string data type because it's a text and I also put in quotation. So when I just say print country, so it will give me the value of the variable. And if I want to check the kind of data type that this country is, so I just say type country and I have it as string. As you know, this is string data type. Another example is smile. So I have smile and I put it as true. Okay, so if I run it now, it runs. So let's say that I want to create a new cell and I want to check the data type. Who can remind me? Smile, what kind of data type is this? Is it a boolean or a string or an integer or a float? What is it? Adili? It's a boolean. Yes, boolean. So just let's check it. I just use type, then put the variable name there, smile. Great. Adili, you are correct. This is a boolean data type because of this true. Okay. Let me have another example. Let's say the same smile, we call it smiling, for example. Smiling is equal to, and therefore we put it in quotation. So in this example, we put smiling in quotation and I run it. So who want to tell me what is data type for smiling? Boolean? No, it's not Boolean. As you can see, we put it in quotation. So what Python we see it is string because a string is always in quotation. A text in quotation. So let's see it. So create a new cell and type smiling. Now this is string. As you can see, this one true is different from this one. And the difference between them is that this one is in quotation and that makes it a string. While this one is a boolean and that is why Python is returning bool for it. Let's see another example. So I want to store the value of 15 into this variable age. Then I want to see the value. That's why I put age here. So I can run it together. And now Python is returning 15 for me because that is what I store in it. So now another calculation is that what is age plus 1? So before, age is 15, and when we are adding 1 to it, okay, the answer will be 16. So when I run it now, I see it as 16. So another example is I'm subtracting 2 from age. Remember, age is 15. So 15 minus 2, the answer is what? 13. And let's run it. 13. All right, great. So that your value of age will still remain the same. So if I say what is age now, just type age and you see it's 15. Okay, great. So this is another example. We have x as 2, y as 3, and z as 14. So when you run it now, okay, Python has saved this value into the respective variable name. Okay, so what is x plus y? Remember, x is 2, y is 3, and 2 plus 3 is 5. So you can just be using those variable name to perform those calculations. So x plus y, that is 5. What is z minus x minus y? That is minus 1. What is x times z? That is 8. What is this? Adili? Okay. X times 2. No, no, no. Abdullah, what is it? X raised to power 2. Yes, x raised to power 2. So you just run it, and that is 4, because here we have stored the value of 2 into x, and here we are not saying what is 2 raised to power 2, and the answer is 4. Okay, who want to tell me what is this operation? Can you remember it? Division. No, this is not division. So you want to tell me? Okay, modulus. Yeah, great, it's modulus. So this is modulus sign. Okay, and what this one is doing is that when you divide z by y, what is the remainder? So let's see, the remainder is 1. And in the previous class, we also used a function called diff mode, which will return the quotient and what? Remainder. Yeah, you get it. So now we do like this one. Now what is x and z? 2. So remember, our z is 4 and our x is 2. When you divide 4 by 2, the answer is 2. So what is the remainder? Nothing. That is why this one is saying 2, 0. That is, the quotient is 2 and the remainder is 0. Python has a way at which you can store different values into different variables within a line of code. So for example, here we have 4 different variables: name, age, gender, and country. And out of which we store the value of Jamal into name, and the age into this age, and male into gender, then Sudan into country. Let me say it again. So we have 4 different variables: name, age, gender, and country. And we store all this value into each of the variables. For example, Jamal is stored into name, 16 is stored into age, and male is stored into a variable gender, and Sudan is stored into a variable country. So then I can print each of these variable names one by one. So in this case, I'm using print. And don't forget, you may also not use print and you still get the same answer. So let's see. When I run it now, name is not defined. What is it? Let's run it again. This run, and then this. Yeah, we get the same answer now. So when you get an error in Python, don't be afraid. So just read the error statement and then correct yourself. That's how to do in Python. So let's see other way at which you can do this. You can actually do this one by one. For example, say name is equal to Jamal. Name is equal to Jamal, okay, and then age is equal to 16. Jamal is 16 years old, okay. Jamal is 16 years old. Then gender is equal to male. Jamal is a male. And then country is equal to Sudan. Jamal is from Sudan. Jamal is from Sudan. Don't forget, Sudan is a string data type. So therefore, we have to put it in quotation. So when I run this one now, as you can see, it runs. So therefore, I can now print each of these variable name. Okay. So when you do it in this way, as you can see, what is it? Gender, and what is the last one? Country. Python will only print name for you, as you can see. Python only print the country, the last one, Sudan. But if you use print in each of the variable, okay, so Python will now print each of them one by one. So print, as you can see, print, so that you can see it clearly. I'm putting a line so that you can see it clearly. Then I have print as well. I have print for gender. I have print for gender. Then I have print for country. So if I run this one now, okay, then it prints those variable name one by one. All right, I can actually do it with one cell. Okay, so print each of them in different cells. So for example, I can just say name. As you can see, the answer has come out. Then I create a new cell. Let's say age. All right. Then another cell. Let's say the gender of Jamal, that is male, and then country. So if I do that, I don't need to include print. But if I'm using all the variables in one cell, then I have to include print so that it can print each and every one of the variables. Now that you have understood how to store a value into a variable, the other thing you need to know is that variable naming has a convention. That is, Python has a convention for naming a variable. So the first rule that you must be aware of is that all variable must begin with a letter of the alphabet. That is, a variable name must begin with a letter of the alphabet. You know, we have alphabet from A to Z. So after you have begun with a letter, then a variable name can also contain underscore or a number. So what you are saying is that, let's say the variable name is COVID. So you started with C, okay, and you also write other letters like COVID. So what we are saying here is that you can also include the number into that variable name. So in this case, I'm saying COVID-19. COVID are letters and 19 is a number, okay, or you say C19. So the initial letter in COVID is C. Then I'm including a number there, 19. So I'm saying C19. So that one also is allowed as a variable name. So when you are declaring a variable name, you need to be very careful of one thing, which is this. So we are saying that there should not be any space or special characters in variable name. For example, you cannot say COVID space and 19. No, that will throw an error. I will show you an example after I explain different variable naming convention. Remember, there should not be any space. There should not be any special character like question mark, like exclamation mark, like different like and symbol or hashtag. There should never be any of that. They are called special characters in Python. So don't include them when you are naming a variable. The last thing that you must be aware of is that Python is case sensitive, which means upper characters are different from lower characters. So let's see different example of acceptable variable names in Python. If you look at this one here, this is a variable name called grade text, that is grade underscore text. If you look at all the rules here, you will notice that this variable name follows all the convention. Number one, all variable must begin with the letter of the alphabet. So this begins with G, which is an alphabet. And we are saying that after the initial letter, variable name can also contain underscore or a number. So that is if you want it. So in this case, you see, because I want an underscore to be there, so I included it. No spaces or special characters are allowed. You see here, there is no space in the variable name. But if you look at the other one here, test grade, you will see that we have a parenthesis here, which is a special character in Python. And that is why this one will throw an error if we store a value into it. See this one as well, COVID-19 cases. This is a good variable name. It follows all these variable convention. But this one here does not follow variable convention. For example, as you can see, there is an hyphen here. An hyphen is a special character. Another hyphen here, which is not allowed in Python as a variable name. So let's see the third example. Term 2 is a good variable name. It follows this naming convention. But here, 2 term, you see, number starts this variable name. And as we said that number should not begin a variable name. Okay, a variable must begin with a letter and not a number. So in this case, this one here is not allowed. And also this one has a space. As you can see, there's a space between 2 and 10. So this is space. Therefore, this is not following the variable convention. So another example that I have here is sales price 2021. This is a very good variable name. It follows all these variable convention. How do you know this by heart? Okay, you know, by practice, you are going to know it. And then you are going to know them by heart. First of all variable must begin with a letter of the alphabet. After the initial letter, you can include an underscore or a number with a variable name. And also, a variable must not have a space, and there should not be any special character. You should also know that Python is case sensitive. Capital letter A is different from small letter a. So know it by heart. This one, the last example here, Sudan students. You will see that Sudan is separated by this underscore, which is allowed, as you can see, can also contain underscore. But in this one here, which is not acceptable, what makes this one not acceptable? Who want to tell me? Jamal, are you there? Do you want to tell me why this is not acceptable? Oh, because it has an ampersand, which is called and. Okay, it's a special character, and that is why this is not allowed. Okay, so we will see different example now, so that when you get an error, then you will correct yourself that that is not a good variable name. One more thing you need to know is that you must use a meaningful variable name. In my own examples here, as you can see, all my examples here, they are meaningful. For example, greatest. It can be your greatest in this Python class. This one here, COVID-19 cases. As you know, we are in the period of pandemic, COVID-19, term 2, maybe your second time exam. Okay, the sales price. Let's say you are a sales marketer and your sales for year 2021, you know it, and you can actually put it as a value here. And let's say I want to know the number of Sudan students that are taking my class. So in that case, I can just say Sudan student is equal to 17, for example. So let me show you different examples. So I want to create different cells. Okay. And let me say, let's say greatest, for example. Greatest is equal to, let's say, Jamal score 19 in this class. Okay. You can see there is no error. And I can look for the value in that variable by calling the variable name. So you see 19. So if I use this, let me just show you what will happen when I use this. Test grade, okay, is equal to 19. So if I run this one now, as you can see, Python is throwing an error, cannot assign to function call. You see, because of this special character. So that's just it. So let's see one more other example. I want to make a mistake here and you tell me why this is throwing an error. Let's say COVID-19 for today in Ethiopia is 5. So if you run this one now, this is throwing an error. So you want to tell me why I'm having an error here based on all our conventions for naming a variable here. Want to tell me? Okay, what? Alright, because a space is happening here. Yeah, exactly. There's a space here. A space between COVID and 19. So to correct this error, what will I do? Okay, I need to remove this space. Yeah. So if I remove this space, then I run it, as you can see. No error. Then I can check the value that is stored in this variable name, COVID-19. And then I have 5 as the result. Okay, great. I hope you are getting it now. You will notice that we have been using different functions since we started this class. For example, we use a print function, we use a float function, we use type function, and many other functions. So you may want to check for the documentation of those functions so that you know more about them and you know it offhand. So to check for the help of a particular function, you will use this question mark, and then the function name. Remember, every function always have a parenthesis. But when you are checking for the documentation or for the help of a particular function, you will not include this parenthesis. So I'm going to remove this parenthesis and then I run it. So as you can see, this is the help function. Help, and this is the help description of this print. So you can now read it like this. This print function prints the values to a string. So that is, it prints the value of an object that you put into it. So for example, you can just say, let me do this one here. Let's say print, you see print 7. So it prints the value of 7 out, or just say x is equal to 7, for example, and then let's see print. So print x, because we have stored the value of 7 into x. So when I say print
print x, then I have this as my value. So what print function does is to print the value out. That is why it says print the value to a string. So let's see another example. So we've talked about float, that is float data type. So this float is a function in Python. Okay, so we will refer back to it when we see how to convert from one data type to another. But for now, let's see what this float function does. So as I said before, if you want to check for the help of a particular function, okay, you are going to use this question mark. So for example, I just say I run it now. Okay, as you can see, it converts a string or number to a floating point number if possible. So what this float does is that it converts any object, be it a string or a number, to a floating point data type. That is what it does. So imagine that you still want to get what int function does. So what we do is that you can put a question mark before that function, okay, and you run it. But let's say that you include a parenthesis to it. For example, int is a function in Python. So since every function must have a parenthesis, so if you put parenthesis here and you run it, see what happens. Object int not found. That is why I said that when you are checking for the help of a particular function, don't include parentheses in it. So if I remove this parenthesis now and I run it, so I get my documentation of this function. So that is how to do that. The same thing with print. If you run it, it will tell you object print not found. So therefore, you need to remove this parenthesis and you run it. You can also check for the help file or documentation of a particular function by using help function. So this is help. Okay, let's say help, and then inside it, I want to check what print does. So I run it. As you can see, it's still the same thing. Print the value to a string. And when you use the shortcut print, okay, you still have the same thing. As you can see, print the value to a string, and this one too, print the value to a string. So let us revise what we are able to learn in this class. So in this class, we learn how to assign values to a variable. And we know that variable helps us to store a value into computer's memory. And variable is reusable. And the equality operator here is what is called assignment operator in Python. Thank you for watching. We have come to the end of this class. Bye. Welcome back. In this session, you will learn how to manipulate string in Python. Remember that string is one of the data types in Python. You know, we have different data types in Python, such as integer, float, string, and boolean. We understand that integer is a number without any decimal places, such as 1, 2, 3, -1, 0, and so on. And we also have another data type called float. Float is a number that has decimal places, such as 2.1, 3.7, 4.5, 6.9, and so on. And we have another data type called string. String is a data type in form of text with double quotation. For example, if you look at this hello world, hello Python, so it has quotation hello Python. It's a pure text with double quotation. And we also have another example called Sudan. It's a text with double quotation and so on. So that is string. And for Boolean, Boolean is always having two values, such as true or false. So in this section, you will learn how to manipulate this string data type. Let's go to the lab section. So I will be using Jupyter Lab notebook. I've already launched it, and I know that you also know how to launch this Jupyter Lab notebook. So I've already prepared the material that we are going to be using in this session. So you can launch it out by coming to this place here. So this folder, Python script and codes. Remember that we always have it on our desktop. So if you download this, you will see it on your desktop. From there, you can click on it in the Jupyter Lab notebook. So by coming here, search for it. This is it, string manipulation. Or you can also open a new Jupyter Lab notebook where you can follow in this class. Remember that we can create a string by having a double quotation or a single quotation. For example, here we have, "Hi, welcome to string manipulation in Python." Welcome to string manipulation in Python. And when you run it by pressing Shift and Enter, you see it being run. As you can see the result here. "Hello, hi, welcome to string manipulation in Python." So sometimes we may have a single quotation in the midst of our text, and to create a string out of that, we have to use double quotation, which is our normal form, and then the normal single quotation, which is in the form of the text. We use it. For example, now if I run this one now, I'm a beginner in Python programming. You see, it works. But if I use a single quotation here and then another single quotation here which close my string, I'm going to have an error, as you can see. So that is why I will prefer you use double quotation throughout, because in your text you may have a single quotation in the midst of it. So I'm going to use double quotation in this form. Double quotation, then I run it. Another example is this: "I'm feeling curious." Okay, so that's a string, and you can also run it. And remember, to understand the data type that we have in this string, we can just copy this and then create a new cell. And then you remember the function that we used to check whether a particular data type is a string, boolean, integer, or float. Can you still remember? All right, that is type function. So you just say type and you put the text on it. So now, as you can see now, it says that this is a string data type. Okay, so one good thing about the string is that you can get the number of elements or number of text or number of characters in that string. So in this case, we'll be learning a new function called len function, L-E-N, len function, which helps us to get the length of the string that we have in our text. For example, you may want to know the number of alphabet in Python. For example, look at it here, number of alphabet or number of characters that we have in Python. If you can read it, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Python has 6 letters. And to get the number of letters in Python, so we are going to use this function called len, L-E-N, which helps us to get the length of the string, or help us to get the number of letters that we have in that our string. So if I run this one now, as you can see, Python has 6 characters. So for example, another one is this one here. Python is simple. So if I want to get the number of characters in this text, Python is simple, I will use len, L-E-N, as you can see. Another one is I'm feeling curious. So I want to know the number of text or number of characters in that string. So I'll just use this one here. As you can see, it's 19. So if I want to create another example, let's say I want to know the number of character in Somalia. Somalia. Don't forget, Somalia is a string data type. So I have to put it in double quotation. Somalia. And then when I run it now, Somalia has 7 characters. So what about this Nigeria country? So let's see. How many characters do we have in the country Nigeria? Nigeria. So Nigeria also has 7 characters. Let's try the last example, which is Uganda. So how many characters do we have in Uganda? Uganda. So Uganda has 6 characters. So that is how to check the number of the number of characters in our string. So we can also do some string manipulation in string. For example, we have two operations, which is for example, we have two operations which are string concatenation and string replication. What is string concatenation? String concatenation is like you are joining two strings together. So it's like you are joining two strings together. And string concatenation has one operator, which is our addition operators. So let's see how we can do that. So for example, let's say that we have a string called Python, another string called string. So if you want to join the two together, like Python string. So this plus will join these two strings together. It will join Python with strings and we write it together. And this is it, Python strings. Okay. And also, if we make a variable and if we store our value in a variable, for example, let's say that s1 is equal to Python and s2 is equal to string. So when we add s1 and s2 together, then we will have Python string, something like this. So let's see it in example. Remember that when you are creating a string, you can use a double quotation or a single quotation. But I will always advise you use a double quotation. Okay. And also, you can also create an empty string by using this double quotation with a space in between. So you can create an empty string, okay, with double quotation like this or this one with a space in between. Let's see how that works. So first of all, I create a variable called a, which is Python is, then another variable b, which is a programming language. So if I want to concatenate a and b together, I will do it in this form, a plus b. Remember, we are in string and we are manipulating string. Okay, in the real mathematical world, you can't say what is Python plus Anaconda. So it's not possible, okay? But here in Python, we can use addition operator to concatenate or to combine our strings together. And this is what we are doing now. So A is equal to Python is a string, don't forget. B is equal to a programming language. So we want to concatenate A and B, which is Python is a programming language. We want to combine them together. So if I run this one now, see what happens. So it has concatenated this. Python is, as you can see, Python is, then another string, a programming language. So it has brought them together. So let's see another example. So in this example, remember, we have created a variable a and b, which helps us to store our values. Python is and a programming language together. All right. So if you have this one now, remember before I said that you can create an empty string by using a double quotation with a space in between. So this is a space in between. So I have this form now. I now have a plus the empty string plus b. So the essence of this double quotation with a space bar or with a space is to have a space in between our concatenated strings. For example, Python is, as you can see, Python is, this is Python is, okay. Then our empty space is what we have here, this one that we have small here, and B, which is a programming language. So if I run this one now, I now have a space in between. But let's say let's remove this one, although we have done it before. Let's just say A plus B. So if I say A plus B, I will have Python. Look at the difference. The difference is that this one does not have a space after is here, and this one has a space after is. As you can see, this is space, which makes our text readable, very well readable. But this one is, you can just say Python is a, but this one Python is a programming language. But this one you can read it in this way: Python is a programming language, which does not make sense. But this one makes sense. Python is a programming language. So that's just about that. Let's see another example. In this example, I'm not creating any variable, but I'm using my strings, okay, all together. So I say that my name is Jamal plus, and I am from Somali. I'm from Somalia. My name is Jamal plus I am from Somalia. So the difference between this and the other one is that instead of us to create an empty space in between by using double quotation and a space, we have already done that in this place here. Look at this one here. There's a space here before we write our text, which is this one here. Okay, so when we run this, we have this. Okay, we can also do it in this way by creating a new cell, and let's say, let me just copy what I have here. Okay, my name is Jamal. Okay, plus then a space, quotation and a space, and plus. So let me just copy this word here. Okay, remember this is a string. Okay, so before the and here, remember there is no space here, but in this case, before the and, there's a space. All right, so if I run this guy now, I have the same thing with this. All right, with the help of a quotation with a space helps us to have something like this. But if you don't, because it's not, in fact, it's not even fine to be creating an empty string. Okay, so instead you can just put a space before your text, and that one will make it readable. So that's just about that. Let's see another example. In this example, we have three variables. The first one is hello. The second variable is b, which has an empty string with a space, and this one is word. Okay, and now we want to print a plus b plus c. So let's see. The answer will be hello world. All right, so you may want to ask, but this, we didn't write anything here, so what are we having here? So let me just show you. So if you just say what is the type of data type in b, so Python will tell you that it's a string. As you can see, even though you did not put anything in it, once you have a quotation, automatically that thing becomes a string. So let me delete it. Okay, so we have this, and we can actually do it in this way by saying a, okay, plus an empty string without a variable. So here we have a variable, but here we are not using a variable, and we now have this C here, and we run it. So we have the same thing. I hope you are enjoying this class. All right, let's continue. In example 5, okay, so we are having it in another way. So here we have hello, but after the hello we have a space. As you can see, there's a space here, the extra space after hello. So here we have word. Okay, now if I run it now, I have hello world. So I'm showing you different forms at which we can make our string to work, and at which we can manipulate our string. So it depends on which one you want to use. You are free to use anything as far as we can get the same answer all together. As I said that we have two operations in string. So the first one that we just did is string concatenation, where we are combining strings together. So another one is string replication, as the word is replication, which means to replicate something. Replicate something. So for string replication, we'll be using multiplication operator to repeat the number of times a particular string should occur. In the string concatenation, we use the addition operator to combine our strings together. But in the string replication, we will be using multiplication operator to repeat the number of times we want our string to appear. So for example, here I have hello. Remember, hello is a string. And now I have times 3. So which means that I want to repeat hello in 3 times. So therefore, I will now have hello, hello, hello. As you can see, hello, hello, hello. All right. So another example is this. So we have a variable called Sudan. And in this, we want to replicate Sudan in 6 times. And that is why we have this. As I said, it's good to make your code readable. That is why I put a space before the multiplication operator and after the multiplication operator to make it readable. So that is fine, so that your code will be sweet when people are reading it. All right. So here now, look at it. So I have replicated Sudan in 6 times. Can you see? Sudan 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sudan in 6 times. Okay, what about this one? Python is simple. If you look at the one we have been doing since morning, you will see that when we are replicating a string, okay, those strings are being written together in the number of times that we want it. Here we have hello in 3 times. So we have hello, hello, hello. So the hello, they are written together in 3 times. The same thing with Sudan. Now, as I said before, here we want a space, okay, in every of our string. Python is simple, it's a string, and we want to replicate this in 3 times. But while doing that, we want a space in every of the string that is being repeated. So what I did here is that after I wrote Python is simple, okay, I quickly created a space here. As you can see, Python is simple. I created a space here. Then I now replicate it in 3 times by saying times 3. And in this case, so I have Python is simple, Python is simple, Python is simple, which is very, very fine. It looks very good, right? Great. So that is it. So another one is this. Here we are doing string replication and string concatenation together. Remember, string replication is when we are using multiplication sign to repeat the number of times at which our string should appear. And string concatenation is where we are using a plus operator to combine our string together. So look at it in this way. So here I say Python is simple. Okay, I put a comma here because that is how I want my string to appear. So let me just do this one here so that you can see what is happening. Okay, so I have this, then I run it. Look at what happened. So for every of my string, I will have something like this. Python is simple, comma, okay, then like a space after that. All right. So now I repeated this in 3 times. So let me just copy this so that you can see what is happening. Okay, this is what we call code testing. We are testing our code before we can now combine it together so that we understand what is really happening. As you can see here, we are saying that Python is simple, Python is simple, Python is simple because we have it, Python is simple times 3. So we are multiplying it, we are repeating it in 3 times, and this is what we have here. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Then after that, we now introduce a plus operator, which means that to combine whatever we have in this place. And then what are we combining it with? We are combining it with and Python is simple. So if we now run this one here, let me just add it here. Okay. So if I now run this guy here, see what happens. We now have Python is simple, Python is simple, Python is simple, and Python is simple, as you can see. So we introduce string replication and string concatenation all together to bring this is it the sentence? Yeah, to bring these sentences together, because okay, no, it's still a sentence because there is no full stop there. Python is simple, Python is simple, Python is simple, and Python is simple. I hope you are enjoying this class. It's actually interesting. So this one reminds us that to concatenate string, we use plus operator, and to replicate a string, we use multiplication operator. In this section, you will learn index and slicing of string. That is, you will know how to index and slice your string in Python. String are ordered sequence of characters. That is, we can select a single character or grab the subsection of the string. Python index starts with 0. So for example, look at this string, Somalia. The first character here has an index 0. The second character here has an index 1, and so on. With the help of a square bracket, I can easily get any of these characters by using their index. So let's see, for example, Somalia. So if I run this, I have Somalia in this variable country. So if I want to index this x, that is, I want to extract this s out, I will use its index 0. So when I just do like this, country, then a square bracket, the index of s is 0. So if I put 0 inside the square bracket, then I will have that string out, which is s. Okay. If I want to index this, remember, look at this one here. This is 3, and this is the index 3. So what has the index 3? That is A, right? So in that case, if I put 3 in the square bracket, then it will return A for me. So if I run this, then I have A being returned. If I put 5 there, it will return I for me because I has the index 5. So look at it here. That is I. So let's say I create a new cell, and then I want to get this M. So to get this M, I will use its index, which is what? 2. So now look at it here. First of all, I will call out the variable name, that is country. Okay, country, that is country, country. Then the index position of M, which is 2. So if I put 2 here now, then I will be expecting what? M. And that is exactly what I have here. Now let's see it clearly. Python has index for any object, and it also has the reverse index. For example, look at this string, Somalia. The index, as I said before, the index starts with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. Okay? As we have the index that starts with 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on. Then we have the other case of it, which we call reverse index. What reverse index helps us to do is that it starts from the end of that object and then go down, down, down to the forward, to the start of the object. For example, look at it here. We have Somalia, which has its index from 0, 1, 2, 3 to 6. And then the reverse index always starts with -1. As you can see, -1, then you continue going back, you see, yeah, then you continue going backward. So this is -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6, -7, and so on. Okay, so that is how reverse index work. So we can use this either index or reverse index to extract any string position. So let's see this one for example. Look at this country. So we have stored Somalia in the variable country. So if I use its reverse index, which is -1 here, so what am I expecting? I will expect A to come out. So if I run this guy now, as you can see, A comes out because A has reverse index -1. But let's say I don't want to use its reverse index, but I want to use the normal index. So here now, as you can see, A has the index 6. So let's see what will happen. So let's just say the variable, so we call that the variable, and then we use index 6. So we still get the same answer. As you can see, AA. Reverse index has it as -1, and the normal index has it with 6. So the index here start from the character of the string, the first character, and has it as 0, second character has it as 1, and so on. While the reverse index will begin its own counting from the end of that string, which is A, and then it will assign -1 to it, and then it now continue backward. So which means we have -1 for A, -2 for I, -3 for L, and so on. So that's how that one works. So let's see this one for example. The index -2, which is I. See here, I has its reverse index as -2. So if I do like this, then I get I. Okay, for the -7, as you can see, S has its reverse index as what? -7. So if I run this, I'm going to get this. So that's how that one works. So in the real practice, we always use reverse index. Let's say the strings are so long and you can't just start counting from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on like that. You can quickly use the reverse index. Let's say the character you want to extract is at the maybe the second letter to the end of that string. So you can use its reverse index, which will be -2, instead of you counting from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on like that. So that is how we use reverse index to do something like that. So let's say I have a big word. For example, let's say I have a string called DD, and I have, okay, I am from Ethiopia. I'm from Ethiopia. Ethiopia. Okay, I'm from Ethiopia, and I live at Addis Ababa. I live at Addis Ababa. Okay, so now if I run this, okay, it has run. Let me create many cells. Okay, I've created different empty cells. Okay, let's say now I want to extract this. So now we have our string as D. which is I am from Ethiopia and I live at Addis Ababa. So let's say that I want to extract this B out. Okay. Remember, as I said, if you start counting from 0, then every space also has their own index. That one is very, very, very important. Please look at this one here. I has the index 0. Then there is a space here. This space too has its own index, which is index 1. So this is I 0, a space, index 1, A, index 2, M, index 3, this space, index 4, and so on and so forth. So now to extract this B, the good method is to use its reverse index. So therefore, I will assign A as the index -1 and B as index -2. So let's see. I just say DD square bracket, then I put -2 there. Then I have my result as B. Okay. So if I want to extract this A here, the good method is to use reverse index. So this A, capital A here in Ababa, this A, we have what index as reverse index? This is what? This is -1, -2, -3, -4, -5. So that one we have index -5. There, as you can see now, I have it here. Remember, I said that even the space between the word has its own index. For example, let's do something like this. Let's call a variable, call it space. Okay, A space and B. So let's run it. Remember to create the number, to get the number of character in this string. Okay, we use len function. So here now, what are you expecting as the length of the string? Are you expecting 2 or 3? 2, right? Okay, let's see. Yeah, the answer is 3 because I said that even a space in the middle or in the midst of a string, okay, has its own index, and therefore even a space or any special character, okay, is also part of the string, and therefore index will be assigned to that one too. So here A has the index 0, the space here has the index 1, and the B here has the index 2. Okay, so now let's say I want to extract B from space. Then I will just say space, the square bracket. Then in that case, because I know that this B has the index 2, A index 0, space index 1, B index 2. So I can just put 2 here and I get my answer. And to get this space, the index of this space is what? 1, right? Because A has 0, space has 1. So to get that one, I can just do like this, space, and then I just put 1 there. Then my space, as you can see, there's a space here. So that is the space I was talking about. I hope you understand it. Remember, if a string is very long, to get any character out of that string, you can use the reverse index. And as we said, the reverse index starts with -1. But if you are using the normal index starts with 0 because Python index starts with 0. So you then start counting 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. You have to learn it by heart, and you learn it by practicing it. So you have to practice it often and often so that it stays in your brain and you cannot forget it again. Okay, Python index starts with 0, and then you start counting it like that, 0, 1, and so on. Reverse index, that is, it starts at the back of the string, and then you assign -1, and then you continue going backward, -1, -2, -3, and so on and so forth. The index helps us to extract any string, any character in that string. The index helps us to extract any character from a string. And since we started this string manipulation, we notice that we can only extract only a character and not more than one. Okay, so to extract more than one character, then we need to learn what we call string slicing. Let's see it. Here is a string slicing. Okay, that one too, we are going to use a square bracket, this square bracket. But one other thing is that it has its own format. So for example, let me create a space here, let me create a cell here. Okay, it has its own formatting. For example, you first of all start with the name of the variable, then a square bracket, then for example, let's say we have a comma b, or sorry, a to b. Okay, so what Python does is that this a, okay, it will start it from this a, okay, and continue to b, but not to b, but a particular number before b. So in that case, we call it b minus 1. Okay, so that is what this one is talking about here. Let's say that you have Ethiopia, for example. Okay, so now you want to extract character from 0 to 3. As I said, it will start from A and end with B minus 1, which means a character before the last one here. That's why we call it B minus 1. So let's say that we have Ethiopia, and remember, Ethiopia has how many characters? So let's use LEL to get the number of characters in Ethiopia. So here, the number of characters are what? 8. So from here now, as I said before, that E has its index as 0, T as 1, and so on. But what we need here is that we need to start from 0 and end at 2, because 3 minus 1 is what? 2. So here we start from 0 and end with 2. So therefore, look at it, 0, 1, 2. So therefore, it will only print ETH for us. So let's see it. So this will only print ETH. So let's say that I want to start from 0 and end with 4. But in the actual sense, Python will start from the first one here, 0, and end with a number before this, which is 3. So in that case, look at it here. So we are counting from 0 to 3. So here is 0, 1, 2, 3. So what Python will print out for us will be ETHI, and that is what we have here. Okay, you know that 0 to 4, okay, in the Python slicing will be 0, 1, 2, 3, and that is what we have here, 0, 1, 2, 3. So if I say 0 to 6, so what Python will print out will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all. So if I say 0 to 2, Python will print 0 to 1 for us. So if you know this thing by heart and by practicing it, you will understand it better. Okay, let's see another example. Here, I have my variable Ethiopia. Sorry, I have my variable country, and I store string Ethiopia into it. But in this case, I want to slice 2 to 4. Remember, as I said, Python will start with 2 and end with what? 3, because 2 to 4 means 2 to 3. Remember, Python will subtract 1 from the end of this 4. And 4 minus 1 is 3. So which means that Python will start with 2 and end with 3. That is why we have I here. Let's see it. This is 0, 1, 2. As you can see, we are starting from these two here and then end with 3. So it will only print I out. And this is it. I. Like I. So now if you run this guy, you now see I there. Let me give you another example which will make it clearer to you. So let me create different many cells. So I've created many cells here. So I want to say, let's say name. Name is equal to, let's say we have this name called Francisca. Here is Francisca. Okay. Remember, to get the number of characters in this name, you will use len, the len function. Len. And therefore, we have how many characters in name? That is 9. So we have 9 characters. So now let's say I want to slice 0 to 2. 0 to 2. In that case, I will do like this: name, then a square bracket, 0 to 2. So what are you expecting? Remember, F is 0. F has the 0 index. R has 1 index. A 2 index, and so on. But for this one, 0 to 2 means that I can use my comment hashtag saying that I'm expecting the index 0, and what? 1. So therefore, Python will only print FR for us. So let's see it. So if I run this guy now, as you can see, Python only prints FR for us. Another example is this. So let's say that I have name. Okay, I want to print 3 to 6. So I can create a comment for me to understand it better. So I can just say, okay, I'm expecting position 3, 4, and 5, because Python will not include the last element here. So it will only include something like -1 out of this one here, which is 6 minus 1, and that is 5. And that is why we have 3, 4, 5. So therefore, if I run this guy now, so it will only start from 3 and end with 5. So here is 0, 1, 2, 3. So it will start from n. Okay, it will start from n and only extract this here. So it will only print NCI. Let's run it. NCI. Great. We have it. NCI. And that is how we can do it. So let's say that, remember I told you, let's say I want to extract this C here. To extract C, we now go back to our former index, that normal index 0, 1, because it's only 1 we needed here. So we only say that, because I don't want to start counting from 0, 1, and so on. Instead, I will use my reverse index. So therefore, A will has index -1, and the C that I want to extract will has index what? -2. You get it? So therefore, I cannot say name, and I put -2 there, and I see my C. All right. I hope it's getting more interesting, right? So that is how Python does it. Then we have some other notations. So for example, if I do something like this, :2. :2, remember our default is what? 0. Python index starts with 0. Remember that one. So if I don't want to include the start of it, but I want to include only the end, then in your own brain, you will now read it in this way. Okay, because I have omitted the start, so by default, the start will be 0. Then because this is slicing, so I will this one will now read 0 to 2. But in my mind, I'm expecting what? 0 to 1. Oh, great, you get it. because Python will not include the last one, which is 2 here. So it will only include 1. So therefore, I'm having 0 to 1. So that is what this one does. Okay, so if you have this one here, 1 colon nothing here. So this one means that there is no end there. Okay, it means there is no end there. So what Python will do is that Python will start from our first one here, 1, and then print everything out, starting from 1 to the end. Okay, so these are the notations we can use when we are slicing our string. So let's see it for example now. So let's print the country Ethiopia. We have Ethiopia, okay, and then remember this country has how many characters? So you can just say len country. So which means that all these Python functions, you must not forget about them. You must remember them offhand. So now here now I can see it has 8 characters. So there are 8 characters in this string, and I can count it. So to count this one, you start with 1. Don't forget. It is only when you are slicing that you will start with 0. But when you are counting the element, like I'm counting, I'm not indexing, I'm only counting, then I will start with 1. So here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So therefore I have 8 characters in this. So now I want to slice. As you can see, this one here, we don't have any start. So by default, I can make a comment. So by default, I will have 0. Then it means I need 0 to 2. So which means that Python will now do 0 and 1 for me, because Python will not include the last number, which is 2, but will include the number before that, which is 1. So therefore, I will only expect 0 and 1. I remember this E we have index 0, and this T we have index 1, and therefore when I use colon 2, so I will only expect E T, and this is it. And also I can also do it in this way. I can also say country, okay, use the same thing like, okay, 0 to 2, then I will get the same answer, 80. So some people always like to use this format. Why some people like to use this format? So you must understand the two. They are the same. So if they don't include the start, it means that by default it will be 0. Okay? And when they include it, it will be whatever they include. Alright? Look at this one here. They include the start, which is 1, but they did not include the end. So if they don't include the end, it means Python will take every string, okay, from that, all the strings, starting from 1 to the end. All right, and that is what we have here as Ethiopia, because Python will start from 1, and here is 1, which is T. As you can see, T, and then it will start from T, which is 1, and then take everything. So that is it. Another example is this. Remember, this one does not have the start. So by default, it will be 0. So Python will start from 0. Remember, it has the end. So if it has the end, what we will do is that you subtract 1 from it, and that is 2. So Python will start from 0 to 2. So which means 0, 1, 2. And therefore, we are expecting how many letters? 3. And this is what we have. So let's see it here. In the Ethiopia, this is 0. Okay, E, this is 1, and this is 2. And therefore, we are expecting ETH. And that is what we have now. I hope you understand it. Okay, let me give you a word that has spaces in between. So let me call it DD. All right, is equal to, let me create a string for it. So here I want to say that I am from I'm from Uganda. I'm from Uganda. Okay. So Uganda. Now I run this one now here. So I can quickly get the number of characters in this string by using len function, len. I put my variable there. So altogether, including spaces, I have 16 characters. So if I want to print this, let's say I want to say dd, let's say 0, let's say 0 to 5. So what am I expecting? Anyone please? Remember, this I, we have index 0. This space, we have index 1, A, index 2, M, index 3, this space, index 4, and so on. So whatever that has all this will be printed out. So in this case here, if you just say you are expecting 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. If you run this, Python will throw an error because all this, you have to comment them if you want to put a comment for you to understand what is happening underneath. Okay, so I'm expecting string 0. I'm expecting a string that has index 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so therefore, I just do like this. Good. So in the result, I have I am. And let's see how it works. I, that is index 0, yes. The space here has index 1, all right. So then the A here has index 2, okay, great. The M here has index 3, okay. The M here has index 3, okay. And we also need index 4. So the index 4 here is the space here. And that is why when you look at I am, it has a space underneath. See the space. The space is also printed out. And that is how it is. Okay, let's see another example before we end this session. So I have dd. So you just tell me what the answer will be. So I just say this and 5. What is the answer? Anyone please? Remember, the default one here is omitted. So by default, Python will take it as 0. So it will now start from 0 and then end with what? 4, because this 5 will not be included. So we are expecting 0 to 4, which is the same thing as this. So if I run this, I get the same. I am with a space. Let's see another example. Remember, you learn by practice. So we have dd, then I have this, let's say 2, and then nothing. I did not put anything at the end. So what am I expecting? So Python will start with 1 and print everything in that string. Okay, so this is what will happen. So Python will start from index 1 and print all other characters. So it will print all other characters. So let's see. Great. So as you can see, it starts with this 1. That is a space. And that's why we have a space here. And print every other thing in that string. Okay, let's see one more other example. So here we have this. Let's say dd, and then we now have let's say, now in this case I want to say this. Here I want to say -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6. Let's see if it will work. So I'm starting from -6 and then nothing. So I'm expecting -6 upward. So let's see what if it will work. I'm expecting like Uganda. Oh, great! It works. It works. It works. So remember that here our U, because I'm using reverse index. So A will be -1, D -2, N -3, A -4, G -5, and U -6. So I'm not saying that start from -6 and print every other characters. And that is what we have here. I believe you enjoyed this class. See you in the next section. Bye. Welcome back. In this session, you will learn about different string methods in Python. The last time we learned about string concatenation and string replication. We also learned about different ways at which we can extract character out of a string. Furthermore, we learned about how we can slice elements in a string. So in this session, you will learn about basic methods. Methods is like a function, okay, that string has. So let's say, for example, when you declare a particular string, for example, in this case, I'm saying, hello world, I'm still a beginner Pythonista. So if you have assigned that value into a variable, for example, hello world, I'm still a beginner Pythonista, we have saved this value into a variable called basic. Immediately you call out the basic and put a dot there. So when you press a tab, all the methods that belong to a string will come out. That is, all the methods that this string data type has will all come out. So let's see it in an example. So this is the string, okay, and I have hello world, I'm still a beginner Pythonista. So let me say Pythonistas are those that use Python. Okay, so when you say I'm a Pythonista, it means that I use Python for anything. So if I run this, as you can see, it has run. And I can call out what is in this variable. When I type basic and I run it, you see that I have my string. And as you know, this is a string data type. I can get that by typing type basic. What are you expecting? XCR, right? Exactly. So, to get all the methods that belong to this string, that is, all the methods that this basic has, it can be any variable. So once it is a string, okay, so when you type the variable name and you press a dot, then you press tab on your keyboard. So all the methods that belong to string, generally string, will come out. For example, as you can see, we have capitalize, casefold, center, count, encode, find, format, is ASCII, is decimal, is lower, is numeric, is printable, is title, is and so many. There are a lot of methods that belong to string, okay, and that is why when you press a dot, you see all of them at once, as you can see, and then you can scroll to whatever method you want to use. This is what we call method. But before, we have been using function. For example, type is a function. We also have different functions that we have used before. For example, print is also a function. But this one here, we call it a method because they belong to the object data type. So here is string, okay, and as you can see, we have different methods that belong to this string data type. Okay, so one of them is called dot upper. So what dot upper does is that it will capitalize all your string. It will make it in uppercase. For example, when I say basic dot upper, don't forget you have to press parentheses, open and close. You close your parentheses, otherwise you can get an error. Or you do like this, basic. So when you press tab and then you can look for upper. As you can see, this is upper has come out. Then you can press enter key on your keyboard. Then you can now uh, open the parentheses and close the parentheses. So when you run it now, you see every character that we have in our string has been in uppercase. They have been in upper letter. So that is how it is. So let's see, when we write basic dot upper and we don't close our parentheses, let's see what will happen. So basic dot upper. So when you press upper, okay, you can just press tab on your keyboard. So it will make everything. That is what you call auto completion. It will complete the code for us. So when you press this one now, let's run it. You see, nothing happens because you are supposed to close that parenthesis. So please have that one in your mind. Whenever you are using any method, make sure that you open the parenthesis and you close the parenthesis. So now I have my result in a good form. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. So let's continue. We also have dot lower. So this dot lower, we make your case in lower case. It will make all your string, your characters in lower string, in lower case rather. So when I say basic dot lower, okay, you can press your tab to auto complete it, then open your parenthesis and close it. So this one will make every character in your string to be in lower case. Is that clear? Okay, let's see. Before, our basic is written in a good way, like that is everything there is in small letter. Okay, so but when we say dot lower, it will still make everything in lower case. All right, understand that before everything is still in lower. So if you use dot lower, you still get the same result. But let me show you another. Okay, let's finish this one before I show you another example so that you know different methods that belong to a string. Okay, let's see another example. So we have another method called capitalize. What capitalize does is that it will make the first character of your string to be in the upper case. Then all other characters will be in lower case. As you know, when you want to start a sentence in English, the first letter will be in capital letter, while other ones will be in small letter. That's the same thing with capitalize. So let's see, for example, we still use our basic variable. Remember our basic, when I create a new cell, if I type basic, you see what is there. Everything is in small letter, okay, except our I. Okay. So now, if I just say dot capitalize, if I press dot capitalize, see what happen. The first letter in the hello word, I am still a beginner Pythonista. So it make your H to be in capital letter, while other characters will not be in lower letter. And that's exactly what we have here. So don't forget, you learn this by practice. You understand it better by practice. So when you are practicing in your own case there, use any sentence, okay, as a string, and then make sure you use all these methods. So the other one here is called title. What title does is that it will capitalize each word in your string. So each word, as you know, word that is uh things that you wrote together. Okay, that is what. For example, I is a word, hello is a word, good is a word, and more like that. So therefore, every word, okay, will be in capital letter. So let's see this one here. Okay, basic dot title. Okay, so the first letter of every word will be in capital letter. As I said, hello is a word, so therefore the H there is in capital letter. The word there, the W there is in capital letter. high capital letter, ham. A there is in capital letter, and so on. I hope you like it. These methods are very good when you are manipulating your string. So the last one here is what we call split. So what split does is that it will split every character in your string. That is, split method will split each of your word in a string. It will split all of them. So when I say basic does split, as you can see, every method, every word there is split. It's just split it. So for example, hello, comma, word, comma, hi, comma, ham, comma, and therefore every word becomes their own string, and then it split it, that it separates them from each other. Welcome back. In this section, we will learn another aspect of a string. So that is, we will learn how to format our string. Sometimes when you are printing a string, you may want to print it in a specific format. So in this case, we will be using the print function. So what print function does is that it will force our string, okay, to make it printed according to the format that we like. So in this case, we will use what is called /n, that is backward /n. The backward /n, what it does is that it will print our string into the next line, Let's see, for example, when I say this is a new line, remember everything here is still a string. So I'm saying this is a new line. Look at this one here. I put /n there. That is backward /n. And then I have another word. Notice how this is on another new line. So what /n does is that the first one here will be printed first. Then the one that begins after /n will now be printed on the new line. So let me run this one for you. As you can see, I have this is a new line. Then in the next line, I also have notice how this is on another new line. You get it? Let me show you with another example so that you get it better. Okay, let's do like this. Let me create a new cell here. So I will use print. Okay, then I have my quotation because I'm still manipulating my string. Look at this one here. I am Ezekiel, for example. I am Ezekiel, then backward /n, then I can now say I live in Kenya. I live in Kenya. So if I run this now, see what happens. I am Ezekiel. I live in Kenya. So what this /n does is that it will print the next string into another line. I hope you get it now. So in your own case there, do the same thing like this. I am, put your name there, then /n. I live in wherever country you are, either in Somalia, either in Kenya or Uganda or North Sudan. Make sure you put your own country there and see how it works. Okay. So for the print, we also have another format which we call /t. What /t does is that it will create some extra spaces. It's like you are pressing tab on your keyboard. You know, on your keyboard, you have a tab key. What tab key does is that it will, by default, create like 4 extra spaces when you press it. Okay, so let's see what we have here. I have a string called this is a tab. Then I also have slash t. Notice how this print with space between. Notice how this print with space between. So if I run this, as you can see, look at some extra spaces here. So slash t helps us to print some extra spaces. Let's try to copy this one here. Instead of n, then we are going to use slash t so that we see how that one will be printed. Then I have this. So I want to remove n to t. Okay, so let's see what happens. You see, I am Ezekiel. Then I have some extra spaces. I live in Kenya. As you can see, this slash t, what it does is that it creates some extra spaces, and that is all about string formatting. So remember, in the string formatting, we have slash n. What slash n does is that it helps us to print to a new line. And slash t, what it does is that it creates some extra spaces. Okay, whenever you are using slash t, it means that in your string, whenever you are using slash t in your string, it means that you are creating some extra spaces wherever you see slash t. Okay, the section that we are here now is what is called string interpolation. What do I call it? String interpolation. So what string interpolation does is that, let's say that I have this variable called name of student, and my student is called root, and now I want to print this. Okay, I want to print this maybe for every student, so that whenever I change root, okay, whenever I change this variable to another name, then automatically this thing will be changed. So which means that the variable, the name of the student will be on this placeholder. So this one here is called placeholder. So we have a curly bracket for that. So what this will do is that it will insert root into this placeholder. So I can now do like, welcome root, thank you for taking this course. Okay, so what we do is that after we have put this curly bracket here, then we now put a dot here after the end of our string. Remember, this is a string. Don't forget, you know the string by double quotation or a single quotation. So here now we have completed our string here, and our string reads welcome curly bracket comma, thank you for taking this course. All right, so to now make this placeholder to work very well, you have to include this dot format at the end of your string. You have to put dot format, and then you put your variable there. As you can see, here is your variable. Is it difficult? Okay, don't worry, I have another short way, but please get this one first, because sometimes another patternista can use this format and you may be like, oh, my teacher did not teach me this, so that's why I'm teaching you from the hardest part first. Is it clear? Don't worry, we will see the short form of it very soon. All right, so we have this dot format. So we have dot format, then you now put the variable name on it. Don't forget, this dot format is a function, it's a method, and therefore has its own bracket here. See the open bracket and the close bracket. Then our bracket for print, this one has it and it closes it. It closes it. Is it clear? So now let's run this guy. Good. All right. What are we having? Okay, because we have not run this, so let's run this. Name of student. All right. Then we run this. Great. So we now have welcome root. Thank you for taking this course. So imagine if I change this root to maybe Jamal. Jamal. I run this and I run this again. So automatically it has changed root for Jamal. It has changed root to Jamal. Now I have welcome Jamal. Thank you for taking this course. Do you get it? Let me give you another example. Don't forget, you learn this by different examples. So I am giving you more examples, and when you're also practicing, it, make sure you have your own example to work with. So let me call this one, let me call it name, for example. Name, or let's say age. Age. So let's say that you are 12 years old, for example. So then I want to say print. Don't forget you have to use print first. And then I put my string there. So in this case, I want to say I am, as you can see, I am. Then my placeholder is this curly bracket here. So therefore, this age will be inserted here. So if this age is inserted here, then we now have I am 12 years, I am 12 years old, for example. Okay, this 12 here will be on this placeholder. But to finish my work, I have to put dot format at the end of this quotation. Dot, then I now say format, dot format, then I open a parenthesis and I now put this age there. So I put age here, and then that is all. So now if I run this now, see what happens. Oh, it's telling me age is not defined. So age is not defined means that I have not run my variable age. So let me run it. So now I've run it. Then I hope I run this guy too. As you can see, I'm 12 years old. Great. So let me change this 12 to 17 because Jama is 17 years old. So let me run this. Can you see? I'm 17 years old. So if I change this to 21, see what will happen. Run, run. I am 21 years old. Basically, what we are doing here is called what? It's called string interpolation. So we are changing this placeholder for our variable. So anytime this variable changes, then the sentence here will also change. So let me show you with another example. Let me say my country, for example. My country is South Sudan. South Sudan. Okay, my country is South Sudan. All right. So let me use another one. Let's say my name, for example. My name is, let's say my name is Jamal, or my name is Abdul. All right, my name is Abdul. Okay, I run this. Then I want to interpolate this country name into my sentence. So therefore, I will just do print. Don't forget, we are going to use print. Print. Then what we want to insert into this is this. I am, then a placeholder, that is your curly bracket. I am name, that is I am Abdullahi. So comma, okay. Then let's say I am from comma, because placeholder. So I want to insert my country there. My country is South Sudan. Okay. Then after that, I need to come to the end of this quotation, then and I type dot format, because that is the, don't forget, the format is the method. So I have to end it with my with with parentheses. And in that case, now I have two variables, country and name. So therefore, I'm going to put this name and I say comma and I put country there. All right. So if I run this now, let me run it from here. Great. Oh, I have an error. It's saying that country. So there's a problem with country. So let's see what's the problem with the country. Let's see. Okay, and here, let's see. Okay, I'm having an error here. What is the error? Name, key error. See, okay, oh, sorry. If you look at this one here, you will notice that we have name here. Okay, we have name here. So what we do is that this country here, we don't need to put country there. So we are going to remove this. because what we are basically saying is that in the dot format, name should be inserted in the first placeholder, while country should be inserted in the second placeholder. So if I run this guy now, great, I have my answer. I am Abdul. I'm from South Sudan. As you can see now, it works. So let's change this one to Ethiopia. 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 Okay, the name, okay, let's say that my name is now Getu, for example. So let me rerun it. As you can see, everything has changed because I've changed my placeholders, I've changed my variable names, I've changed the country, and I've changed the name. So therefore, this sentence now reads, I am Getu. I am from Ethiopia. I am Getu. I'm from Ethiopia. So that is how that works. So that is how that one works. Another way, as I said before, is that we can actually use a short form of it. And this short form of it is very simple and fine. So we are going to be introducing what is called F string. What do I call it? F string. So what F string does is that we can immediately put our variable into the placeholder, and that's all. Then we are not going to be using dot format and then be putting those variable names into the dot format parentheses. So this one we are working directly, and that is what I was doing here that made me to have an error, because I did not do it in that good way for the dot format. So let's see this one. Let's see this. So let me say that let me create a cell here. Say name of student, for example. Let's say name of student. Name of student is, let's say, is Getu. Name of student is Getu. Okay. So when you are using F string, this is how it works. First of all, you have to use your print function. Then you are going to include small f here. As you can see, there is f here, so you use small f here. Then you now put quotation in everything. As you can see, all these are quotation, so all these are placed in quotation. Then you now use your placeholder directly, and you put the variable name into the placeholder, and that is all. Look at it here. I say hello. Then in my placeholder, so I open a curly bracket. Then I now put my variable directly inside this placeholder, and that is how this one will work. So let's see. Name of student Getu. Then I can print this. As you can see, hello Getu, thank you for taking this course. So what this one does is that it reads it directly. Hello, name of student Getu. So hello Getu, thank you for taking this course. Okay, and I have that. All right. So let's see another example. So I want to say that henceforth we'll be using F string for doing string interpolation. The one I did before with the help of dot format, okay, is that in the placeholder you will not put anything there, but in the dot format you now put your placeholder, that is your variable. But for the F string, okay, you will directly put your placeholder, that is your variable name, inside the curly bracket, and that is how that one works. So this is very simple. So therefore, henceforth, we'll be using F string. So I have so many examples that will help you to go along with this section. So here I have this. I have this as variable name. Okay. Number one is username. That is Jama underscore CS21. Okay. And the password is 8022021. So what I want to do is that I want to be greeting every student. Okay. I want to be greeting every username and show them their password. For example, Jamal will be having Jamal underscore CS21. So when I'm greeting, I'll just say, welcome Jamal underscore CS21, and your password is 8022021. So let's see how this one works. So I will run this. Okay, great. Then I will run this. As you can see, welcome Jamal CS21, and your password is this. So if I change this Jamal, let's say I want to change it to root, for example, root, and then the password of root is, let's say, is this. Root use R8022021. So if I run this, now see how this one works now. So it will change everything entirely. So I now have welcome root CS21, and your password is R8022021. Okay, let's see another example. So in this example, I have name and action. So the name is Jamal and the action is learn. Okay, and I want to print this. Let me remove this. Okay, so here I have F, okay, and the quotation that I want to put all my strings into. So in this case, I'm saying name. Name needs to action Python. And this is what we have as name, Jama, and the action is learn. So which means that it will now read Jama needs to learn Python. Let's run this. Okay, it's saying that name action is not defined because we've not run this cell. So let us run it and let's see. Good. Now we now have Jama needs to learn Python. Jama needs to learn Python. So let's see another example. Okay, I'm creating different cells. So let's say that I have programming, for example. Programming is because this course is teaching Python. So I just say programming is equal to Python. Then what I will now use as my string interpolation is that, first of all, don't forget we are using F string method. So I will use F, then I now open a quotation. I just say I put my placeholder here. I just say programming, for example. That is the name of the placeholder, programming. So in this case, I just want to say programming is fun. Programming is fun. So if I run this and I run this, see what happens. It says Python is fun. So if I change this programming to another programming in data science called R, then I can run it and automatically it will change. R is fun. Let's say that I want to change this one to uh, JavaScript. JavaScript is another programming language. JavaScript. Okay. So yeah, it says JavaScript is fun. So I hope you are enjoying this string interpolation. Okay, it's actually very simple. Remember, we are using the short form, which is the F string. And in that case, you use your print function. Print F quotation, then you put your stuff there, including the placeholder. While the placeholder will now have the variable that you want to use in it. So that's just it. So this one here, we have name. The name of this person is Adisu. Okay, so this is what we want to do. We want to say, so what print also helps us to do is that instead of us using a string interpolation, we can actually do this. Say print my name is comma, and then you put the placeholder there. That's another format at which we can use the print, because other programmers they can use different ways at which they like. Okay, that is why I'm teaching you different methods so that you understand how we can manipulate string with the help of the print function. So here we have this. Don't forget, this is a quotation. Everything that you want to print out must be in the quotation, then comma, and then the name of your variable, which is name. So therefore, this thing we now print this. My name is Adisu. So if I change this name to, let's say, Abdul. So if I run this, I now have my name is Abdul. So if I change this name to Kawu, for example, so I now have my name is Kawu, as you can see. And also, we can use other format that you know before. That is your F string. So in this case, you can just say print, okay, then your F string, and then you put the placeholder, the quotation there, okay, quotation, and then you put the placeholder. So here you can just say name, okay. But before you can just say my name, my name, my name is name, and this will work. So this will now print my name is Kawu, as you can see. Okay. So this one here, as you know, the quotation here, okay, is for our string. That is my name is, then comma, then you put the name there. That is the variable. So therefore, when you run this, it only run my name is Kawu. And for the other one here that we use the string interpolation for, okay, it will still do the same thing. So it now depends on which one you plan to use. The example here is just like what you have done before. Okay, so here we have our name as Adisu, and we have the F string. Okay, so if I run this one now, you understand what is going to happen in this case here. So we can also format number with the help of this print function. So here, remember that this one, okay, you need to put F there before it works. You can see F, okay, and now when you run this, it will tell you the number is this, right? Let's say that you want to convert this number into one decimal place. So what we do in that case is that in the placeholder that we have here, you need to use this format, say num, then colon, minus 1f. What minus 1f does is that it will help you convert the number into one decimal place. So if I run this now, remember the number is 245.898343. So if I run this one now, it will now converted it to 245.9. Okay, don't forget the format is this: num, colon, then dot 1f. That is for the first for the one decimal place. For the second decimal place, it will be dot 2f. So when I run this, okay, I have dot 2f. When I run this again, I have 3 decimal places. And why this one? Because it has 2f. Don't forget dot 2f. That is to 2 decimal places. And this one to 3 decimal places. And for 5 decimal places, what are you expecting? So you just put 5 here. Okay, 5 here, and you run it. And therefore, if you count it, this one now is in 5 decimal places. Welcome back. In this session, you'll be learning another function called impute. So with the help of print, okay, we can ask the user of our program a particular question. So the impute function takes answer from a particular user. So for example, if I say impute and I have this one there, what is your name? So see what happens here. So what I do here is that I have name, which is my variable, and I say impute, what is your name? Then I now print it out by using print name. Okay, as you can see, computer is asking me my name and is waiting for the answer. So here, if I say my name is Jamal, say Jamal for example. So when you are using input, so by default, the variable will be automatically a string. So when you are typing your answer there, you don't need to put quotation there, because by default, whatever you use, whatever you take from input will be a string data type. So now, if I just press enter now, as you can see, this has printed my name out for me, and that is Jamal. My name is Jamal. Okay, my name is Jamal. So let's see another example. So here, as I said before, that anything that input takes, it will be automatically a string. So here I have a variable called name, and from there I have the input. Then the input now takes, is asking what is my name. Okay, so it saved it in the variable name, and then I use this print to print it out. Then after that, I now ask what is saved in this name. That is, what is the data type of name? So let me run it and see the answer. What is your name? So here, my name is Ruth, for example. As you can see, it printed out my name for me because I've said print it. So this has printed it out. And now the type name is now bringing my data type, and which is a string. So let me show you another example where I code by myself. So here I'm saying country. So the country, so I want to take the answer from my user, and I use this input. Then I just say, what is the name of your country? What is the name of your country? So what is the name of your country? All right. And then whatever I get, I want to print it out. So I just say print country, for example. So if I run this, you will see that computer is asking me what is the name of my country. And let's say that the name of my country is, for example, Nigeria, because I like Nigerians, and I would like my my country now to be Nigeria. Okay, so if I run this now, you will see that it has taken the answer from me and now printed it out. So therefore, I have the country Nigeria printed out. I have the country Nigeria printed out. Let's see another example. So in this example, we are printing what is your name, and from there we want to say that my name is whatever we take. So in this case, we are now using string extrapolation. Don't forget, this is our F string. So here is another example. So what we are doing here is that we are taking what is your name. So that is, computer is asking what is your name. So whatever answers that it receives will be stored in the variable name. Okay, and we are also using string extrapolation to read my name is name. So whatever name you supply, so this will take it and print it out and say my name is, for example, Ruth. My name is Ruth. Okay, so we also have another string extrapolation where we are having name, which is Ruth in the case of if I supply Ruth. So it now be Ruth is of type string. Now in this placeholder, look at what is happening here. I put type. Type is helping us to get the data type that this name has. So therefore, this is a string. Remember, this is string. So this one will now read root is of type string. So let's see how it works. What's your name? Just say root. Or when you are doing it in your own case, make sure you use your own name. Okay? Me, I'm free to use anything I like. Okay? So here, as you can see automatically, I have my name is Ruth. Ruth is of type character. As I said before, whenever you are using input to take information from the user, okay, so that variable will be automatically a string. Don't forget that. So here, I want this program to ask for your name, your age, and your country. Then it will now print whatever you supply. So let's see. Let's run it. What is your name? My name is Abdul. My name is Abdul. How old are you? Wow, I'm 17 years old. 17 years old. As I said, you don't need to put quotation there. Okay. What is the name of your country? The name of my country is Somalia. Somalia, as you can see, Somalia. Now, I now have my sentence printed out. My name is Abdul. I am 17 years old. I am 17 years old. Oh, as you can see here, because that's what I typed. So if I want to do that one here, I can just remove this guy here because already I'm supplying 17 years old on that. So I can so that I will not have wrong sentence like this. Okay, so let me rerun this guy. What is your name? Abdul. How old are you? 17 years old. What is the name of your country? Somalia. So now I have this, as you can see, my name is Abdul. I'm 17 years old. I'm from Somalia. I hope you are getting it. So here now, we are now using everything you have learned so far. Input is a new function that I just introduced, which helps you to take information from the user, okay, and the string interpolation help us to put whatever variable we take from that and put it in the placeholder with the help of f string, and that's all. So let's see another example. So here is still what you have done before, like okay, when you use print, okay, and say comma, then the variable name. So for example, my name is Adisu, okay, and this another one that we have done, say my name is Adisu, the same thing, but we use different way to do that. Okay, so let's see another example, a final example where we take information from the user. So let's just say course. The course you are doing here is computer science 2. Computer science 2, for example, computer science 2 course, or let's say programming in Python. The name of this course is programming in Python. Okay, programming in Python. All right. So let's say your name. So in this case, my name is. So I choose to be Ezekiel this time around. So try to change it to your own name, Ezekiel. Then my country, I would like to use because I like America. I would like to say my country is America. Or don't worry, let me say my country is Sudan. My country is South Sudan. South Sudan. Okay? And let's say my gender, for example, I'm a male. I just say male. Male. Okay? So to be on the safe side, you can just run this guy. Now, I want to do some string interpolation in this case here. So don't forget I will use print, okay, the f string and then the quotation. Okay, so here I want to say my name is my name my name is my placeholder. So the placeholder here for my name is what? Name. Great, you are getting it. Name. My name is this. Okay, then I am taking I am taking so the name of the course, you can put it there, say course, for example. Okay, I'm taking course. Okay, then I can just say I am from, so put the placeholder there. From which country? you can just say country here. Okay, and I am a, so whatever gender you are, so you just put it there here, gender. So this is very good, and now we are done. So when I run this guy now, see what happens. It says my name is Ezekiel. I am taking programming in Python. I am from South Sudan and I am a male. So if I change anything here, let's say I change this one to Ruth. Don't forget Ruth is a female and Ruth is from Uganda. Ruth is a female and Ruth is from Uganda. So in this case, I need to put uh, Uganda here. Uganda. Okay, I just run this and I don't need to change anything here. So I just run this and I have the same result. My name is Ruth. I am taking programming in Python. I am from Uganda and I am a female. Wow, this is cool. So now let's use another example for where we are taking information from the user. Okay, so here I want to say name. Okay, so this name will now be, I will just say input because I want to take information from the user. So input is a function. Then I can just say, what is your name? What is your what is your name? What is your name? For example, okay, I have another variable called course, which will take the name of the course that this person is doing. So I just say input. So I can just say, what course are you taking? What course are you taking in the NUFIC course, in the NUFIC program? What course are you taking in the NUFIC program? Okay, great. So now I have this one. What is it? I have your country. So I can just say country. Okay. So here I can just say input. I want to take this from the user. Okay, what is your country, for example? What is your country? Or what is the name of your country? What is the name of your country, for example? What is the name of your country? Okay, what is the name of your country? Then, then for the gender, I can ask input. Okay, I can just say, what is your gender? All right, what's your gender? So since I'm asking question, it is good to put what is it, question mark for every question that you are asking. Okay, so I have all this. Okay, I don't want to print now. Okay, so that's, I don't want to print now. So what can I do? Let me click stop. Okay, yeah, I don't want to run it now. So then at the end of everything, I want to print all this out. Just say print. Okay, with depth of f string. So then I have this. I have this. So I want to say my name. My name is, all right. Whatever you take, that is name. Okay. Then I am taking, so the whatever course you are taking in this program. So you can put course there. Okay. I am from the name of your country. You put it here. That is country. Whatever country you receive from the user. I am from country then, and I am a, so whatever gender that the person supply, it will be put here. So let's see how it works. Great. So what is your name? So let's say my name is Abdul. My name is Abdul. What course are you taking in the NOFIC program? So I'm taking programming in Python. Programming programming in Python. Oh, great. So what is the name of your country? So I'm from Somalia. Somalia. What is your gender? I'm a male. Great. Then you now see all these things. My name is Abdul. I am taking programming in Python. I'm from Somalia and I am a male. I hope you enjoy this session. It's actually a good one. So in summary, in this section, we learn different ways at which we can manipulate our string. We also learn different methods for string, such as upper, lower, title, split, and so on. We also learn how we can format string, and we also learn different ways at which we can interpolate a string. And also we learn how we can take information from the user by using the input function. And we have come to the end of this session. Bye. Welcome back. In this section, you will learn data structure in Python. Remember, in the previous section, you learned different data types such as integer, float, string, and boolean. In this section, you will learn different data structure in Python, which include list, tuple, set, and dictionary. What is a data structure? A data structure is a collection of different data elements that are structured in a manner, and this is the core of Python programming language. Let's see how we can make use of this data structure in the lab session. To follow along this data structure, you will need to open a script called list. So in your Python script and codes, you look for list Jupyter Lab notebook, which is this, and then you will have this. And you can also create a new lab and then follow along with me. So I will first of all click on this to hide that so that you can see the screen in a broadly way. So what is a list? A list is just a sequence of objects that can hold a variety of data types in order. So to create a list, you will use a square bracket, and each element in that list will now be separated by a comma. Let's see how we can create a list. Also, the element in a list can be of any data types such as float, integer, string, boolean, or their combination. For example, I have this empty list. So to create an empty list, you just use this square bracket without any element inside it. And when I run this, I have this as my result, as you can see. And then if I create a new cell and type a list, for example, if you run it now, you will know that there is nothing in this list, because sometimes you may want to create an empty list, and that is how to do it. We also have another list called my list, where we have an integer 1, 2, 3. So now if I run it now, you'll be able to see what is inside this list. So let me create another list. So you can call it, for example, let's say it's a list of string data types. For example, let's call it fruit, for example, and then I create a square bracket to have my element inside. So in this case, I want to put my favorite fruits inside this list. So I can just say mango. Remember, this is a string data, and that is why I have it in quotation. Let's say mango. I also like apple. I like carrots, and I also like What other fruits? I like orange, for example, orange. So if you run this now, and then to see what is inside this variable fruit, you just call it fruit. And now you have all the fruits inside this list. And to check the kind of data type that this one is, you can just say type and put the variable there. So now, as you can see, it's of type list. So which means that the data type of variable fruit is list. It's a list. So therefore, the data type of variable fruit is of type list. Okay. Also, we can also create a list by assigning a value to variable. For example, I have this variable A, I have this variable B, I have this variable C, and then I create a list out of it. Instead of having 100, 200, 300, I just put A, comma B, comma C, since A is 100. So let's see. Now, all the values here are being stored in my list. So to see what is in that my list, I just write it my list, and then my list 3, for example. Then, as you can see, this is my list now. So my list has just 3 elements. As you know, so a list can contain different data types. So for example, to create a list of integer, so you just have it in this way. For example, I have ages. So this is my list, and to see what is there, I just run it, and to see what is the type of data in this variable ages, as you see, is of type list. Also for a float data type, so as you can see, all these elements are floats. So now I run it, then look for the time, what is it, and then as you can see, it's of type list. So I have different examples. That is why you have all these things here, so that you can easily see different ways at which you can create a list. So for the type string, in which we have done before when we did for fruit, I have all these as countries like Sudan, South Sudan, Kenya, Ethiopia, Somalia, and Uganda. And I made a list out of them. And then if I look at my countries now and see what I put inside this list, I can see all the elements, and I know that it's of type list. As I said, a list can also contain different data types, okay, all together. So here now I call it mixed list. It's a mixed list. This is an integer, here is a float, here is a string, here is an integer, float, this is boolean, as you know. So everything can be put inside the list depending on what you are doing. Now I run this, as you can see, and now when I look for the type of data that is here, Python is telling me it's of type list. Also, you may also have what is called nested list. Okay, this is a list that can also hold other lists. So for example, I have this new list, a variable, and as you can see, all these are the elements in a list. And I also have a list inside this list. As you can see, this is one list, and here is another list. So which means that I have 2 lists here. Okay, and when I run this guy, run it, as you can see, all this like all together is for one list, and then inside that I also have another list, which is what you call a nested list. I have another example where I have all the countries in East Africa and North Africa. For example, in the East Africa countries, we have in the East Africa region, we have Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, Somalia, South Sudan, Uganda, and Burundi. And also for the North Africa countries, we have Algeria, Egypt, Libya, Morocco, Sudan, and Tunisia. So if I run this, and I run this, as you can see, this is also a nested list. Sometimes you can also create a list by using this range function. What range does is to generate a list of sequence of numbers. Okay, for example, if I say range 12, okay, so this range 12 will generate a number from 0 to 11 for me. Okay, and this range has this function. As you can see, it has this argument like start, stop, and step size. So for example, see all these are the argument of this range function. So where you want to start, where you want to stop, and the step size. Okay, let's see it in example. Let's say I have this range 10. As you can see, this is range 10. So this one, you can see we have it's telling that you have number from 0 to 10. Okay, and if I have range 2 and 10, it's telling me I have this. But I really want to display the results. And this one here, as you can see, this is the where you want to start, where you want to end, and here is the step size. So if I run this now, I still have the same thing back. But to really get the output of the range, we have to include a list to it. So now, for example, if I say list range 10, see what happens if I run it. So I'm having 0 to 9, that is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it displays all the numbers for range 10 in this place. And as you know, when you look at the data type of this one, you see that it is a list. Reason is that because of this square bracket. And also to get the result of range 2 to 10, to get the result of range 2 and 10, sorry, to get the result of range 2 and 8, we have to include list to it. So the result of range 2 and 8 is this. So it's starting from 2, 3, and end at 7, which means that the end point here will not be included. And the same thing with this. Look at this one here. So here is the starting point, this is the end point, and here is the step size. So if I run this, so I get this 258. What is the meaning of that? It means that it's starting at 2, and for every number, it will be adding 3 to it. For example, 2, 5, 8, 11, 14, 17. And if it add 3 again to 17, you see that we will have 21. And that is not where we want to get to. We only want to get to 20. But now if I add 3 to 17, I will have 21. And that is why this thing ends at 17. I hope you understand what range function is doing now. Let me give you another example. Let's say I have list and then I have range. Then let's say I have 1 to 50 with a step size of 5. See what happens. Python is starting from 1 and it's going to end at 50. And for every number here, so it's adding 5 to it. So this is 1 plus 5, 6, 6 plus 5, 11, and so on. And when it gets to 46, if it add 5 to, because we are going to 50 here, so if Python add 5 to 46, you know that we have 51. Since 51 is not our end point, that is why it has to stop here. Because if you add 5 to this 46, it will be 51. So that is how range and list works. So we are adding list function to this so that we can get the output. Otherwise, if we remove list from this range, as you can see, we only get what we have before, and that is not exactly what we are looking for. So to get the final output, you just add function list to it, and this is what you will get. And also, we have a function called len. You've been using len when we did a string. So what len function will do is to give you the number of elements in that list. So for example, I have this list called mixed, and I have all this 90, 2.5, Ezekiel, 123, 0.75, and so on. Let's say I want to get the number of elements in this mixed list. All right. So if you just put this function len and put your variable inside it, then it will return the number of elements in that list. I also have another one here where I call East Africa. Okay, and I want to get all the elements inside this list. So if you run it now, you have this. But in the case of a mixed list, a list of lists, that is nested list, you can see that this is a list: Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, Somalia, South Sudan, Uganda, and Burundi. This is one list, okay? And inside this overall list, this one here, we also have another list inside this, okay? And so therefore, if we want to get the number of elements in this list, Python will return 2. In this case, Python is not counting all these countries. So what Python is counting is the number of lists that are involved. As you can see, here is one list, okay, and here is another list. So now Python is now telling you that so the number of lists inside this is 2 with the help of len function. Okay, here's another one called new list. So in this case, we have remember this is also a nested list. Okay, we have one list here. Okay, after that, we also have another list here. Okay, so now if I want to get the number of list or number of elements inside this list, since this one is holding just one list, although the number of elements inside this is 3, and since here are individual elements, so what Python will see is that it will take this one as 1 and then add it to the number of elements here, which is 3, and 3 plus 1 is 4. So that's why this one is returning 4. But in this case, what Python is saying here is that it sees all this one as 1 because this is one list, and this one too as another list, and this list plus this list making 2 lists. That is why this one is returning 2. Welcome back. So in this section, you will learn how to index and slice a list. You are familiar with how to index and slice a string. The same principle also applies to a list. So for example, let's see this. We have this list called my list, and inside it we have all these elements like 90, 2.5, Joanne, which is string data type, and others like this. So now let's say I run this. Since you know that Python index starts with 0, so to get any element out of this list, we will use its index. So for example, if I want to get this 90, I will use the index 0 with a square bracket to get that. And to get this 2, for example, this is 0, 1, 2. This one will return Joanne. And if I want to get this root, I can start with 0, 1, 2, 3, or I use the reverse index. This will be -1 and root will be -2. Can you still remember all this? I believe you remember, right? Okay, great. So let's see how to do that. So I have this, and when I say this should return value of index 2, remember 0, 1, 2, this is 2. So now it will now return Joanne for me. And let's say I want to return this is 0 to 3. And since these are 3, okay, will not be inclusive. Okay, so this will just be 0, 1, and 2. So it will only return 3 elements for me. So for example, this will be 0, 1, 2, and therefore it will now be 92.5 Joanne, because Python will not include this last value here for me, which is 3. So what Python will return is the index with 0, 1, and 2. So if I run this now, I have Joanne. Here's another example. Remember, this is a nested list. So I have this, and after that I also have another list. So now if I run this and I ask Python what value has index 0, remember this should be 1, and that is why you have this. So if I also say okay, what value has index 3, remember this is 0, 1, 2, 3, and therefore it will return all this list for me, and that's exactly what we have here. So now look at this one here. So you can see this one as okay, like you have this result already, which is all this, and in this again you still want to index the value that has this 0. In this case, remember, if you say 0 here, you say A, and that is why all this altogether returns A. Let's see another example. Here I have a password list. Let's say we have all this as our elements. So as you can see, we have nested list in it. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. This 4 is a string. This is another list. Okay, this is another list, and inside this list we also have another list again. So it's very it's complicated. Okay, so if I run this now, see what I have. And if I say I want to return the value that has index 3 in this time around, see 0, 1, 2, 3, and it will be all this all together. And that is why you see all this being returned. Now let's say you have this, so you still want to get the value that has the index 3 out of all this. So now just count it. This is 0, 1, 2, 3. In that case, it will now return only this list for you, and that is what you have here. Okay, so now let's say you still want to get another index. Remember when we were dealing with string, whenever we have 1, it means that uh, whenever we have 1, it means that this will start with 1 and take all the elements. Okay, so now this is this has 0 index and 1 start here, and since after 1 we need every other element, and that is why only this will be returned, and that is what we have here. If you can't really remember this, I will advise you to go to the string indexing and slicing. One thing I want you to understand about a list is that list is mutable. What is mutable? Mutable means that you can change elements in a list to another element. For example, let's say we have this as our list. Okay, so now if you index 0, remember this will give you 1 because this one has index 0. So now let's say that you want to replace this 1 with 3. You want to replace this 1 with 9 rather. Okay, since this index 0 is returning 1. Okay, so when you now say this equal to 9, what Python will do is that it will replace this value 1 with 9. Alright, if I run this now, see, so if I call out my list again, I will have this 9, 2, 3, 4, 5, which means that this 1 has been replaced with 9, and that is the mutability of a list. So let's see another example. So here you have another list in which you have all these elements, and in this list you are looking for a value that has index 2. Here it will be 0, 1, 2. Here it will be adding. Okay, as you see, when I run it, I get adding. So now what you want to do now is that you want to replace the value that has index 2 with Jamal. Okay, so if I run this and I call the name of my variable again, I will see that this adding has been replaced with Jamal, and that is how mutability behaves. One other good thing about a list is that it has its own methods. Remember when we're dealing with string, we have different methods in string such as upper, lower, split. Oh, you remember, right? Exactly. So list also has its own methods, and you can get the method of a list by one, you create a list, and to get its method, after you call out the name of the variable, you just you just type dot on your keyboard and you press tab. So once you press tab, all the methods in that list will appear, and from there you can take any one that you really want to use. So for example, we have a method called append. So what append does is to add more elements to a list. Append add more elements to a list. For example, we have this list called my list, where we have 90, 2.5, adding, true, false, ADRA, and no. Okay, so if I call out this list again, I have all my values here. Let's say that I want to add 6 to this list. So with the help of append method, I can easily do that. As you can see, when I just say append and I put 6 here, if I run it, nothing will appear until I call out my variable name again. So in this case, I call out my list, and you will see that at the end of this list, another element has been added, which is our 6. Okay, let me do append again. So I have my list. Let me delete this. So once you just call out your list, my list in this case, and I press a period and you press tab on your keyboard, all these are methods. So now I want to use append. Since append is a method, I have to include parentheses to it. So what will now be inside that parenthesis is what I want to add to that list. In this case, let me say I want to add Francisco to it. Francisco. Okay. So if I do this now, it has been added internally. But to get what has been added, I have to call out this my list. And now, as you can see, here is Francisco. So we also have another method called extend. Extend behaves like append, but the difference between append and extend is that append can only add one element at a time, while extend can add more than one element. So let's say that in the append here, we want to force append to add like more than one element and see what will happen. So here I want to say my list, okay, dot append, and here let's say I want to add more elements to it. Let's say I want to add something like this. I want to say Ezekiel, and then I create another element called, let's say I have root, for example. If I run this now, let me call my list. Okay, you will see that you can't even see Ezekiel and root inside this one here, so which means that nothing is happening. Okay, but with the help of append, let's see what happens. With the help of extend, let's see what happens. So I'm still having the same my list. Okay, so in this case I'm adding Adisu, Aklilo, Amandi, and Bakari. So if I run this guy now, see what happens. All these elements, Adisu, Aklilo, Amandi, and Bakari, has been added. As you can see, they are this one here. So which means that append can only add one element at a time, while extend can add more than one element. And you will see that when we are adding more element in extend, we have to use this square bracket. Reason is that square bracket will allow us to add more elements together in extend. Because if you don't put this square bracket there while you are adding all this, so it's possible Python return an error. Let's see for example. So I still have my own list called my list. So I have my list here. I just say dot extend, for example, and then I just want to add, like, let's say we have another, let's say we want to add Abdul, and let's say Mohammed, for example, Mohammed. Now you see, now if I run this, Python returns an error. Reason is that it's telling me that extend takes only one argument and you gave two. So to add more elements, you need to put square bracket there, don't forget. So if I run it now, as you can see, it works, and then I can now look for what is inside this list. So I can just say my list, and now I have all this thing in it. So as you can see, I have sorry, is it Ile? Yeah, my list. Okay, my list dot extend. Yeah, now I now have what I put there, that is Abdul and Mohammed. Okay, and we also have another method called insert. What insert does is to insert an object before a given position. Let's say you want to add another element before or in a given index, in a given position. So with the help of insert, you can easily do that. So let's see another example on how to see that one. So what we do here is that, let me remove this. So I run my list here, and then I create a new cell. I added this. Okay, so now what happens here now is that if you look at this one here, this is the index, and this index, if you count it, this is 0, 1, 2, 3. So it will insert Bukafa around this side here. So if I run this, see what happens, and I call my list again, you see that now Bukafa is now in index 3. This is 0, 1, 2, 3. Bukafa is now in index 3, and other elements now continues, as you can see. So that is how we can use insert. So we can also see another example by creating a new list called country that I want to visit. For example, visited countries, or countries that I have visited before. So here I've visited America, Rwanda, Singapore, Italy, Canada, and Mauritius. So let's say that I now want to add another country called South Africa around the index 0. Remember, index 0 is America. So now if I put insert this to it now, so it will now take South Africa to this position and now shift America and others forward like that. So if I run this now, if I run this again, you can now see that this America now has been replaced with South Africa, its position. So then after South Africa, then all this now continues. So that is what you have here. There is another method called .pop. So what pop does is to remove an element, okay, to remove the last element, okay, in your list. For example, let's say I have this list called my list, and inside it I have 90, 2.5, adding 1, 2, 3, 0.75, and so on. So if I just say my list dot pop, okay, you will note that no is returned because no is the last element here. So if I now call out my list again, if I call my list again, I now have all these elements except the last one. So which means that pops remove the last element from your list. Okay. So now another example is here. In this case, I am putting index here. In the previous one, I didn't put any index. I only put .pop. Okay, but for this case here, I just put .pop, which is the method, and I now put the index of what I want to remove. So you will note that here in the my list, 90 has the index 0. So if I just put 0 here and I run it, you will see 90 being returned for me. And when I call out my list again, you will note that 90 has been removed in this list. So that is how pop behaves. So there is another method called reverse. So this reverse, what it does is to reverse the order of a list. Let's say I have this list called your list, and I have this element inside this list. So if I run this and I say dot reverse, please always include this parenthesis to it. So if I say dot reverse, you will note that nothing appears. But if I call out my list again, you will see that this reverse has reverses all my elements. Now Sivera was the first element here. As you can see, it has now took Sivera to the last, while the last become the first. As you can see, it reverses the order. So here is how it is before, but now Python has now reversed it from here downward like this. So this is it now. So I also have another example where I have visited countries, and I put dot reverse method there. And now if I run it now, you will note that all this order now has been reversed. And now I now have it in this way, that is from Mauritius to Canada, from Canada to Italy, from Italy to Singapore, from Singapore to Rwanda, and Rwanda to America. I hope you are enjoying this list. So let's continue and see what sort method can do for us. As the name indicates, sort arrange our list in either ascending or descending order. So it's like reverse, but this sort is more meaningful, or is more useful than reverse. So let's see this one, for example. Here we have egg weight, and in this egg weight we have all this as the egg weight, for example. So if I just put a dot sort method here, you will see that this now arrange it from the lowest to the highest. But in the case of reverse, what reverse is doing is that it's changing the direction and not the order. It's changing the direction. While sort method now arrange it in maybe ascending or descending. So in this case here, so sort method arrange it in ascending order from lowest to the highest. So we also have another example where we have a list called marks, and inside this list we have all the marks that are giving students score in this introduction to Python programming quiz. So now I want to arrange this in descending order, which means from the highest value to the lowest value. So now what we do in the sort method is to use another argument called reverse is equal to true. So if you say reverse equal to true here, then you will now see that I'm having error because I've not run this. And if I run it again now, you can see the result. So now the mark here is now arranged from the highest to the lowest with the help of this argument called reverse is equal to true. So let me show you another example. Let's say here I have ages of students. So it's a list, and I have all these random number. Okay, and let me stop here. So if I use reverse method, see what happens in reverse. Age dot reverse. Okay, and I include the parenthesis there. See what happens. Nothing happened. Then I can now call the variable out, which is ages, and see that. So you can see that it only turns the direction. Okay, from 12, 15, 16, 18, 16, and to 16, 18, 16, 15, and 12. But with sort will now arrange those elements in ascending order. So I have this ages dot sort, then I include the parentheses. As you can see, nothing happened. Then I can call out the variable out, and now I have this. As you can see, this is meaningful. 12, 15, 16, 16, 18. And then if I want to arrange it in descending order, then I have to say sort. Then inside that sort, I can just say reverse is equal to true. And now I can call out the name of my variable, which is ages, and then I have my result. Now this is now arranged in descending order from the highest to the lowest. As you can see, 18, 16, 16, 15, and 12. I hope now you understand what a list is, and you know how to slice it and index any element from it, and you also know how to use different methods that is available in a list. Welcome back. In this section, you will learn how to work with tuple, which is another data structure in Python. So to follow along, you can open a tuple Jupyter notebook on this Python script and codes. So to see it clearly, I can close this guy so that you can see my script clearly. So what is a tuple? A tuple is like a list. It's an order sequence, but it has a little bit different from a list. For example, a tuple is immutable. That is, you can't change the order of a tuple. To create a tuple, you will use this parenthesis sign, and then every element in that tuple will be separated by a comma. Remember, while you were creating your list, you use this bracket, which is a square bracket. But for tuple, you will use this parenthesis kind of bracket. Remember that list is mutable. That is, you can change the element of a list, but you cannot change the element of a tuple, and that is why tuple is immutable. So how do you create a tuple? So to create a tuple, you will use this parenthesis. But in this case, I have an empty tuple. So if I run it now, you can see this is an empty tuple. Okay, let's say I want to create another tuple. So in this case, I just say t is equal to, so I put this element there, and I can also increase it by saying 1, 8. Now, if I run this now, as you can see, I have this as my tuple. Okay, tuple 2 can contain different data types. So here we have example of an integer tuple. So when you ask for the type of variable that this one is, Python will return tuple for you, as you can see, tuple. Okay, we can also create a float tuple. So here, as you can see, all the elements here are of float data type. So if I call this type unmarked, so Python return tuple for me. So what about a string data type? So here I have all these as my tuple elements. Dirik, Belin, Baruch, Jamal, and Jalila. So if I run this now and ask for the type of data type, so Python is saying tuple. And also we can also have mixed tuple data types. For example, here is an integer, a float, a string, and a boolean. So if I run this, I can see that Python is saying is tuple, and to get what element are inside this mixed tuple, I can just say call out the name of the variable, that is means tuple, and then I run it. As you can see now, I can see all my elements. We can also have a nested tuple. So here is one element inside the tuple, and I also created another tuple inside that, another tuple inside that, and another tuple inside that. So we have so many tuples here, and that is why we call it a nested tuples. So Python will not say it is a nested tuple, but you that are assigning this, you will know that this is a nested tuple, having a tuple on tuple. Since you can count the elements of a list, we can also count the number of elements in a tuple as well. For example, I want to create a tuple by myself, like let's say fruits. Okay, so fruits, then I have all these as my elements. So I have mango, I like mango, and I also like apple, then I like carrots, and I also like orange. So I like orange. So if you run this, you will see that we have how many elements there? 1, 2, 3, 4. We have just 4 elements. And to get the number of elements inside this tuple, so I can just say len, then put the variables there, and Python will return 4 for me. So let's see the number of elements we have in this tuple. So with the help of len function, here we can see it is 8. So let's see it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Here is 8 elements. Okay, and what about this? So in this case, you see that this is a nested tuple. So this is 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that is why Python is returning 4 as its elements. So you may not count this one individually, like this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. So what Python is doing here is that it's counting individual tuple. Yes, one tuple, yes, another tuple 2, another tuple 3, then another tuple 4. So that is why we have 4 as this. So we can also index elements from a tuple. As you know that index starts with 0. So now let's say I have this tuple called my tuple, and inside it I have all this as elements. So I have 92.5 adding and so on. So let's say that I want to get the value that has index 3. In this case, look at it, 0, 1, 2, 3. In this case is 1, 2, 3, and that is why this 1, 2, 3 is returned. The same thing with slicing. Remember that Python will not include the last number here, which is 3. So which means Python will only start from 0 and end at 2. So I can just put 0, 1, and 2. So if I run this, you see that Python only return elements whose index are 0, 1, 2. In this case, 92.5 and this adding, and that's why we have it here. So another example is this, which is a nested tuple. And from here, as you can see, I want to get the value that has index 0. In this case is 1. And now I can see for the index 3, this is 0, 1, 2, 3. And for the index 3, it will return this tuple out, which is ABC. And that is what we have here. And remember, if you have this, so A we have index 0, B we have index 1. And that is why when we say new tuple square bracket 3 and square bracket 0, so what Python will return is A, because A has the index 0. So this one helps us to break it one by one. And why this do it all together. As you can see, this is it. You note that A in this one here, okay, we have this, and then this 0 will now take A from that, and that is what you have here. So as you know, a list is mutable. So mutable means that we can change the element of a list, but that is not the case with a tuple. You cannot change the element of a tuple. Let's see it. So I have this as an example. Okay, I have my tuple which has all these elements 1, 2, 3. So you know that I can get the index, right? I can get the value that's index 0, which is 1. But if I want to replace this, okay, let me run it. As you can see, the value of 1 has index 0, and that is it. Okay, but let's say I have this now. Let's say I want to replace that. My tuple, okay, say 0, and I now say it's equal to 90. So let's say it's equal to 9. Immediately I want to replace this 1 with 9. Python will return an error. As you can see it throws an error. It throws an error. Reason is that there is no way you can replace any element in a tuple, and that makes tuple to be immutable. That is, you can't change it. As you know, list has different methods such as append, extend. Which one can you remember? Insert, yes. What again? Which one again? Sort, reverse. Oh, great. But tuple has just two methods, which include index and count. So what index does is that it returns the index of value, while count return the number of occurrence of a given value. So let's say, for example, I have this as my tuple, that is A, B, A, C, A. Okay, and let's say I want to get the index of B. So if I ask you what is the index of B, 1. Oh, great, 1. So if I just say T index, index is a method, remember, and I want to put this B inside here. So now Python returns 1 because B has an index 1. So what is the index of A here? What is it? So let's try it. Index of A, I just put let's see, I just say T index, and let's see, T index, and let's put A here. So Python returns 0 because it only see A for the first time. As you can see, this A has index 0. Although we have many A's here, but the first one will be returned. Then, as you know, we have another method for tuple, which is count. So in this case, let's say I want to count the number of A in this tuple. So then I can just say t.count, and I put A there. So in this case, if I run it now, Python is returning 3, which means that we have just 3 A's here. For example, this is the first one, second one, and third one. So let me show you another example. So let's say that we have a tuple of fruits, which we have done before. Let me even copy it and then expand on that. A tuple of fruits. Can I still see that? Okay, yeah, this is it. So let me copy this guy, and then let me go down and then paste it here. Let's say I paste this here to save our time, and let me add more other fruits again, which is the same one with a mango. I want to count the number of mangoes and count the number of apples. Let's say in this case I have just 3 apples, okay, on my fridge. Okay, now let's say this is, as you know, if I say type and I put fruit there, this is a tuple. Okay, so now let's say I want to count the number of mangoes in this tuple. So what I will do is I will just say fruit dot count, and inside that, because it's a method, I have to include the parenthesis there. So I can just say mango. So now you note that I have 2 mangoes here. Can you see? This is the first one, and here's another one. So if I change this mango to apple, for example, let's say fruits, Okay, and then I have dot count dot count small letter please, dot count, and then I put apple there. You will see that this one will return 3 for me because I have just 3 apples, which is this and this. So when can you use tuple? List and tuple are similar, okay, but if you see that okay you can't change the elements of that data structure, then you can use tuple for that. So for example, let's say the number of months in a year. Okay, let's say you have January, February, March, April, and so on to December. So in that case, you can't change any month. Okay, that is in that case you can use tuple. But for list, as you know, elements in a list can be changed because list is mutable. Welcome back. In the data structure, we've looked at a list and a tuple. So in this section, we will see another type of data structure, which is a set. So what is a set? A set is an unordered and unindexed collection of unique elements. Two things: unordered, unindexed. So which means that you can't index any element in a set compared to when you were indexing element in a list and a tuple. And one other thing or a unique thing about a set is that it can't take any repeated element. For example, every element in a set must be unique, must be distinct. So how do we create a set? So you can create a set by using this curly bracket. As you can see, curly brackets. So let's see how to create a set in Python. So to follow along with this script, you can go to this Python script and codes, then look for sets. So in order for you to see clearly, I would like to click on this so that you can see the whole script clearly. Okay, so here I have a set called call received. So this is the number of call I've received maybe for a given day. So in a certain day, no call, another day, just one call, another day, 4 calls, 2 calls, 3 calls, and 5 calls. So this is a set. If you look at this bracket, it's a curly bracket, which is different from what you have in tuple. So now if I run this now, I have this. And if I look at the data type that is on this call received, that is the data structure, so Python will return a set for me. Okay. So one thing about a set is that set will automatically arrange those elements as in an ascending order. For example, look at it. When we create a variable call received, and we put all these elements there, and when the Python is returning the result, as you can see, it's not returning it in an order. That's why we said set is ordered arrangement of elements. So this is another example. So here I have a set. Look at this curly brackets. We have apple, banana, cherry, orange, pineapple, grape, and purple. So if I run this and I look for what is there, as you can see, here is set. When I look at the kind of data type, so Python is returning a set. So if you look at this example, which is the student age, since set can only take unique elements. So now we have 19, 20, 15, 19. As you can see, 19 is being repeated. So if I run this, it works, but when Python is returning the result, you see that it only returns a unique element. So this duplicate element, which is 19, one of them has been removed automatically. So that is one unique thing about a set. So you can use len function to get the number of elements in a set. For example, we have student age, this one that we have here. And when you say len student, so Python will return 6. I have another example called my set. So this is what I have in my set. I run it. Now if I look at the number of elements, Python is saying 9. So for the indexing and slicing, you can't really index any element in a set. That is why this error will return an error, because as you can see, we want to index this 20, which is not possible. As you can see, it's returning type error. Set object is not subscriptable. That is, you cannot subscribe, you cannot index any element in a set. So, but we can also add different sets together. For example, let's say you want to add elements in a set. So here we have this set, a student age. Okay, and then I want to add 18 to it. So I can just choose this method called .add, and then it works now. As you can see, 18 has been added, and this is the 18. And since set always sort our element for us automatically, so let's see another example. So here I have my set, which are all these Gure, Gulid, Jama, Roth, Abzad, and Aptom. So if I run this, I can see the result. And then to get the number of elements inside this my set, I will use len function and put my variable name there. So now as you can see, I have 6. If you count it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This has 6 elements. So let's say I have another friend called Juma, and I want to add her on this place here. So with the help of this method .add, I can put her name there so that she can be added. So when I call this guy again, you will see that this Juma has been added, which is this. And since set is automatically ordering for us, as you can see, G, H, is following alphabetical order. And to get the number of elements inside this set now, I can use len function, which helps me to get the number of elements. Set has different operations such as union, intersection, and complement. So one thing about set, as I said before, is that once there is a duplicate, Python will automatically remove that duplicate. So let's see how we can represent our set with a Venn diagram. Remember this kind of Venn diagram? So here now we have two different fruits. One is a red fruit and another one is orange fruit. So under the red fruit, we have all this. As you can see, look at this circle. This circle represents red fruit, while the second circle, this one here, represent another fruit, orange fruit. But it's possible that red fruit and orange fruit has some elements together. As you can see, pepper and tomato are between this circle. So which means that this red fruit and orange fruit has these fruits all together. Okay, so let's see it one by one. We have an operation called a union of a set or union of two sets. So this union of sets is denoted with this symbol. Okay, so what this one does is that it collects all the elements in both sets together, okay, without any duplicate of elements. So imagine you have, look at the simplicity symbol in mathematics. Look at this two sets. We have set A and we have set B. And to get the union, that is the combination of the two elements, this one and this one, to combine them together, we will use this operator called pipe operator. Okay, you can use this operator or you use this method called dot union. So let's see it one by one. So I have these two sets. Set A has 7, 2, 5 as its element, and set B has 2, 5, 1, 8 as its element. If I run this, so to get the union of A and B, which is the combination of these elements and these elements, while any element that is being that is similar, for example, 5 is here, 5 is here, this 5 will be removed automatically. One of the 5 will be removed, and while the other one is remain, and then Python will now combine all this and this together. Let's see how we can do that. So with the help of this operator, pipe operator, so there is a key on your keyboard that looks like this, so you can locate it. So if you do that, and let's say we want to save the result in this A union B. So if I run this, as you can see, it has stored, the value has been stored in this. So to get the result, I can just say print A union B, which will give us the combination of elements here and elements here. So as you can see, 5 is being repeated. It will take one and remove the other. That is why we have this. Also, another way at which we can combine two sets together is to use this function called, this method called dot union. So in this case, I will just do like this. The first set is A. The first set is A. Then I just put dot and then write union. So union, and then I put a bracket there because this union is a method. Then what this one is accepting is the other set, which is B. So if I run this, as you can see, it has saved the result here. So to get what is saved here, I can just say print A union B, or just write normal A union B. As you can see, both of them will work. So I can just say, let me redo it again. I can just say print A union B, or just write A union B. So that gives you the same result. So what union is to combine all the elements in both A and B together and remove any duplicate that is ever present in the two sets. There's another operation. Okay, let's see another example. Here we have this example where we have odd number and even number sets. Okay, so here you want to get the union of the two sets, odd number and even number. So remember, we can use this format, like the first set, odd number, then this key pipe operator on your keyboard, and then you write it. So this one will now combine all these elements and this together. Okay, let me run it. Then I run it again. So I get the result. It's stored here and I can print it. So here it is now. This is the combination of elements here and here. Okay, great. So I will give you this one to run on your own. There's another operation in set called intersection. So what intersection does is to look at the two sets and returns their where they intersected or where they have common elements. So for example, look at this set A. If you look at this circle, you see that the elements in this A are 1, 3, 2, 5, and 4. And the elements in B are all these 1, 3, 9, and 12. Since intersection is denoted as this, okay, and intersection is where they have common element, and that is what we circle here in yellow color. which is 1 and 3. So therefore, the intersection of the two sets A and B here is just this. So let's see how we can use Python to do that. So to compute intersection in Python for two sets, you use this sign here, the ampersand sign or the and sign, or you use dot intersection to get that. So let's see it. So we have this as an example, two sets A and B. As you can see, we have represented all the elements here in this, and all the elements for B are represented here. So if I run this, I got that. Okay, good. So now to get the intersection, I will use this and symbol. So you can, if you are using Windows system, you can press Shift and 7. Shift and 7 to get this. For example, Shift and 7 gives you this sign. So if you run it now, the answer has been saved into this variable. So to get what is stored here, you can now print it out. As you can see, it is 1 and 3. And if you look at the Venn diagram here, you can see that A and B has two common elements, which are 1 and 3. So let's see another example. In this example, we have a set called my fruits, which has all these apple, banana, cherry, orange, and watermelon. And we also have another set called French fruits, which has this pineapple, grape, pawpaw, banana, and mango. So to get the elements or the kind of fruits that we both have together, then we can use this AND operator to do that. So let's see, I run this. Okay, first of all, I need to run this. Then I run this. Okay, French fruits. Okay, remember, look at fruits, but I put fruits here, so I can just change this guy to S. Okay, now let's run it again. I run this, I run this. Now I have my answer. So you will note that both of us has a banana together. Look at it, banana is here and banana is here in its own fruits. So that is why this return banana. Okay, this only we only have banana in common. There is another set operation which is called complement of a set. Sometimes they call it set difference. So the complement of a set A and B, which is denoted as this A minus B, is the element that A has that are not in B. So which means that complement of A and B, okay, is the element that A has which are not in B. For example, you can look at the Venn diagram here. You will note that here is the set A and here is the set B. So now if you look at the complement of A and B, the result will be what A has that are not in B. So let's see it in example. Let's see it in example. Okay, you see that here, let me run it again. Here, A has 2, 4, 6, 3, 5, and 7, and B has all these. So the elements that B did not have are what is inside the 2, 4, 6, and that is why we color it as yellow. So let's see how we can do it in example. So I have these two sets, set A and set B, which are all in this place here. And then to get their difference, I will just say A minus B. And to see what is in this variable difference, I just run it. And I have 2, 4, 6. And then we can also do it in this way by using the method function. For example, we have A dot difference. As you know, when we are doing union, we say A dot union. For intersection, we say A dot intersection. This time around, we just say A dot difference. And when we put the B there, Python will give us element that is in A but not in B, which is 246. Let's see another example, which will be our final example. So here I have my own fruits and my friend has his own fruits. So my own fruit has all this, my friend has this. So let's run it. So now if I want to get the fruit that I have, but my friend did not have, I will just do like this. My fruit minus his own fruit. Because this minus or negative is used for difference. And when I run it now, okay, let me run this and run this. Remember, it's friend fruit. So let me put S here. Now I can see that I have apple, cherry, orange, watermelon, and my friend did not have this. So that is the meaning of that. So which means that the fruits that I have that my friend did not have are all these: apple, cherry, orange, and watermelon. And remember, you can also do this by using a dot difference and then put the set. Let's say not set A. This time around will be my fruits, and here will be my friend fruit or friend's fruit, and you run it. So you now get the same answer. This is apple, cherry, and orange. What happened here? Let's run it again, please. See this, and run this. Is apple, cherry, orange, and watermelon. Okay. So if I use this one again, remember this one is my fruit. So I think R is taking another variable that we have used before. So let me just put S here and then run it. As you can now see, so we have apple, cherry, orange, and watermelon, which is the same thing as this. Welcome back. Since last section, we'll be talking about various data structure in Python, such as a list, a tuple, a set. In this section, you will learn another type of data structure, which is known as data dictionary. What is a dictionary? A dictionary is an ordered collection of key and value pairs. That is, we make use of two elements, which is a key and a value. Dictionary helps us to get huge amount of data, and to be able to get the value, we must know our key. So let's see how we can create a dictionary in Python. To create a dictionary in Python, we have to use a curly bracket. A curly bracket in which we are going to assign our key followed by a value with the help of this colon. As you can see, we have a key, which is key 1, then a colon and a value. And also, we can also create another key. In this case, we say key 2, a colon, and its value. If we want to create another key, for example, you can say key 3, colon, and its value. So this colon separates a key from a value. Let's say I want to create another key. In this case, let me say key 4. Key 4. Then I have to separate this with a colon and then assign its value there. Let me call it value. Value 4. You will notice that our key is always a string data type. That is, you must quote it. While value can be any data type. It may be a string, it may be a float, it may be an integer, or a boolean. So if I run this now, to see what is stored in this my dictionary, I can just call the name of this dictionary, which is my dictionary. So if I run it now, as you can see, you see the key and you see the value. So which means that every key in the dictionary must have its own value. In the case of key 1, you can see its value, which is value 1. And in the case of key 2, you can also see its value at value 2. Alright, to get the type of data that is stored in this my dictionary, I will use this function called type. As you know, type is used to get or to determine the kind of data type that a variable is. So in this case, I will use type. And when I run it, as you can see, Python is telling me that this my dictionary variable is of data type dictionary. So let's see another example. In this example, I have various life expectancy for a few countries in Africa. Let's see another example. In example 2, we have various life expectancy for a few countries in Africa. You may be asking, what is life expectancy? Life expectancy is the average number of years that a particular person is expected to live based on the year of his birth. That is an average lifespan that a particular person is expected to live. For example, in Nigeria, a person is expected to live for just 60 years, which means that the life expectancy of average person in Nigeria is 60 years. If you look at Kenya, you will see that the life expectancy of average person in Kenya is 69. Uganda too, their life expectancy is 68, and so on. So let's see how we can use dictionary to store this kind of values. Number one is that you create a dictionary with the help of this curly brackets, and then every value must have its own key. For example, Nigeria, this is a key, Nigeria, and then you separate this key and this value by colon. So which means that key colon value, key colon value. So first of all, I create the key and then put its value there, which is 60. Then when I'm done with that, I separate that one with a comma and then create another key. So in this case, I want to store country. For example, Kenya. So I just say Kenya colon 69. So this means that this is the country Kenya, which is a key, and its value is 69. That is the life expectancy of people in Kenya. So to create another key, after you have done that of Kenya, then you use a comma and then create a new key. So in this case, I have Uganda, and their life expectancy is 68. You will note that all these countries, okay, we use key to store them, and then their value is also stored in value. As you can see, for key Nigeria, we have its value at 60. For key Kenya, we have its value at 69. As I said before, key must be put in quotation because it's a string, while value can be of any data type. And in this case, as you can see, 60 here is an integer, 69 here is an integer, and for Uganda, the 68 life expectancy for Uganda is 68, or the life expectancy of Uganda is 68. So after we have created this key and value and we have stored it in life expectancy, then we can run it. Let's run it. Then to see what is stored in this variable life expectancy, we have to call the name, which is life expectancy. And when I run this now, as you can see, Nigeria has life expectancy of 60, while Kenya has life expectancy of 69, and so on. And if you look at Somalia, their life expectancy is 54. So if I ask you, what is your own life expectancy in your country? As you can see, you just go to this place here, the key, and from there you can choose your own country. So for example, Jamal is from Sudan. Their life expectancy over there is just 67. While Francisca is from Kenya and their life expectancy over there is 69, as you can see. And to get the kind of data type that is stored in this large instance, we are going to use this type function. Then when I run this, I get a dictionary. So it's not written in full. As you can see, we only have DICT. That is the short or abbreviation for dictionary. Let's see another example where we can use a dictionary. So in this case, I have many countries, from East Africa, from North Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, and Southern Africa. You will note that all these one here, which are the regions in Africa, I put them as a key. For example, this East Africa is a key, North Africa is a key, West Africa is a key, Central Africa is a key, and Southern Africa is also another key. And each of these key has their own values. If you look at the East Africa, I use a list to store every country in East Africa. For example, as you know, most of you are in East Africa countries. So if you look at this one now, Ethiopia is in East Africa, as well as Kenya, Rwanda, Somalia, South Sudan, Uganda, and Burundi. And that is why we have to use a list, okay, to store all the countries in East Africa. So this means that here is the key, and all these are the values. So in this case, we have just one value, and inside the value, we have so many countries. Another key is this one, which is North Africa. And all the countries in North Africa, we put them as a list, and that becomes a value for a key North Africa. Remember, I said before that a value can be any data type. It can be a float, can be an integer, it can be a string, it can be a boolean, and in fact, a value can be a tuple or a set, and it can also be a list, and that is what you see here. This is a list, okay, and it becomes a value for the key East Africa. Let's see another key, which is Central Africa, and its value is this, which is stored as a list. And as you know, countries in Central Africa are Angola, Cameroon, Chad, Congo, DRC, and Gabon. So we also have another key, which is Southern Africa. And you can see all the countries in Southern Africa, which is the value of this Southern Africa, we put it as a list here. And all those countries are Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Namibia, Reunion, and South Africa. So let's see what we have here. When I run this, okay, and I have it now as Africa regions. So if I print what is there now, I can also use print. Remember, to print an object, you can use print, and if you like, you may not even include print there. But to see it clearly in a printable version, that is why I use this function called print. And if I run it now, see what happens. You see everything clearly. As you can see, here is the key, and this is its value. Okay, here is another key, and this is its value. Okay, so to see what is stored in this African region, I can use type function, which is type Africa. Type and put the variable African region there, and this returns a dictionary for me. Let me create a new cell. Let's say this time around I don't want to put print, but I want to put Africa region, and see what will happen, because in the other examples I did not use print. So there is nothing different, only that we have it in this way. As you can see, this is the key, and here is its value. And for you to see it clearly, that's why I use print, so that it is well printed and you can see it clearly. To count the number of keys, or the number of elements in the dictionary, we can use the function len. Remember when we were talking about a list and we want to count the number of elements in a list, we have to use the function len to count the number of elements for us. The same thing with a set and also a tuple. Also, we can also get the number of items in the dictionary. So let's see how to use this len function. So I'm also using the life expectancy again, where we have various keys and values, and every key must have its own value. For example, Nigeria, the life expectancy is 60, and so on and so forth. So if I run this, now with the help of len, I can see the number of items in this life expectancy dictionary. So which means that I have 8 items. So let's see those items. So when I say item means key and value. So which means key and value will be 1, and then you continue counting each and every one of them. So for example, here is 1 item, here is another item, here is another item which is Uganda and its value, here is another item, another item, another item, and here is the final item. So if you count them one by one, Nigeria 1, Kenya 2, Uganda 3, Ethiopia 4, Sudan 5, Rwanda 6, Tanzania 7, and Somalia 8. You will note that we have just 8 items, and that is what this len function returns for us. So let's see another example. So this is where we have African region, and each region has its own countries, which is a value. East Africa is a key, and here is its value. So now to use len to count the number of items that we have in this dictionary, we just use len and we put the variable there. So when I run it now, I have just 5 items. So you may be wondering why we have 5 here. Remember that the key and its value is the item of that dictionary. So which means if I want to count the number of items in this dictionary, I will just count it as this: East Africa and its value 1, North Africa and its value 2, West Africa key and its value 3, Central Africa and its value 4, and Southern Africa and its value 5. So now we now have 5 items in this dictionary. You may also be asking yourself this question, that how can we now access all these items, be it a key or a value? Since you know that every dictionary is presented in a key to value relationship. So if you know the key for a dictionary, we can easily get its value. Consider this dictionary where we have life expectancy. You know that this is a key, and here its value. This is another key, here is its value. So let's say that I know the key, which is Nigeria. I can easily get its value, which is 60, with the help of this square bracket. What I will do is that, first of all, I will call the name of the dictionary, which is life expectancy. If you remember when we were talking about list, you know that you can get the element of a list by using index, right? So this is not possible in a dictionary. So to get the value for a key in a dictionary, what you will do is that you will put the key name inside the square bracket. So for example, I have this. Here is my variable, which is a dictionary, life expectancy, and I create a square bracket. Let me delete this and do it again for you so that you can see it clearly. I have this square bracket and I just put my key there. So in this case, I want to get the key whose value is 60. So in this case, I want to get the value 60 whose key is Nigeria. So what I will do is to put Nigeria here. And remember, Nigeria is a string data type. So I have to put quotation and then type Nigeria. So if I just do like this and I run it, wow, I see 60. So which means that to get the value from a dictionary, what you need to do is to use its key or its key name. Let's see another example. This time around, I want to see the life expectancy value for Ethiopia. So how do I do that? Remember, for Nigeria, to get its value, you have to use its key name. So for Ethiopia, you also need to use its key name, which is Ethiopia. And now, this is it now. As you can see, first of all, you have to call the variable, which is our dictionary, and then under the square bracket, you have to put the key whose value you are looking for. So in this case, I'm looking for Ethiopia. And now, when I run it now, it will return the value of life expectancy for Ethiopia for me. So let's see another example. So I want to create a new cell. So let me see, I want to get the life expectancy for Rwanda. So how do I do that? Remember, what I will do is to call out my dictionary name followed by a square bracket and then the key whose value I'm looking for. So this time around, I'm looking for the value, okay, whose key is Rwanda. So in this case, I just put Rwanda here. So when I do that, Rwanda, make sure that you don't misspell it. If you misspell it, then Python will throw an error. So if I run this now, as you can see, the life expectancy for key Rwanda is 65. And you can easily see it in this place here, which is 65. Okay, great. So one thing about a dictionary is that you cannot access any item by its index. Remember, the index of Python starts with 0. So let's say that you just want to, put an index there. Let's say I want to put an index 0 there. So what Python will throw is that there is no, it's returning a key error, which means that what you are looking for is not available here. Okay, so this means that you can access any dictionary item just by putting an index there. So instead, what we do is just to put a key name. The name of the key is what we put inside this square bracket. Like we have so many methods for list, for tuple, for set. We also have dictionary methods, and they include keys, values, items, and updates. So let me explain it one by one. So the method key, what it helps us to do is that it will return a list of all the keys in the dictionary. As you know that a dictionary can contain many keys. So let's say you now want to get all the keys in your dictionary. So what you will do is to use the method .keys. Let's see how to do that. So I will be using this life expectancy dictionary. You know how to create it, right? So I just run it. Okay, now I've done that. So to get all the keys, and if I can ask you, what are the keys in this dictionary? Remember, the keys are Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, Sudan, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Somalia. So now, if I just say life expectancy, which is the variable name that I have here, that helps me to store this dictionary. So if I just include the keys method there, remember when you want to get any methods for an object in Python, you will have to, first of all, put its variable there, which is this one, followed by a dot, and then you press tab on your keyboard. So what I'm looking for is these keys, as you can see, keys. So once I click here, something like this will happen, and then you have to include parentheses there. So now if I run this now, this returns all the keys in this dictionary. As you can see, we have Nigeria, we have Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, Sudan, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Somalia. Let's see another example. So in this case, I have African regions dictionary, where we have East Africa, North Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, and Southern Africa. So now if I just say dot keys, let me run it first. I run this dictionary, and then I just say African region, then period, then put its key here. So if you run this now, as you can see, it gives you all the keys in this dictionary. So that is all about how to get keys in your dictionary. Other thing that you can also get from dictionary, as you know, is its value. And with the help of dot values method, you can easily do that. So let's see how to do that. So the dot value methods will return a list of all the values in your dictionary. In this case, I'm using this life expectancy. Remember how to create it. First of all, you start with a curly bracket, and then you include the key and its value, another key and its value, key and its value, and so on and so forth until you finish that dictionary. Okay, and that is how to create a dictionary. So if I run this now, it runs for me, and to see all the values, remember what are the values in this dictionary. You will note that here is a value 60, here's another value 69, 68, 68, 67, 65, 64, and 54. So those are the values in this dictionary. So if I run this now, so the dictionary works, and let me see all its values. So remember, you have to use the value method. So if I run it now, as you can see, Python returns all the values in this dictionary for me. As you can see, 60, 69, 68, 68, 67, 65, 64, and 54. Let's see another example. In this case, I will be using my Africa region dictionary, where I have various regions in Africa and countries in those regions. So let me run this. And to see all the values in this dictionary, you will note that here is one value for this East Africa region. Here is another value for the North Africa region. Here is another value for West Africa region. Here is another value for Central Africa region. And here is another value for Southern Africa region. So let me run this and then use the dot value method to get all those values. Remember, I have to put dot after my variable, then press tab key on my keyboard, and then look for the values. So remember, every method must end with a parenthesis. So therefore, I have to include this guy with a parenthesis. So if I run this now, as you can see now, I have all this as the values for my dictionary. So this is the first value. Okay, Yes, another one. Okay. Yes, another one for the Western African region. Yes, another one for the Central Africa region. And yes, another one for the Southern Africa region. And that is how to get values in your dictionary. I hope you are enjoying this class. Okay. Another method for a dictionary is what is called items. What items does is to return each item in a dictionary. Okay. Remember, items in a dictionary will be the key and value. Okay, so let's see an example. So I will be using Life Expansive Dictionary. So I run this since you are familiar with it already. And then let us see all these items in this dictionary. So when I run this, I can just say period, then press the tab and type items and run it. Now you can see all the items in this dictionary. You will note that Python return a tuple in a list. For example, here is a tuple. Okay, here's another tuple. Here's another tuple, and here is another tuple, and so on till these are Somalia. So inside the tuple, we will now have our key and its value. For example, here is a key, Nigeria, and here is its value. So which means that the items method will return a tuple for us, and in that tuple, we now have a key and then its value individually. So every key and value will be within their own tuple. So here is another tuple, here's another tuple, and as you can see in those tuples, they have their own key followed by its value. So here's another example. So here I will be using the same Africa regions dictionary. So if I run this now, and then I look for the item in this dictionary. If I run this now, see what happens. Python returns a tuple for me. As you can see, here is a tuple, and here is the key, and followed by its dictionary. And after that tuple finishes, another tuple will begin again, which will contain a key and its value. And that is all about item method. Another method for dictionary is update. So what update does is to update the dictionary with its item given by argument. For example, in the update method, you have to include a key and its value there. Let's see an example. Remember when we are saying update, what update means is that we want to update our dictionary. Maybe we want to add more keys and values to it. So with the help of update, we can easily achieve that. Let's see another example to see that. So here, I will be using my Life Expansive Dictionary. And then let's say that, as you can see here, we don't have Burundi in this dictionary. So therefore, to add Burundi to the dictionary, I have to use update method. And in that update, I will have a key which will be my Burundi and the value which will be the life expectancy in Burundi. So let's see how to do that. So what I will do is this. So let me do like this. I delete all this so that I can start from the beginning, and then I just type dot a tab on your key on your keyboard and then type update. And inside that update, so you know, as you know, every update, every method must have parentheses. And inside that parentheses, you have to use a curly bracket. Remember, key and value, and that is a dictionary. Since we want to add another element, which is Burundi and its value to this dictionary, we have to use this curly bracket. And in that case, I'm going to include a key. So this time around, it will be Burundi. So let's do like this: Burundi, Burundi, and then remember, we have to, after the key, then we must have a colon followed by its value. So this time around, the value of Burundi, or the life expectancy for Burundi, is 70. So now I can just say 70. Then I run that. As you can see, there is no error. It means that it works. But you don't see all those keys and values. So what I will do is to call out my variable name again, which is life expectancy. So if I run it now, you will note that Burundi has been added. As you can see, here is Burundi, and here is its value, which is 70. Okay. Another way to add uh, an item to a dictionary is to use something like this, where we have a square bracket which will contain, or which will hold, the key, and then we now equate it with its value. Okay, let me show you how to do that. Let's say I want to add Eritrea to it. So let me copy this so that I will not make any mistake in spelling Eritrea. Okay, let me delete all this. So let's say that I want to add Eritrea country to this dictionary. So what I will do is to have a square bracket, okay, where I will have the country Eritrea. Remember, here will be the key, and then since key must be in quotation, I have to do that, and then I have to equate it with its value. So it is known that Eritrea average life is 66. So therefore I add 66 to that. So if I run that now, you will note that Eritrea has been added to this dictionary. Okay, so if I run it now, as you can see, here is Eritrea. Okay, and here is its value. So that's how to update a dictionary. So to summarize, method update is used to add more keys and values to our dictionary. And as we saw before, there are two ways to do that: either to use update method, or to use this square bracket method, where we will put the key and its value. Since we know how to update a dictionary, sometimes we may want to remove a particular key and value from a dictionary. So let's see how to do that. So to do that, we are going to use a keyword called del, del, which means to delete. Okay, and this is how it works. So what you will do is that you will use this function, this keyword called del, followed by the variable that store your dictionary, and then inside the square bracket you will include the key that you want to delete its value. So if I do something like this now, okay, so this one will delete the key and the value for Eritrea. And if you call out the variable again, you will know that there is no longer Eritrea in this dictionary, meaning that Eritrea has been deleted from this dictionary. Let's see another example. Let's say that I want to delete Nigeria from this list. Okay, I'm going to use the keyword called del, that is delete, followed by my variable name for this dictionary, that is large extensive, followed by a square bracket, and then inside it, the item that you want to delete, which is Nigeria and its value. Then you can include it in this quotation. I just put Nigeria there. So if I run it now, so to see if Nigeria has been deleted from this list, I can just create a new cell, okay, and then call out my dictionary name, which is large extensive. So immediately I run this, you will note that Nigeria has been removed or deleted from this dictionary. Okay, so it's interesting, right? Let's see another example. So let's say I want to delete Burundi. So remember, I will use this keyword called del, that is to delete, followed by the variable name that store our dictionary, then a square bracket, and inside it you put that key that you want to delete its item. In this case, I want to delete Burundi. Okay, to see what I have deleted, I just run it. As you can see, there is no longer Burundi in this dictionary again, and that is all about our dictionary. So if you want to follow along, remember you have to open the script, and here it is, dictionary, or you create your own Jupyter Lab notebook. So thank you so much, and see you in the next section. Bye. Welcome to another unit in the Introduction to Python Programming Language. In this unit, you will learn conditional statements, loops, functions, and packages in Python. In the conditional statement, you will learn how to make decisions in Python. For example, while working in Python, you may want to make certain decisions. For example, if x is equal to 2, then you may want to multiply x by 4. Otherwise, you will subtract 2 from x. As you can see, you only multiply 4 with x whenever x is equal to 2. And if that condition is not true, then you will subtract 2 from x. As you can see, we are using if and else statements. So in this session, you will learn how to make use of if, elif, and else statement in Python. Here is the single code of if-else statement. As you can see, whenever the expression is true, then a particular statement or action will be executed. Otherwise, if the expression is false, then another statement will be executed. The format of if-else statement in Python is this. As you can see, we are using if and else. So if an expression is true, then this statement 1 will be executed. And if this expression is false, then statement 2 will then be executed. The if-else statement always evaluates the statement 1 whenever this expression is true. Otherwise, this statement 2 will be executed. When you are using if-else statement, you must mind this indentation. As you can see, this indentation, there is an indentation here. You see that if, okay, begins in this line, then statement 1 has some extra spaces. The same thing with the body of statement under the else. So it also has indentation, as you can see. You will see how we use this when we get to the lab session. Whenever you are making use of if else, you also must make sure that there is a colon. As you can see, a colon in the body of if, and also a colon in the else statement or syntax. In the if-else statement, we'll be making use of different comparison operators such as double equality sign, not equal to, less than, greater than, less than or equal to, and greater than or equal to. Also, when the scenario is getting more complicated, we will also be making use of what is called logical operators, where we'll be making use of and, or, and not operator. Remember, in the previous section, you've learned about comparison operators and also the logical operators. So let's go to the lab session. To follow along, you need to go to this folder on your desktop, then look for conditional statement Jupyter Lab notebook. In order to see my screen clearly, I will close this folder so that only my script is shown. As I said before, we'll be learning if and else statement. This is the format of if-else statement. As you can see, if expression with a colon, then if that is true, this statement will be executed, and if this expression is false, then this statement too will be executed. We have to follow the guideline of the if-else statement. The first guideline is that there should be a colon in the if expression and the else expression. Also, there must be an indentation in the statement. As you can see, after this if expression, then there are some extra spaces here. Although Jupyter Lab notebook will automatically do that for you. So let's see how we can make use of if-else statement in Python. In this example 1, I have x to be 10 and I have y to be 22. So I want to test this expression. The first expression is if x is less than y. As you can see, x is equal to 10 and y is equal to 22. So we are saying that if 10 is less than 22, then print this. Otherwise, print this. In my if-else statement, you will see that I have a colon after this if-else. After this if, there is a colon here. Then there is an indentation, that is extra spaces, in this body of if statement. This is the body of if statement. There should be an indentation, okay, and also in the body of else statement, there must be indentation. Otherwise, Python will throw an error. So in example 1, if x is less than 1, this expression will only be printed. Otherwise, this expression will be printed. As you can see, x is equal to 10. Of course, 10 is less than 22. So therefore, since this expression is true, only this statement will be printed and not this. So let's run it. Now, as you can see, it only printed x is less than y, which is this one. So now let me change it again and see what will happen. Let me change x to be 25. For example, x to be 25. Now you can see that 25 is not less than 22. Since this expression is false, then only the statement in the else will be printed for us. So let me run it and you see what will happen. Now Python is saying x is greater than y, because as you can see, 25 is greater than 22. Let's see another example. In this example, I have x to be 10, x is a variable, y10 is a value. So we have stored the value of 10 into x. As you can see, y is also equal to 22. So now I have my if expression. So as you can see, after if, I put a space there and I have a parenthesis, as you can see, where I put my conditional statement inside. Remember in the slide, I said that we will make use of comparison operators, and we have seen different comparison operators such as double equality, less than, greater than, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to. So here now I have this condition. Here is a condition, x less than y. So remember in the previous section, we've learned about string formatting, where we're making use of f string. So here I have what is called string interpolation. So I say that if x is less than y, then print this. So you will note that this is an f string, and then whatever x is will be replaced in this placeholder, and whatever y is will be replaced in this placeholder. So therefore, if x is less than y, then this expression will be executed. This action will be executed. Otherwise, this expression will be executed. So now, if I run this now, see what happens. So here, Python is only printing the first statement, which is this. And the reason is because x is less than y. As you know, 10 is less than 22. And that is why this expression was executed. And what Python is doing in this place is that it's replacing this 10 with this placeholder. Remember, you know that before, whenever you are making use of f string, then whatever is in this curly bracket will be replaced by that value of the variable. So let's see another example. In this example, we are also making use of if-else statement. And this if-else statement checks whether a given variable is an even number or an odd number. That is, this if-else statement is checking whether the number is an even number or an odd number. As you know, to know whether a number is an even number, then such a number must be divisible by 2. So that is, the remainder when you divide that number by 2 should be 0. And that is what we are having here. So this one helps us to check whether a given number is an even or odd. So here we are making use of modulus. So if x modulus 2 is 0, then that number is an even number. Otherwise, which means that if this is not true, then that number will be an odd number. As you know, let me open another cell. First of all, let's check this expression, x modulus 2. Run it, see what happens. The result is 1. And this is telling you that if the result is 0, then that number is an even number. And as you can see, Since this expression is resulting to 1, which means that this is not true. Otherwise, this expression will then be printed. So now let me run it and see what happens. As you can see, the body of else statement was executed because this expression is no longer true, since 7 is not an even number, and that is why this is printed. Let's see another example. In this example, we want to make use of if-else statement to check whether a given number is an odd number or an even number. The difference between example 3 and example 4 is that this example 3 already has its own number, and we therefore checking that number for even or odd. But in this example 4, we'll be asking for our user to enter any number of his or her choice. Then our if-else statement will now check that number for even or odd using if-else statement. Remember, in the previous section, we learned a function called input, which helps us to take information from the user. And as you know, whenever you are making use of input function, whatever you receive from input will always be a string. And since you cannot get a modulus of a string, we have to convert that string that we have obtained to either a float or an integer. And that is what this is doing. So which means that the input function will help us to ask for a number in which our user is going to enter in. And whatever we get from that, then this int function will help us to convert it to an integer. And the result will be stored into x as our variable. And then we'll now be making use of this x that we have stored our value into. Now, we are not saying that if x modulus 2 is equal to 0, as you can see, we can't make use of one equality except double equality sign, because double equality sign is to check comparison, while a single equality sign is to store a value into our variable. So therefore, if x modulus 2 is equal to 0, then this will be printed, which is the number you entered is an even number. Otherwise, then the body of else statement will then be executed. In this case, we'll be having the number you entered is an odd number. So let's see. So now it's asking me to enter any number to check for odd or even. Can you suggest any number for me? Okay, 7, right? 7. So when I press Ctrl Enter, see what happens. It's telling me that the number you entered is an odd number. Since 7 is an odd number, then this expression is executed. Now let me run it again. In this case, I'll be using an even number. For example, let me use 10. And let me run this. You will notice that the first expression was executed, which is the number you entered is an even number. Since 10 is an even number, then this expression is then executed. Now, let me tell you one thing about if-else statement. Your condition will be in the if. As you can see, this is our condition and is only under the if statement. So it is when this condition is not true that the body of the else statement will be executed. Now, as you can see, I only say if x modulus 2 equal to 0. I did not repeat this in this else statement. No, it's only under the if statement that you will put your conditional statement to. This conditional statement is your expression that you want to test. Let's see another example where we call game of guess. So in this game, I want to ask my friend whether he or she can guess my ATM password correctly. So if my friend can guess my ATM password correctly, then this should be printed. As you can see, it will be saying password correct. Otherwise, if my friend could not get my password correctly, then this will be printed, which is the password you entered is not correct. So let's see. So I've already saved a variable called saved password. In that, I put the value 1519 because that is my ATM password. Please don't try it. Don't try it. All right. So now I'm checking this. Here, I'm asking my friend to guess my number. As you know, the input function we only have a string as its data type, and that is why I'm converting whatever I get into an integer. Although you can do the two together here, but I want to make it simpler for you. Remember in the previous example, I put all of them together. And in this example now, I'm doing it separately so that, the scenario is simpler and you can easily understand it. Okay, so now it's just the same thing. So this will only convert my string data type into an integer. Now, as you can see, let me run it so that you can see clearly. Now, guess my ATM for me. Let's say you say 1960 is my ATM password. As you know, my password is 1519, and that is what this will check. It's a comparison, as you can see, double equality, to check whether 1519 is the same thing as 1960. If that is true, then it will return password correct, and if that is false, it will return password you enter is not correct. So let me run it now. What do you think will happen? Password is not correct. Okay, let me try it. Yeah, you get it. So now, as you can see, we only have password you enter is not correct. Reason is that this expression is not true, since 1519 is not the same thing as 1960. And that is why the body of else statement, which is this, got printed. You are welcome back. In the previous video, we learned different scenarios at which we can use if-else statement. We shall continue from where we stopped. In this example, we want to use both comparison operator and logical operator. For example, we have these three variables, A, B, and C. As you can see, A is equal to 10, B is equal to 13, and C is equal to 16. So we want to test this expression. Here we are saying that if A is greater than B and C is greater than A, then print this. Otherwise, print this. Let me remind you of what you have learned in the logical operator. Remember that we have three different logical operators, such as AND, or a NOT operator. In the AND operator, we said that AND operator will only return true as output whenever the two conditions are true. That is, each of the two conditions is true. Here we have one condition, that is A greater than B, and we have another condition, that is C is greater than A. So if this one is true and this one is true, then this expression will be executed. Otherwise, this will be executed. So let's see it. Let me open another cell to test each of these expressions. Here we have A. Let me run this. I know the answer, but let's do it one by one. Now let's say A is less than B. See the answer? The answer is false. So which means that this condition is false. So let's see another condition, which is C greater than A. C greater than A. So if I run this, see what happens. The result is true. And now we are saying that the AND operator, which separates the two conditions, will only return true if both conditions are true. As you can see, only this expression is true. Therefore, when you combine this condition and this condition together, then the result will be false. In this case, let's see. Let me create another cell and say A greater than B, A greater than B, and C greater than A. See what happens. The result is false. Since this expression is returning false, therefore, the body of else statement is what will be executed. And that is why when I run this is what is printed. One of the conditions is true. Now let's see the reverse case of this. In example 7, we'll be using OR operator. Remember, the OR operator will only return true whenever either of the two conditions is true. That is, if one of the conditions is just true, then the OR operator will return true as its output. So let me run this. I know the answer already, but let's test it one by one. Here, I will say A greater than B. As you know, the answer is false. So let me open another cell. Let's say C greater than A. The answer is true. As you can see, only one of these expressions is true. So now let's combine the two conditions together with OR operator. So you just say A less than B or C greater than A. Now see the result. The result is true. So therefore, since this result is true, then this will be printed. And that is why it's saying that one of the conditions is true. So that is how to use a logical operator in the body of if-else statement. Before we move to if, elif, and else statement, let's see the last example for if-else statement. So in this case, I will be having a scenario whereby you want to transfer a particular amount, but the money you have in your bank account is not enough. So let's see an example. In this case, I will be having amount, that's a variable, amount in bank, which is, let's say I have 500 Rwanda franc in bank. Now, let's say I want to transfer this. Transfer amount is 600. Imagine I have 500 Rwanda franc in my bank and I want to transfer 600 Rwanda franc to my friend. As you know, this is not possible, but let's see how we can use that scenario. So in this case, I will be saying if amount in bank is greater than transfer amount. Okay, remember this is if-else statement. So when you are using if state, let me create more cells. When you are using if, you have to put a colon. Now we are saying if amount in bank is greater than transfer amount, what will be executed? And I want to say print transfer successful. Transfer successful. So which means that the amount will be transferred successfully. Remember when I said that when you are using if statement, there must be an indentation. So Jupyter Lab notebook has already done that one for you. Okay. Now in the body of else statement, we have to press backspace because it must be where the if starts. So therefore I have to say else, then else must also have a colon because the if has colon. As you can see, there's a colon here, and then I press enter. So automatically it will create an indentation for me. In that case, I want to print transfer failed. The transfer will fail because the amount I have in bank is greater than the amount I have in bank is less than the amount I want to transfer. That is why this transaction will fail. So I just want to print transfer fail. No enough fund. Alright. So now let's see what will happen when we run this. You see that the transfer failed got printed. Reason is that this condition is not true, and that is why the body of else statement is executed. I want to tell you that there is a pitfall when you are using if-else statement, and those pitfalls are: number one is you must put a colon whenever you are done with the if, and whenever you are done with else here, you must put a colon, and also there must be an indentation, and also there must be an indentation in the body of your if statement, and also in the body of your else statement there must be an indentation, although Jupyter Lab notebook will help you to do that. Welcome to another section where we'll be treating if, elif, and else statements. If you look at the different scenarios that we have been using since morning, you will know that we only have just two conditions. If one is not true, then another one will be true. But in this if, elif, and else statement, we want to consider many scenarios, many conditions. We want to test many conditions. And let's see how we can work with if, elif, and else statements. Look at this example where we have many conditions. The first condition is this one. The second condition is this one. The third condition is this one. And if all those conditions are not true, then the last condition will be true and it will be printed. First of all, the if statement will first of all be executed. If that is not true, then this elif will be executed. If that one is not true, then another condition in the elif will be executed. And if all the conditions are not true, then our last else will be executed. The elif in this place are just to try another condition. Try this, try that, try this, try that. And if all those trials are not satisfied, then just end it by printing this. So that is how if, elif, else statements are working. So let's see it. Here we have a variable called x is equal to 2. And we have another variable called y is equal to 6. Now we are checking if x is equal to y, that is, if x and y are equal, then print this. First condition is true. If that condition is not true, then try this. As you can see, we have elif. That is, try this again. So try x is greater than y. If that is true, print the second statement. Again, if that is not true, then try this last condition. As you can see, we are having 3 conditions. This is the first one. This is the second one. As you can see, we are using different comparison operators such as double equality, greater than, and another double equality. So we try this. If this is not true, then try this. So if none of this is true, then just say none of the above conditions are true. So let me run this and let's try it one by one. As you can see, Python is only printing the body of else statement. So why? Now let's see. As you can see, 2 and 6 are not the same. That is why this will not be printed. Now let's try this again. X greater than y. As you can see, 2 is not greater than 6. That is why this will not be printed. Now let's try this. Is 2 and 11 the same? No. And that is why this will not be printed. Since none of this is true, and that is why the last one here in the body of else statement will be executed. As you can see, none of the above conditions are true. Let's try another example. In this example, I have this. I'm trying if x is the same thing as y, that is, if x and y are the same, print this. Then I try another condition again with the help of elif statement. Y is greater than x. As you can see, 6 is greater than 2. And that is why this will be printed. So let's run it. Second condition is true because y is greater than x. 6 is greater than 2. That is why this will be printed. As you know, the first statement here will not be printed. The third statement here will not be printed. And also the last statement here will not be printed. Only the second statement will be printed. I believe you are now getting to know how to work with if and elif and else statement. As you know, the if-else statement is testing only one condition. If that is not true, then the body of else statement will be executed. The if, elif, and else statement test many conditions. If one is not true, try this. If that is not true, try this. If you have tried everything, then just print this. So that is how if, elif, and else statement works. Let's see this other example. In this other example, it's a scenario for bank transfer experience. Look at it. Amount in bank is 600 Rwanda franc. If you are in Kenya, you can imagine it as Kenya shilling. If you are in Somalia, use your own currency. If you are in South Sudan, use your own currency as well. But since I'm in Rwanda currently, I will be using Rwanda franc. Imagine I have 600 Rwanda franc in my bank and I want to transfer 500 Rwanda franc. So now I'm testing this scenario. So in the if statement, if you like, you can put parentheses in the body of your condition, although it's not a must. Okay, but let me just ignore it. Okay, so I have this statement in the body of if. If amount in bank is greater than the amount I want to transfer, just say transfer successful. Try this again. If amount in bank is equal to the amount I want to transfer, just print this. Transfer successful. Remember to add more funds next time. Then, if all these conditions are not true, just print this, which is transfer failed, not enough funds. If I may ask you, which of these will get executed? Transfer successful. So let's run it. As you can see, this is printed, transfer successful. Reason is that the expression or the condition in the body of if statement is true, since I have 600 Rwanda franc in my bank and I want to transfer just 500 Rwanda franc. As you know, that transfer will be successful because the amount I have in the bank is more than the amount I want to transfer, and that is why this got printed. Let me give you another example. In this case, I will be having what I title sports experience. I know some of you do sporting experience. Okay, now let's say that Kenya is having a football with South Sudan. Let's say the point of Kenya is 10 And the point of South Sudan, South, remember, here is a variable. There shouldn't be a space or an hyphen or any special character in variable name. So in this case, I just say South Sudan. I put underscore there. Now, South Sudan is having 12 points. So South Sudan is currently leading Kenya for now. And now let's say another country called Ethiopia. So let's say Ethiopia is having 12. Ethiopia is having 9 points. So now I want to try different if, elif, else statements using this scenario. So let's say if Kenya, okay, is having more points more than Ethiopia. All right. Remember, you have to put colon there. Enter, press enter button on your keyboard and just say print this. So I want to print it that Kenya is having more points than Ethiopia. That's my first condition. Okay. Then I want to try another condition. Here I will be using elif. Now in this case, I want to compare South Sudan. Let's say South Sudan is having the same point with Ethiopia. Now let's say South Sudan is having the same point with Ethiopia. So in this case, I'll just say print South Sudan and Ethiopia. Since all these are strings, I have to put it in quotation. Remember, South Sudan and Ethiopia are having the same point currently. Okay. Now let's say if all these are not true, if none of this is true, then I just want to do this. Else, okay, and I put my statement there. Spectator needs to watch another game. That is what I want to put in my else statement. Remember, as I said before, the if and elif statement will be where you will put your conditions. There should not be any expression or statement or condition in the else statement. That is why, as you can see, there is no condition in this. I only put statement there. Now, let me run this and see what will happen. As you can see, Kenya is having more points than Ethiopia got printed. Can you tell me why? The reason is because Kenya is having 10 points and Ethiopia is having 9 points. Since Kenya is leading Ethiopia, and that is what this one is saying, that Kenya is greater than Ethiopia in terms of points. And that is why this got printed. As you know, this is programming scenarios. And we are making use of different conditional statements, such as if and else statement, and also if, elif, and else statement. You can understand this thing better by creating different examples on your own using if, elif, and else statement. It is by doing you get to know more. Thank you so much for watching this video, and see you in the next video. Bye. Welcome to another section where you will learn how to make decisions in Python. In the previous section, you learn how to make use of if and else statement, which we call conditional statement. As you know, programming language like Python provides various conditional structure, which allows to do more complicated tasks. In this section, you will learn how to make use of loop. There are basically two types of loop in Python, and they are for loop and while loop. A for loop is used to iterate over a sequence of objects. This object could be a list, a set, a tuple, or a dictionary. This is how for loop looks like in Python. And you can read it as this: for item in object, what you want it to do. As you know, our object could be a list, it could be a tuple, it could be a set, it could be a string, and in fact, it can also be a dictionary. So this is how this syntax will behave. For item in object, statement to do, what you want it to do is what will be in this place. Like if else statement, as you know, they have a colon and they also have indentation. So this for loop too behaves in that manner. This item that you see here, the naming of it is actually depend on you. For example, some people may say for I in object, for fruit in a fridge, for string in list. So this item can be anything. You will see how it looks like when we get to the lab session. Other type of loop is what we call while loop. A while loop will repeat or execute a single statement or group of statements as long as the condition being checked is true. And this is the main reason why it is called a while loop. If you look at the syntax of while loop, as you can see, we start with while, then the condition that you want to check and what you want this while loop to do. If you look at the previous loop, which we know as a for loop, so a for loop must have a defined object, and the object could be any of these. So you already have an object that you want to iterate over. For example, for item in object, what you want it to do. But in the while loop, there is no object. What you have is a condition. And so while the condition is true, do this. So that is the difference between a for loop and a while loop. Let's go to the lab session where we will see the practical part of for loop and a while loop. I have already launched my Jupyter Lab notebook, and if you want to follow along with me, you can open your Python script and codes and then look for Python loop script, or you can create a new Jupyter Lab notebook. I would like to close this place so that you can see it clearly. As you know, we have two types of loop, and they are the for loop and the while loop. So what a for loop does is that it iterates over a sequence of objects. So for example, it will be checking each element in an object one by one. And this is the syntax of the for loop. So for item in object, what you want it to do. So for example, we have this as our object. And if I should ask you, what kind of object do we have in this fridge variable? You remember how to check for that, right? So for example, let's copy this. Let's copy it. Create a new cell. Put this one there, run it. And also we can look for the type of object that this one is by using type. Type of object inside this fridge. As you can see, it's a list. And that's why I say the object could be anything. So it could be a list, it could be a tuple, it could be a set, or a dictionary. So now we want to iterate over all the elements, each of the elements in this fridge, in this list. As you can see, under this list, we have many fruits, and they include mango, orange, apple, lemon, banana, grape, cherry, avocado, and watermelon. Now I have this. For fruit in fridge, print this. So what this for loop will do is that it will iterate over all this, okay? And it will then print each of the fruits inside the fridge. And now when I run this now, you see what I have. It prints each of the elements one by one. As you can see, on a new line, we have mango, another line, we have orange, apple, lemon, and so on. So which means that it has iterated over each of the elements in this fridge. For fruits in fridge, that is what I said before, that the naming of your item here depends on you. So for example, if I want to change this to item, I can just say that for item in fridge. Then since I'm looping over this list, what I want it to get printed then will be inside this print function, which is my item. So this will be an item, another item, another item. As this for loop is looping or iterating over this list, so each element will get printed, and that is what we have here, print item. So each item will then be printed. Now, as you can see, I have this. But the main reason why I use fruit here is that you will know that a fruit should be inside the fridge. Otherwise, it will get perish. So that is why I put fruit here. Although you can put anything there. So let me change it to fruit. And then I have this. There is a tip for this. Number one is that for loop must have a colon, and also it must be well indented. Otherwise, Python will throw an error. For example, let's say that I did not put an indentation here. Let's see what will happen. If I remove this, see what happens. Python throws an error, which is an indentation error. Okay, so I have to put a tab there and run it. So the good thing about Jupyter Lab notebook is that it will help you do your indentation automatically. So for example, let me say I want to rerun it by cleaning everything, then say for fruits in fridge, okay, put a colon there, then press enter key on your keyboard. Now print what you want it to get printed. So in this case, I put fruit here. and then I run it. As you can see, it has already done the indentation for me, and then I have my result here. So let's see another example. In example 2, we want to print the square of each number in a list. So we can use for loop to do that. So we have our list here, which we call my list, which has number from 1 to 4. And now, to use a for loop, you can do something like this. For number in my list, remember this is your object and this is your item. For number in my list, print number square. So this number squared will print the square of every number in this list. So when I run it now, see what I have. I have 1, 4, 9, 16. So it has squared each number in this list. So let's say that I disorganize this and I have something like 1, 4, 2, 9. So if I run this code, see what I have. I have 1, 16, 4, 81. As you know, the square of 1 is 1. The square of 4 is 16. The square of 2 is 4. While the square of 9 is 81. So this for loop does the square of each element in this list. So let's say that I want to get the cube of each number. So what we do is just to change this number to 3. So let me copy this and create a new cell. Create a new cell for this, and let's see what I have. So I have this, then I want to print the cube of each number. See what I have. And I have 1, 64, 8, and 729. So this has printed the cube of each number on this list. So let's see another example. So in this example, we want to print the square of each number from 0 to 9. But in this case, we want to use our range function. Remember, in the previous video, you learned how to make use of range function. In case you have forgotten, let me remind you. If I say range, let's say 1 to 10, see what I have. I have 1 to 10. But to create a list out of this range so that we can have number from 1 to 9, I have to use list here. So for example, see list. Oh, sorry. I have this. See now, I have 1 to 9. So what range does is that it will start from the start number, which is 1, and then it will end at 9 because it will not include the last number, which is 10. And so therefore we have 1 to 9 here. So I hope you now remember what range does. So if you are using a range in the for loop, so we don't need to include list as we did it here. So Python will do that automatically by itself. So now we have this for I in range 10. So what this one is saying is that if you just say range 10, let's see. Let me copy this and open a new cell. So just do like this and just put 10 here, see what will happen. So if I put 10 here, so Python will start from 0 because Python index starts at 0. So Python will start at 0 and then stop at 9. But you know, if you include the starting point by yourself, then Python will start with that starting point, which is 1. and end at a number before the end point, which is 9. Okay, so now if I just say range 10, so internally Python will have number from 0 and end at 9. So that is what this one is doing underneath. So before I make this code complicated, let me just do like this: print I. Let me copy everything so that it will be on my clipboard, and then let me delete this so that you can see it clearly. So now I have this for I in range 10. So print I. So if I just run this now, see what I have. I only have number, every number get printed. So I have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and stop at 9, which is the same thing with what I have here. Only that for loop is printing each number in each line, but with a list, as you can see, everything is all together, and that is what makes it a list. But with the for loop, each number will get printed, and that is the main reason why we can make this for loop to be a complex one. So let me paste what I copied before. So in this example, so what I want to print is that for I in range 10, print I, because I is my item here, the loop item. And then I have what I call print formatting. As you remember before that we have done something like this, where you can do various formatting by using print. So now I have print I, comma, then I have this string, that is a colon. So which means that every number, a colon, and then we now know the square of that number. So if I run this now, see what I have. So now this code is telling us that the square of 0 is 0, the square of 1 is 1, the square of 2 is 4, the square of 3 is 9, and so on. And the square of 9 is 81. So that is what this one is doing. There is nothing hard in this code, only that we make use of our print formatting to extend how this for loop can work. So for example, let's say that I want to multiply every number in range 10, which is from 0 to 9. I want to multiply that number by 6. So in this case, I can just remove one star from here. As you know, this is the multiplying sign. So which means that every number will be multiplied by 6. Now, if I run this now, see what I have. So each number here will be multiplied by 6. So for example, 0 times 6 is 0. 1 times 6 is 6. 2 times 6 is 12. 3 times 6 is 18, and so on. And 9 times 6 is 54. And that is what we have here. So let's see the last example. In this example, we want to print every string or every character in this country called South Sudan. As you know, we have to get the number of characters in this string. Remember, we can just say, let's copy and paste here, and then let's look for the len. The len function will help us to know the number of characters in this string. As you know, we have stored South Sudan, which is a string, in this variable. So if I run this one now, I can see that I have 11 characters in this string. Okay, so now with the help of for loop, we want to print each character in this string, which are up to 11. So therefore, each character will be printed line by line. So now let's see. Now we are using for loop. So we are saying for character in this, print character. So always remember that when you are using for loop, what will be inside your print function will be the item you want to iterate over the object country. So now we have for character in country, print character. So if I run this now, see what I have. Each character in this South Sudan is printed. For example, SOUTH space SUDAN, and altogether we have 11 characters. So let's see this last example. In this last example, we have teacher's name, and they are Derek, Belen, Baruch, Jamal, and Jalila. So now we want to iterate over this teacher name, and then we want to print this is the teacher name. So which means that we'll be saying this is, and then including or putting the name of the teacher in that sentence. This is Derek, this is Belen, this is Baruch, this is Jamal, this is Jalila. So let's see how we can do that. So in this scenario, we also want to use print formatting, where we make use of F string. As you can see, we have F string here, and we also have a placeholder. So since this teacher is iterating over the teacher name, so each teacher name will be in this placeholder, and the statement that we want to print out will now be this is teacher. So let's run it. Now, as you can see, we have this is Derek, this is Belen, this is Baruch, this is Jamal, this is Jalila. Welcome back. In example 5 here, you will see how to loop over a dictionary. As you know, dictionary is also another object in Python. In previous video, you learned how to use a dictionary in Python as a data structure. And you know that a dictionary must have a key and a value. For example, we have this dictionary called life expectancy. As you can see, here is key 1 and here is value 1. So here we have Nigeria as the key, we have its value as 60. We also have another key called Kenya, and we have 69 as its value. Since a dictionary is a key to value pair, so we can actually iterate over a key, and we can also iterate over a value in that dictionary. In this example, you will see how to iterate over a key in a dictionary. So here we have this for loop. For example, we want to iterate over the key in this life expectancy dictionary. So before we run this code, first of all, let's run this cell. Now we have this as our dictionary. So let's check for the type of this class. As you know, is a dictionary already. Great. So now let's see various keys and various values inside this dictionary. So to get various keys in the dictionary, you can just use its method, which is dot keys. So here now we just say life expectancy dot keys, and then put a parenthesis there. Now if I run this now, I have, oh sorry, as you know, I'm supposed to put keys and not key. So let me rerun it and correct my error. Now, as you can see, here are the keys inside this dictionary. And the keys are Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, Sudan, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Somalia. So now we can now iterate over these keys so that we can have something like this. And that is exactly what this code is all about. So this code is this. For country, which are all these, for country in life expectancy dot keys. As you know, this code will print all this for us. And this is what for loop we iterate over. So we have for country in life expectancy dot keys, print country. And that is the main reason why we have all this as its result. And if you look at what we have here and what is in this place, you see that they are the same thing. Only that the output of this one has each country on every new line. We can also iterate over a value inside a dictionary. So before I run this code, let me show you what the values in a dictionary looks like. So for example, I can just use life expectancy dot values. So I have this as all the values inside this dictionary. As you can see, they are 60, 69, 68, 68, 67, 65, 64, 54. And to iterate over all the values in the dictionary, we can then use this for year in life expectancy. Remember, this depends on you. It can be anything. And whatever you have here is what we have inside this print. So for year in life expectancy dot values, print year. And that is the main reason why we have this. So let's see how we can also use for loop in another dimension. So in this, we have something like this. So that when for loop is printing each key, then a value must also get printed. For example, we have this. For country in life expectancy dot keys, you know this, what this one will do, right? Print country. So this will print each country. Then we are also saying print life expectancy, and then we put this country there. So what this one is doing here is that it will print the value. It will print the value. So you know that to get a value from a key, we can just use something like this. Let me show you how that one works. So you know, to get a value from, let's say I have life expectancy dictionary. Okay, then I want to see the life expectancy for Nigeria. For example, I can just put something like this there. Nigeria, see what I have 60. So since this is a key, so when I put key inside this square bracket and a quotation, the value of that key will get printed, and that is the wisdom behind this. So I'm just saying life expectancy. Okay, the key that we have in the country is what I put here, and this will print the value of that key for me. And also I have another print at the bottom here, which is to give us a new line when the key and the value is printed for each key and value. For example, let me run it before I explain it clearly. As you can see, we have for every key and value, we have a new line before another key and value. So if I remove this line, see what I will have. As you can see, everything, is not well printed. Although you may like this, but I will prefer I have it in a nicer way. And that is what I have here. So that I can see here is the observation for Nigeria. Here's another observation for Kenya. Here's another observation for Uganda, and so on and so forth. And that is all about for loop in Python. In summary, a for loop is used to iterate over any object in Python. And that object can be a list, it can be a tuple, it can be a set, it can be a dictionary, and in fact, it can be a string. Welcome back. In this section, you will learn how to make use of break and continue statements in Python. In the previous video, you learned how to make use of for loop. And in this video, you will now learn how you can control your for loop with the help of continue and break statements. We can use break or continue statement to alter the flow of our normal loop in Python. As you know, loop iterates over a block of code until the text expression is false. Sometimes you may want to terminate or stop your iteration. So in this case, you will see how to make use of continue and break statements. The continue statement is used when you want to stop the correct iteration of the loop and then continue with the next item. For example, look at this list. We have mango, orange, apple, lemon, banana, and so on to watermelon. So now let's say that we do want to print this orange while we are printing every fruit inside this list. So with the help of continue, then we can achieve that. So what continue will do is that when the iteration gets to orange, it will skip it and then continue to the other iteration. For example, we have this. Here's our object, which is a list, and it contains many fruits. And in this for loop, we have this. For fruits in this fruit list, if fruit is equal to orange, as you can see, here is a comparison operator, which is our double equality. So we are saying that if the iteration gets to orange, which is this, then it will continue it. Continue means it will skip this orange and then continue other iteration. And that is what this is doing. So if I run it now, you will see that among the list of fruits that got printed, orange is not there. Look at it. Mango, after mango, is supposed to have orange, since the fruit here is equal to the orange. Then the for loop will skip this orange and continue to other fruits, which is apple, lemon, and so on. And that is what we have here. So let's see another example where we can make use of continue statement inside the for loop. In this example 2, we want to skip a score that is equal to 50. So to do that, we have our object, which is the score list. And here is a list, as you can see. And now we want to iterate over all this score, but we want to skip a score that is 50, and then we want to print other scores. So now look at it now. If this score is equal to 50, then it will skip this and then continue with other score. So look at how we do it here. We have this print formatting, which helps us to print your score is what the score is. As you can see, your score is 20, your score is 30, your score is 40. And now when the score reaches 50, it will skip that and then continue to the other score. which is 60. And that is exactly what this is doing. Let me run it. As you can see now, 50 is not printed because the score, if as control this, if score is equal to 50, then skip it and then continue to the other score. So let's see another example. In this example, we have a scenario of a farmer in Tigray region in Ethiopia. So this farmer has different egg weights, and this farmer has put all the egg weights inside this list. And now we want to see that an egg is good if it weighs above 60 grams. So which means that if the egg does not weigh up to 60 grams, then that egg is bad. And what we want to do in this example is that we only want to print every egg that is good, which means that they must weigh above 60. In our for loop here, as you can see, we say for egg in egg weight, if egg is less than or equal to 60, then skip it and then continue to print other good eggs. As you can see, we know that if the egg is above 60 grams, then such an egg is good, otherwise it is bad. So now we have skipped all the bad eggs and only print a good egg inside this egg weight. Now if I run it now, see what I have. I only have 61, 68 and 69, and these are the good eggs inside this egg weight. You can see that 59 here is not above 60, and that is why continue has skipped this all these bad eggs here. That skipped it because they are less than or equal to 60. I hope you are getting to understand this scenario of continuous statement in Python. To make you remember different scenarios that we have undertaken before, whenever you are using continue, what continue will do is that it will skip that condition and then continue to print other elements inside that list. As you can see, without using this condition, every egg here will get printed. But with the help of this condition, if egg is less than or equal to 60, continue. So which means that this one will skip all the conditions that are true here and then print only the condition that does not follow this rule. As you can see, wherever you see if, we are setting a rule inside that if condition. Let's see another example. In this example, we have a string called code, and we want to print every character inside this string. But any string that equal to E should be skipped and not get printed. So if I run this now, see what I have. The current letter is C, the current letter is O, the current letter is D. Since this E is equal to this condition, and therefore our for loop just skipped it and end that for loop. I hope you are enjoying this continuous statement. Opposite of continuous statement is a break statement. And what break statement does is that it will stop the loop before it loop over all the entire values or entire items inside that object. So which means that if our condition equal to that condition that we specify, then the loop statement will just get stopped. It will stop entirely. It will stop the program and not continue with other iteration. If you compare this break statement with continue statement, you will know that continue statement only skip the condition that is satisfied and then continue to other iteration. But in the case of break, what will happen is that the whole iteration will just got broken. The whole iteration will got broken. It will not continue, it just got broken. So let's see it in example. We have this list called fridge. And inside this list, we have different elements such as mango, orange, apple, lemon, and so on and so forth. So now look at it now. We say for fruit in fridge, for every fruit inside this fridge, print the fruit, and if fruit is equal to grape, then break the loop. As you can see, once our loop get to grape, okay, the whole loop will stop whenever it reaches this condition, which is grape, and that is what this is doing. So let me run it now, see what happens. As you can see, mango got printed, orange got printed, apple got printed, lemon got printed, banana got printed, and when this fruit reaches grape, as you can see, it stopped. So which means that cherry wasn't printed, avocado wasn't printed, and watermelon wasn't printed. So whenever the condition is satisfied, then the whole loop will just break. As you can see, it will just break. Let's see another example. In this example, our loop will break whenever it reaches banana. So now inside this fridge, we have mango, orange, apple, banana, and cherry. So now we now have this condition. For fruit in fridge, print fruit. If fruit is equal to banana, then break. As you can see, what will happen is that once our iteration reaches banana, it will just break, and this cherry will not get printed. So let's run it. Now, as you can see, we have mango, orange, apple, and banana. Since this condition has been satisfied, then the whole loop just got broken. It stopped the loop entirely. Now, let me summarize the difference between continue and break statement for your better understanding. In the continue statement, our iteration will skip the item that satisfies the condition and print the other item. While in the break statement, our entire program will just break whenever it reaches that condition. And that's all about break statement and continue statement in for loop. Welcome back. In the last video, you learned about a for loop, and you know that a for loop must have an object to iterate on, and such object could be a list, a tuple, a set, or a dictionary. And you also learned about continue and break statement. We use continue statement to skip a particular element in the object, while a break statement is used to break a loop when a particular element is reached. In this video, you will learn about a while loop. What is a while loop? A while loop will repeatedly execute a single statement as long as the condition is true. And this is the main reason why it is called a while loop. This is the syntax of a while loop. As you can see, while text expression. So which means that this loop called while loop must have a condition, okay, that is going to iterate over whenever the condition is true. Here is an example. Here we have to print a number as long as the number is less than 10. For example, we have a variable called number, which is equal to 1. And now see the condition. While number is less than 10, as you know, number that is less than 10 can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on up to 9. So now we are now saying that while number is less than 10, print number. The difference between a while loop and a for loop is that a for loop must have an object to iterate on, while a while loop will only have a variable. And then while a particular condition is met, what you want that while loop to do is what will be in the body of while loop. For example, here, as you can see, we have an increment called number plus 1. So which means that while number is less than 10, for example, while 1 is less than 10, print 1. Number is equal to number plus 1. This one is what will be added for every iteration. After 1 has gone, then 1 plus 1 will be 2. After 2 has gone, 2 plus 1 will be 3. After 3 has gone, 3 plus 1 will be 4. As you can see, here is an incremental value. So this number, which is equal to 1, will be added for every iteration, and that what will be added is 1. So for example, you can see we have while number less than 10. Print number, number is equal to number plus 1. As you can see, we have 1 to 9, which is the result of this while loop. You may be asking, why do we have this increment? Number is equal to number plus 1. If we omit this increment, there will be what we call infinite loop. That is, our condition will be true forever, and that can damage our computer. In fact, except we either restart our computer or we stop that loop, the loop will continue forever. And that is the main reason why we need to put an increment in the while loop. Please remember that when you are doing a while loop, you must have a colon and also an indentation. And also, there must be an increment. Otherwise, you will have what is called infinite loop. If you look at this tip, one unique feature about a while loop is that it requires a relevant variable to be ready. For example, we have this as our variable, which is number is equal to 1. If there is no number here, as you can see, there is nothing that this one will be less than 10. That is the main reason why we must first of all assign a value to a variable that we want to loop over. Let's see another example. In this example, we have a variable called 1. And here, we are saying that while number is less than 10, print number, number plus equal 1. So this example 2 and example 1 is identical, which means that you can either put the increment in this form or you put the increment in this form. I will prefer you use this. You use this first one. And when you become a good Pythonista, then you can do the second one in this form. So let me just run it. So what this one is just saying is that while the number is less than 10, print number, number plus equal to 1. So which means that this one, number here, which is 1, will be added by another one here for every iteration. After that one has gone, then 1 plus 1 is 2. So after 2 has gone, so it will add 1 to the initial result, which is 2, which is 3. And now after 3 has gone, it will add 1 to it, which is 4. After 4 has gone, it will add 1 to it, which is 5, and so on and so forth, until this condition is no longer met again. Let's see another example. In this example, we want to print a number that is less than 20. And also, we want to customize it. For example, 8 is less than 20, 9 is less than 20, and so on and so forth. So now you see, we have a variable. Don't forget, when you are dealing with a while loop, you must assign a variable that you want to loop over using while loop. Now we have a equal to 10, and now we are saying that while a is less than 10. Remember, for a while loop, there must be a condition, and that is why we are using different comparison operators. So now we say while a is less than 20, print. Now we are using our print formatting with the help of f string, so that we can have a good statement to be printed. For example, we are saying while a is less than 10, print f, then we have a quotation, and we also have a placeholder. This placeholder is what will be our a, and for every increment of it. So now we are saying while a is less than 20, print this statement, which is a is less than 20. Remember, the first a is 20 is 8. Remember, the first a is 8. So this will be 8 is less than 20. After this one has executed, we have added 1 to our initial a, which is 8. Now we now have 8 plus 1, which is 9. And since 9 is less than 20, this statement will get printed, which is 9 is less than 20. Again, we now have another one called 10. 10 is less than 20, and so on, until this condition is true, as you can see. Since 19 is less than 20, this 19 is less than 20 got printed. You know that 20 is not less than 20. That is why this while loop had to stop in 19. I hope you are getting it. So the main problem with while loop is that while loop did not have any data structure, be it a list, be it a tuple, be it a set, or a dictionary. What a while loop has is just our variable, and that is what we want to set our condition to. For example, a is equal to 8, while a is less than 20. Print this, and then remember to always include your increment. If you omit this increment, as I said before, we have what is called an infinite loop, a loop that will just continue forever. And whenever you have that, what you need to do is just to close your program. Just close it and reopen your Jupyter Lab notebook again. So let's see the fourth example. In this fourth example, we want to print a number that is less than 20, but in another way. So here now, we start our variable by assigning x to equal 0. So now we are saying that while x is less than 5, so you print this, that is, x is currently, then another print x, print. So now we now have a different printing formatting. For example, here is a new line. Remember, to get a new line, you use /n, and then so this is what you get printed. So this program will tell you what value of x is currently. As you can see, x is currently 0. Now, since there is an increment for every x, so now when 1 is added to x, we just say adding 1 to x, x is currently 1, and so on and so forth, until the condition is no longer true. So now let me run it, and you see what I have. So as I said before, please be very careful with the while loop. So it is possible you fall into the pit of a while loop where your condition will be true forever. And when your condition is true forever, you will have what is called infinite loop. And in that case, what you just do is just to close your Jupyter Lab notebook and then restart your Jupyter Lab notebook again. Welcome back. In this section, you will learn the continue statement of the while loop. As you know, we've discussed about continue statement and break statement of the for loop. And also, while loop also has its own continue and break statement. Continue and break statement in the for loop almost similar to the continue and break statement of the while loop. Let's see an example. In this example, we have this while loop which saying that I is equal to 0. That's our variable. And now we say while I is less than 10. Remember that while loop must have an incremental value, and this is what this is all about. You know that you can either put it in this form, and if this form is confusing, you can just say I is equal to I plus 1. I think this is better for you. Alright, so here is the incremental part of it. And now we are saying that if I is equal to 4, continue. Remember that the continue statement always keep a particular value that satisfies that condition, and then the next iteration then continues. So that is exactly what will happen here. You know that for every number that is less than 10, okay, so we are printing them, and now we are telling the while loop to skip the value of 4. So for every number that we get printed, just keep value of 4, and that's all. So that is what this example is all about. So now we are now expecting all these numbers to get printed, which will be 1, 2, 3. You will note that 4 is not there because we have skipped it. Since I is equal to 4, okay, as continue. So which means that this value of 4 will get skipped, and the next number will continue until this condition is no longer true. Okay, so now we have this 1, 2, 3, skip 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. As you can see, yi is less than 10. So that's all about that. Let's see another example. So in this example, we are saying that continue to the next iteration if number is 7. So you know, it's just the same thing, okay? When the number equals 7, then that number will be skipped, and then another number will continue until this condition is no longer true. So now we have this variable number is equal to 0, while number is less than 10. Okay, so you know, either you do this or just do this. I think this is better. Number plus 1. So if number is equal to 7, skip it and keep on continue until this condition is no longer true. So now we are saying while number is less than 10, number is equal to number plus 1. Remember, this is an increment. This is the condition to skip 7, and we continue. So let me run it. Now you see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is not there because this condition is true, and therefore the continue statement has skipped this condition 7. Then it now continue to the next iteration, which is 8, 9, and 10. So you may be asking, why do we have 10 why is 10 got printed? So the reason is that 10 is not less than 10. Okay, so since 10 is not less than 10, then 10 will be printed as well. Remember why this condition is true. So all this will be done. And that is all about continuous statement. So now let's see the last part of this video, where we'll be talking about a break statement. You know that a break statement will break the loop whenever the condition is true. So here we have this: I is equal to 1 while I is less than 15. Print I. If I is equal to 10, break, and here is the incremental value of the while loop. So I think I prefer this, but for you to get it clearly, let me just do like this: I plus 1. Remember, I plus 1. So now for y, I is less than 15. So all the value of y will get printed. But we have another condition which will help us to break the loop. And the condition is if I is equal to 10. So which means that once the loop has reached the value of 10, then that loop will stop entirely. The program will stop entirely. And that is exactly what this guy is doing, as you can see. So if I run it now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Since this condition is true, then our program stopped working. It stopped being executed. So let me create one example where I will write the code from afresh. So I just say, let's say number is equal to let's say 7. Okay. So while number is less than 11. Okay, remember the indentation, remember the colon, also remember the indentation, although Jupyter Lab notebook will do that for you. While number is less than 10, is less than 11, then you just say print number. Okay, because if you don't include print in your while loop, then nothing will get printed. So now we are saying print number. Okay, after you have done that, then we need to include the if statement to break our program. So here now I need to start the number from, if I press enter, as you can see, it will continue from here, but that is not exactly what I want. So that if will be in the position of print, and then I can now insert my condition. So this condition now, because I don't like any number called 9. Okay, so I just say if number, okay, is equal to 9. All right. Remember, if must also have a colon and its own indentation. So now I have a colon here, and this is the indentation. So if number is equal to 9, just break the program. Break. Then after I've inserted break statement, then I need to go back to the initial indentation for the if. Then in that place, I need to put my incremental value there. So in that case, I just say number is equal to number plus 1. Number plus 1. So this is my incremental value. Now let me run it. See what happens. Invalid syntax, line 5. Okay. So what is the problem here? Let's see. While number, okay, as you can see, I did not close the parentheses here. So now if I run it now, as you can see, so the number starts from 7. Since 7 is less than 11, 7 got printed, and here is our incremental value, which increases the value of the initial number, which is 7. And now 7 plus 1 is 8. So it will check 8 again. Is 8 less than 11? If that is so, print that number. Okay? As you know, 8 is not equal to 9. So this condition is not satisfied. Okay, that is why we need to add 1 to the initial number, which is 8. So now 8 plus 1, 9. This while loop will check for 9. While 9 is less than 11, that condition is satisfied. Okay, but now see, if number is equal to 9, and since our number here is 9, and since 9 is equal to 9, in that case our while loop will stop here, since this condition is satisfied and nothing will get printed again. And that is why the while loop has to stop here. It only printed three values, which are 7, 8, and 9. Let's see another example. Remember that the break statement exits the program whenever the condition is true, while the continue statement only skip that condition and continue with the other iteration. But the break statement will only stop that program from working whenever that condition is true. So let's see the last example. In this example, we are using the break statement to exit the program whenever x is equal to 3. Our initial variable is x equal to 0. So now we are saying that while x is less than 10, print x. If x is equal to 3, break it. You have to break that loop from working. So now let's run it. As you can see, it starts from 0. With the help of the increment value, we have 1. It checks for the value of 1. Since the condition is true, it prints it. It checks for the value of 2. Since the condition is true here, it prints it. It checks the value of 3. Since 3 is less than 10, alright, now another condition is that if 3 is equal to 3, then the program should stop working. And that is the main reason why after x is equal to 3, the program stops working. So it doesn't print for 4, it doesn't print for 5, it doesn't print for 6, 7, 8, and even 9. So let's see this example again. The while loop is actually is interesting. So let's see for this example. In this example, we want to exit the program whenever x is less than 12. So it's just the same reason that we have done before in the other examples. So x is equal to 0 is our initial variable. So while x is less than 20, print x. Remember, this one will print for all the value that are less than 20. But this condition is also there, that if x is greater than 12, just break the loop, break the program. Now, as you can see, so we have all this. We have 0, 1, 2, 3, and 13. The reason is that 13 is greater than 12. So all the values that are greater than 12, okay, apart from 13, are no longer printed. So let me run it so that you can see what is happening in this while loop. Remember, while x is less than 20, x is 0 here, 0 is less than 20, it will print this. It also check for this. Since this condition is not true, then it will print the initial 0 and increase the value by 1 and check for the value of 1 again. Okay, the condition is true, this condition is not true, then it will add 1 to the initial 1, which in this case is 2, and continue until this condition is true. And after this condition is true, the program will stop working. By now, I believe you now understand the concept of while loop, and especially in the area of continue statement and break statement. So let's see the summary of this for loop and while loop, continue statement and break statement. So the first thing that you must know is that a break statement is used to exit a for loop and also for a while loop, whereas a continue statement is used to skip the current block and return to the for or while loop statement. So here is the graphical representation of both for loop and while loop. For example, here we are saying that for var in sequence, if if this condition is true, then continue. So this one will only skip the block of the iteration that makes this condition to be true. And for the break statement here, so what break statement will do is that after this condition is true, then the whole program will stop working. In the while loop statement, the first thing to do in the while loop is that you have to assign a variable, not any list or tuple or set or dictionary. It's only a variable. And then you now check that variable for any condition. For example, we can just say that while the variable is true, okay, do this. Now we are saying that if the condition, the particular condition that we set with the help of continue statement. So this one, what this one will do is that it will skip that value and continue with other iterations. But for the break statement, once the condition is true, the program will stop working. Thank you so much for watching this video and see you in the other section. See you again. Bye. Welcome to another section in the Introduction to Python Programming Language. In this section, you will learn how to write a user-defined function. First of all, let's define what a function is. A function extends the functionality of Python programming. It means that you can enhance the functionality of Python programming by introducing your own function. Function is a block of organized and reusable code that is used to perform a particular task. A function is also a piece of code that runs whenever you reference it. There are many inbuilt functions in Python, which include a print function, an input function, a type function, and also a learn function. I know that you have been using some of these in the previous videos. So in this section, you will learn how you can create your own function, which will help you to perform a particular task. There are two basically type of functions in Python. The first one is a user-defined function, and the second is an inbuilt function. What is a user-defined function? A user-defined function is a function that you write by yourself, while an inbuilt function is a function that is pre-installed or predefined in Python. Functions allows us to automate a repetitive task in a powerful way instead of doing copy and paste. Writing your function has different advantages. For example, you can give a function name that make your code easier to understand and easily remembered. As something changes in your function, you can easily update that code in one place instead of you editing many codes in different places. A function also helps you to avoid repetition and also make your code reusable. Function improves maintainability of your code. So it means that you'll be able to maintain your code with the help of a function. When should you write a function? You should consider writing a function whenever you copy a block of code more than 2 times. For example, let's say that I want to add 2 numbers together, and this can be done in different places. Instead of writing it one by one, I can actually write a function, and this function will be called whenever I need it. This is how Python function syntax looks like. As you can see, before you can write your function, you need to know what this keyword is all about. And this keyword is called def. And this is the first thing you will do whenever you are writing your function. So this is def. A def, then here will be your function name, the name that you want to call your function. And here is the parameter, that is the input of your function or what your function will accept. Then the remaining codes here will be different codes that will make your function to work. Before you can create a function, you must follow all these rules. As I said before, this is how Python function looks like when you are writing it. Number 1 is that a function must begin with a keyword def, and this will follow by the function name. As you can see, here is the function name. Then after the function name, there should be a parenthesis. As you can see, here is a parenthesis. Then the input of your function, which we call parameters. After that, there should be a colon. As you can see, here is a colon. Then, like if else statement, for loop, while loop, there must be an indentation. So which means that when you are writing your function, you must be careful about the indentation, because in user-defined function, you must also indent your function. So these are what you need to follow. And also, while naming your function, remember that our function name also follows variable naming convention, which means that there should not be any space in your function name. There should not be any special character whatsoever in naming your function. Another rule in creating a function is that any parameters, which is also called argument, should be placed inside your parentheses, which we have here. As you can see, here I put parameters. So under the parentheses is where you put all your parameters or arguments of your function. A Python function can contain a parameter and can contain more than one parameter. And if your function has more than one parameter, then you need to separate each parameter or an argument with a comma. So you will see the practical experience of it when we get to the lab session. We have talked about the colon, which marks the end of the function header. Here is your function header, and there must be a colon. Then there could be an optional string, which you call doc string or documentation string. This is like a description of what your function is doing, although it is optional. Then in the body of your function, you have to put different codes which will help you to perform a particular task with your function. For example, here is a user-defined function. This function is adding two numbers together. As you can see, various rules that we just talked about. The first one is your keyword, which is def, and followed by the function name, which is add. So which means that the name of our function here is add, and here are the parameters of this function. As you can see, x and y. Those are the inputs of our function add. And also, as you can see, here is the body of the function. Those are the codes that will allow our function to work. As you can see, we have print here, and we have the f string here, and here is talking about argument are x and y. And then we have a return key. This return key return our results. So as you can see, this function takes two arguments x and y, and then it will print argument are whatever you put here. Maybe x is 2 and y is 3. So this one will just print that argument are 2 and 3. And at the end, it will return the result of 2 and 3. That is 2 plus 3, and the answer will be 5. As you can see, after the header, we have a colon, and we also have our function code, which are all these. And this return key return our statement, the output of our function. So let's go to the lab session where you will see all of this in action. You can follow along with me by opening this Jupyter Lab notebook called Python function. Otherwise, you can create a new script and follow along with me. In this first example, we have our def keyword, and here is the name of our function. As you can see, this function is adding a and b together. So a is the first input or first parameter, and b is also another parameter. Here we have our docstring. As you can see, you can easily read it as this function adds two numbers together, and the return key is returning the result for us. So let me run it. Now I have run it. So if I want this function to work, I have to call the name of the function. For example, the name of the function is sum two numbers. As you can see, sum two numbers. As you know, every function must have a parenthesis, and that is what we have here. And inside the parenthesis is what you put the function parameters. And in this case, our parameters are a and b. And so we need to put values for our a and b. So a is the first number and b is the second number that we want to add. Now I can just say that a is equal to, let me say I want to add 6 and 13 together. So my first number will be 6, and the second number, which is b, will now be 13, and then I can run it. Now it's returning 19 for me. As you know, 6 plus 13 is equal to 19. One good thing about a function is that it is reusable. So now if I call this same function again on, let's say I want to add 1 and 7 together, I can just say a is equal to 1 and b is equal to 7, and I close my parentheses and I run it. Now it has added 1 and 7 together, and the result is 8. Remember that we must indent our function very well. Although Jupyter Lab notebook will help us to indent it. But let's say that why you create this function, it's still the same function, def sum two number. After the colon, we have the def string. After the colon, we have the dot string. As you know, dot string is not important, so I can just delete it. So after I delete this, you will note that this y here supposed to start in the position of s, but now I did not indent it very well. So if I run this now, see what happened. So if I run it now, see what happened. I have an error called indentation error. So if you don't indent your code very well, you may have an error like this. So let me correct this error. So what I will just do is to just put it in this place and then press enter key on my keyboard, and now it's well indented. As you can see, I have saved the result of A and B into Y, and then I use return to return the value of Y. See, now my code runs. Now let me now use this code to see the sum of 9 and 13. I can just use my function name, sum two numbers, and then put the value of A. The value of A is 7 and the value of B is 13, and then I close it. Now let me run it. As you can see, 7 plus 13 is equal to 20. Here is another function. This function will first of all tell us what we are summing together, and it will then give us the result of the addition output. As you can see here, we have the dot string, although it's not important, and with the help of print formatting, we have f string, and we have a placeholder x and another placeholder y. So this value of x that we put here will be placed here, and the value of y here will be placed here. And at the end, we have another placeholder which we add the two numbers that we put here. So let me run this. Now the function has been assigned, and then before I can get the result, I have to use the name of the function and put the parameters there. Now if I just say add 2 and 6, as you can see, the result is 8. 2 is telling me the sum of 2 and 6 is 8. You may be asking, I did not include x and I did not include y. So the reason is that even though you don't include all these parameters by calling their names, Python will automatically assign 2 to x and 6 to y. So let me run it for you so that you can see it clearly. Let's say add x is equal to, let's say 8, and y is equal to 9. As you can see, it's telling me the sum of 8 and 9 is 17. If I don't include x and y, so automatically it will still do the result for me. As you can see, the sum of 1 and 4 is 5. So that is exactly what this one is talking about. In a user-defined function, you may also define a default argument or parameter. For example, I have a function called printinfo. This function is accepting two parameters. The first one is age and the second one is gender. And after that, it will print the gender information and the age information of a particular person. As you can see here in my function, I've already defined the default value of age to be 25 and the default value of gender to be a female. So if I run this now, without adding any parameters in my function, okay, I will get the result. As you can see, there is no parameters in this function name printinfo. So if I run this now, see what I have. It's telling me you are a female and your age is 25 years. And let's say that I just say my age is 27. As you can see, my age is 27. See what I have. It's telling me you are a female and your age is 27. As you can see here, I did not put the value of gender in this function. But because I have assigned a default value for my gender, so my function is taking the default value of gender to be female. And since I only added the value of age, and that is why the age value is changed here. So let's see another example where I'm going to assign a value for my age and a value for my gender. So in this case, let's say now I am 27 and my gender is male. So if I run this now it's telling me you are a male and your age is 27 years. Let's see the third example. This example, as you can see, the name of the function is student info. And we have how many parameters? We have 5 parameters. And they are name, age, gender, course code, and country. We have a function here called print, which will print all these. For example, information about a student taking course code course. Our course code is what we have here as parameter. And with the help of f-string, we are having a placeholder that whatever we supply here will affect this place. We also have a print function here where we have name. And here we take the parameter that we supply for name. We also have another print function, age, that will take the value of age that we assign to this parameter, and also for gender, and also for country. And at the end of the function, okay, you can now use our function, which is student info, and we can now assign different values to all these parameters. So in my own case here, I want to get the student information for a student whose name is Zula. She is 18 years old. She is a female and she's taking CS22 and she's from Ethiopia, as you can see. Now, if I run this now, see what I have. I have this as the result of my function. It's printing information about student taking CS22 course. The name of the student is Zula. She is 18 years old. She is a female and she comes from Ethiopia. Let's see another student information whose name is Safari. He is 21 years old. He's a male. He's also taking CS21 course. But in this case, he is from Kenya. So let's run it. Now, as you can see, so I will advise you to try this and put your own information there and see what will happen. So I'm doing it for myself. You can also do it for your own self too. Here I have the function name student info, then a parenthesis. I press tab key on my keyboard, and let's say I have the name of the parameter called name, and this time around the name of the student is Ezekiel. Ezekiel is 17 years old, as you can see, 17 years old. Ezekiel is a male. Remember, male is a character, is a string data type. Ezekiel is taking CS22. Ezekiel is from Nigeria. Let's run it. Now, here is Ezekiel information. So try it for yourself and let's see what you will have. We also have another example 4. What this function is doing is that it will ask for a user to enter a number, and this function will now check whether that number is an even number or an odd number. As you can see, the body of the function, we have if-else statement. So first of all, we have the integer and the input function. So here, the input function will ask the user to enter a particular number. And as you know, in the previous video, whenever you use input function, the information you are taking from the user will be a string data type. And since the number we want to check must be numeric, either an integer or a float, so we are now converting the result of our string to an integer data type. After we have collected the information from the user, then we now write a function called odd or even checker. So this function name is taking the number that we have collected from a user, and then we are using if-else statement. As you can see, here is if-else statement. Now we have the number saying that if number is divisible by 2, then such a number is an even number. Otherwise, such a number is an odd number. Remember that whenever a number is divisible by 2, then that number must be an even number. And if a number is divisible by 2, then the result must be 0. And that is what we are using comparison operator to check here with the help of if-else statement. So let's run this code. Now it's asking me to enter a number to check for odd or even. So let me say I want to check for 1. Is 1 an odd or even number? What do you think? It's an odd number, right? Great. As you can see, our function says that 1 is an odd number. That is good. So let's try it for another number. Let's rerun this again. Okay, so let's enter another number. So in this case, I want to check for 10. Is 10 an odd or even number? So let me run it. My function is saying that 10 is an even number, which is true because 10 is easily divisible by 2. As you can see, the result will be 0. And that is why this statement got printed. Let's see the last example before we end this lesson. Here we have a variable called name, which is taking an information from a user. And that information is a number. A user will enter any number, and this will now check whether it's an even or odd. It's like what we did here, but as you can see, before this function, we first of all ask our user to enter a number, and that is what we are doing here. So now, whatever we have in this place is what our function will check. So now let me run it so that you can see. So now my function is asking me to check whether a number is even or not. So let me just put 27 there and let's see. If I run this now, see what I have. So this is telling me that the number I entered is an odd number. So let's run it again. As you can see, we have built a smart program that can check whether a number is an odd or even number. Let's do it for 100. What do you think? Is 100 an even or odd number? Let's run it. Now this is saying that 100 is an even number. Welcome back. In this video, we will continue from where we stopped. Here, we'll be using different return statements in our function. Whenever you are using more than one return statement in your function, you must be very careful, because whenever one of the return statements is true, your function will terminate and the result that is true will get executed. Let's see an example here. In this example, we want to check whether a number is an even or odd number. As you can see, we have two return statements here. The first one is checking whether a number is even. As you know, a number is even whenever it is divisible by 2. So if a number is divisible by 2, then this function will return even. Otherwise, this function will return odd. So let me run it. Now, as you can see, 14 is an even number. So let me run it again for 19. As you can see here, I'm including the argument. As you know, it is optional. Now, this is an odd number. Since 19 is an odd number, then we have this. Let's see another example where we can take our function creation into another level. In this example, we are using for loop inside our function. The name of our function is list benefits. As you know, there are many benefits of a list. Okay, so now this function is taking those benefits. Since a for loop must have an object to iterate on, so our object here will be the list of strings. As you can see, here is a list of strings and we have many strings here. So if you run this now, we are going to get the result as this. So what is happening underneath? We have a function called list benefit, and here is the argument of our function. In this case, the argument is a list, and now we are looping over this list. As you can see, for I in benefits, print I. So every benefit that we put here, our function will loop over it, and each benefit will get printed. So let me run it. Now we have it here. As you can see, more organized code, more readable code, easier code reuse, allowing programmers to share and connect code together. And here are the benefits of a list. Before we stop this video, let's see another dimension of a function. In this case, we will be learning what is called anonymous function. Whenever you hear anonymous means something that is not known. So in this case, we don't have a name for our function. We are just using it in a scope. Anonymous function doesn't have a name, and it is not declared in a standard way of defining a function. As you know, before we can create a function, we have to use the keyword def. But in the case of anonymous, there is no standard function form. So we only declare it, and that is all. and then we can now use it in the scope. So the syntax for anonymous function is this. So first of all, we use a function keyword called lambda. Then after lambda, we have to now put our arguments, the arguments of that anonymous function. Then after that, then the output or the result or the expression that we want that our anonymous function to return is what we put here. One tip: anonymous function is also known as lambda function. As you can see, we are using lambda keyword. So the lambda keyword is executed and the result is then returned. Let's see how we can use anonymous function in action. So in this case, although we said that anonymous function doesn't have a name, because when you get to another module where we'll be using pandas, you will know how this anonymous function really works. But here, I'm just introducing you to how it works. So here, I put a name called square, okay? And then I put my anonymous function in it. As you can see, lambda, and here is the function argument, which is x. And what I want this function to return, as you can see, I put a colon there because a colon must separate the argument and the expression together. So here, this is the argument of the anonymous function, and then I'm using this argument here to find the square root of whatever I put there. So let me run it. Now I have run it. So to use the anonymous function, I can just use this variable that I temporarily store this function to. So now I have this. As you can see, I will just call the name of the anonymous function, that is square, okay? And what is the argument in this function? It is x, okay? I can just say x, then what I want x to be. No, my x should be 2. And what is the square of x? I just run it and I get 4. As you can see, the difference between anonymous function and the normal function is the way they are declared. Anonymous function does not have the keyword def. Anonymous function has the keyword lambda, and it has an argument and the expression, while the standard function must be declared in the proper way: def, name of the function, the parameter, the colon, the indentation, and you put all those formulas that will help your function to work. So let's use this anonymous function again to get the square of 9. As you know, the square of 9 is 81. Now I have the result. So let's see another example. So in this case, I want to multiply two numbers together, but I want to use anonymous function to do that. As I said before, you don't need to actually use this to actually define a variable that will store the value of your anonymous function. But for you to see how it really works, that is why I just put this variable to store it temporarily for me. As you can see, I have my lambda, that is the function keyword for anonymous function. Then here are the two arguments that this anonymous function takes, x and y. And here is the expression, which means that I'm multiplying the two numbers together. So when I run it now, it works. And to use it, for in this case, I just have to call the temporary name, which is product. And then I put those arguments there. As you know, the two arguments are x and y. So I can just say the first number is 6 and the second number is 7. And what is 6 times 7. 6 times 7 is 42. And that is what I have here. Let's try it for 2 and 8 again. So if I run this, I have 16. Now we have come to the end of this module. Now we have come to the end of this video. But before we close this video, let's summarize what we learned in this unit. In this unit, we learn how to create a user-defined function. We know that there are two types of function in Python. The first one is predefined function, which are the functions that are pre-installed or pre-created in Python. So the second function is what we call user-defined function. And this is the function that you create by yourself. And this function can only work for you except you send the syntax or the code to other people to reuse. And we said that whenever we see ourselves doing copy and paste more than 2 times, then we should write a function for that. Okay? And we learn different ways at which we can create a function in Python. Thank you so much, and we have come to the end of this video. See you in the other section. Bye. Welcome back. In the previous video, you learned how you can write your own function to do a particular task. In this video, you will learn how to use different packages in Python. What is a library? A library is a collection of Python functions that are written in modules to extend basic functionality of Python. Remember, in the previous video, you wrote different functions. So let's say that you have written more than 5 functions. You could as well create a package out of those functions. So this is what this video is all about. In this video, you will use different packages that people have already prepared or that people have already created to do a particular task. A library can contain a set of functions that relate to a particular topic. For example, we have a NumPy package, which is numeric Python. This NumPy package is used to do different numerical calculations. We also have pandas package, which helps to do data manipulation and analysis in Python. We also have a package such as matplotlib and seaborn, which are used to do different data visualization in Python. We also have another package called scikit-learn, which is used to do machine learning in Python. When we are talking about Python libraries, you need to be familiarized with different terms, such as a module. What is a module? A module is a file which contains various Python functions. Module is always having an extension in form of .py. Although in this module, we've seen how we can use Jupyter Lab notebook to really embed our codes. Although in this module, so we've seen how we can put our codes in a file, especially in Jupyter Lab notebook. But let's say that you are not using Jupyter Lab notebook. There are other ways at which you can write your Python code. For example, you can use PyCharm, you can use Spider, and many more. The extension of all these PyCharm and Spider, they are in form of .py. What is a package? A package is a collection of modules. since we've already written different modules in this extension. So a package is now the collection of different modules that we have written in the form of .py. And what is a library? A library is now a collection of different packages. You will get used to all these terms when we get to the lab session. Let's say you have a package already installed on your computer. How can you now import it? Because before you can use a function in a package, you have to import such a package. And that is what this entire video is all about. Let's say you want to import a particular package called module name. This is how to import it. You just say import module name. And this module can just be NumPy, it can be a Seaborn, it can be a Matplotlib, it can be a Pandas, it can also be a scikit-learn. Follow me to the lab session where you learn more about all this. I have already launched my Jupyter Lab notebook. And if you want to follow along with me, you can go to your Python script and codes. Then launch your Python libraries. And also, you can also create a new Jupyter Lab notebook to code along with me. As I said before, there are many packages in Python. And before you can use any function in those packages, you have to import it. And in Python, you can import any module or a library by using the keyword import. And then you put the name of that package. So for example, we have a package called NumPy. And to import NumPy, you can just say import NumPy. And that will run the code for you. In this NumPy, there are many functions there which we call attribute of a function. So to import that function in that package, you have to also use its own attributes. So for example, look at me here. I import NumPy by just typing import NumPy, import NumPy, import NumPy. Then you run it. As you can see, it's loading, it's loading. Now it has finished running. So now to use any function in this NumPy, for example, we have different attributes in this NumPy, such as pi, such as square root, and many more. So let's say that I want to get the value of pi. As you know, in mathematics, the value of pi is 3.142. So pi is a constant number in mathematics. And since this pi is from NumPy, so to use that pi, I have to get the attribute of that from NumPy. And that is why I say numpy.py. Then I run it. As you can see, I have the result. Remember, before you can get pi, you have to import NumPy first. Here is the package, import NumPy. And we have run that. This NumPy has many attributes. It has many functions. And to take any function from that package, you have to include its name. For example, as you can see, pi here is from NumPy. So you have to say numpy numpy.py, and then you have your results. Let's see another example. So we want to get the square root of 16. Since we have never written any function for a square root, but this square root is already defined in the NumPy package. And to get that function, we have to import numpy and then take the attribute of square root from numpy. I want you to note one thing. Once you import a package, you don't need to import it again before you can use its attributes. For example, as you can see here, I did not say import numpy because I've already imported it. So once I've imported it, I will just be using its name. As you can see, numpy. Then, since I need the square root is a function in numpy. So I can just type sqrt. Square root, since square root is a function, remember every function must have parentheses. And then, remember it is not sqrtt, but it is sqrt. Then I put this parenthesis there, and I put the number that I want to get its square root. So in this case, it is 16. Then I run it. As you can see, the square root of 16 is 4.0. Let's see another example. In this example, I want to get the square root of 15. Remember, since square root is a function, and since this function is from the numpy package, I have to put numpy there. Then the attribute is now sqrt, which will now be our function. And then I put 15 there and I run it. Now the square root of 15 is 3.87. Another way at which we can import a package is by using its alias. Remember, the last time we said import numpy. And let's say that we want to import different functions, or we want to use different functions from that package. We have to be including numpy.sqrt, numpy.log, numpy. Many things like that. But we can actually shorten the name of the package. For example, we can just say numpy is np. So now let's see how we can use alias to shorten the name of a package while importing it. And that one will help us to use its short name to get its attributes. So let's see. So to do that, we have to say import the name of the module as the alias for it. For example, here, as you can see here, we say import numpy as np. Import numpy as np. The standard alias for numpy is np. So now, if I run this now, so if I want to get any function from numpy, I have to just use its alias, np. Now, let's see. As you can see now, I want to get the value of pi. Now, I just say np.pi, and then I get the answer without including the full name numpy. I only use its alias. And this is the standard in importing a package. Let's see another example. In this example, I want to get the square root of 16. After I have already said import numpy as np, so to get the square root from numpy, I will only use its alias. Now here is alias. I just say np dot sqrt, and then I put the value that I want to get its square root. So in this case, I want to get the square root of 16. And now, as you can see, I have the result. Let me show you another example so that you can get it more clearly. Let's say I want to get the square root of 7. In this case, I will just say np.sqrt and put the value there. I want to get the square root of 11. I just put 11 there and I have the result. You will see that this one is easier compared to the other one where we are using the full name numpy. But here we are just using its alias np after we have already assigned it here. Import numpy as np. Another way at which we can load a function from a package is by using this syntax. From module name, import function name. Let's say from NumPy, import sqrt. So in this case, we are only loading that function from the package. All right, let's see an example. So here we want to load just 3 functions from this NumPy. And to do that, we can just say from NumPy import sqrt, py, and floor. Already you have seen how we use sqrt to get the square root of a number. You have also seen how we use the pi constant to get 3.142. And in this example, you will learn how we can use floor function. One good thing about this mode of importing a function from a package is that we've automatically loaded all these functions. So to use them, you don't need to use their alias, you just use the function straight. Let's see, as you can see, there is no alias, there is no function name here. We only use its name, the function name directly. So now if I do like this, square root of 64, I get the result. Okay, let me run this. And now what is the square root of 64 is 8. So what is the value of pi? The value of pi is 3.142, as you can see. And what is floor? So floor is a function that helps us to convert our number into. So floor function takes integer out of decimal. Floor function takes integer out of decimal. As you can see, we have different decimal places here. And what floor function will do is that it will only take the integer part of that value. As you can see, the integer part of this value is just 3. So let me copy this and let me use floor function and then put all this value there. As you can see, it only takes the integer part out of this, and the integer part is just 3. Is it confusing? Let's do it again. Here, we just said we only want to take 3 functions out of this NumPy. And to do that, we can just say from NumPy, import those functions that we want to load. That is sqrt, pi, and floor. And whenever you are doing this, you don't need to put any bracket there. No, just the name of that function without parentheses. So now I have done that now and I run it. And whenever you want to use all these functions, you don't need to reference NumPy because you have already taken those functions out of it. And that's the main reason why we are using it directly here. As you can see, the value of pi, as you can see, the value of floor, for this value, we have that. It is common in Python programming to load a function with this or to use their alias before we can use those functions. And that is what we have done here. As you can see here, to use any function, we have to attach its alias to it. Import NumPy as NP, and any function we want to get from NP, we have to use its alias, np.py, np.sqrt, and let me show you how we can use floor with this. Here we just say np.floor, let's say 3.145679. As you can see, if I run it now, I get its integer part, which is 3. And that is how we can load a package. It's either by loading it with alias or by easily taking a function out of it by using from module name import. This function name will be the list of functions that you want to load out of that package. In data science world, there are many packages. So in this video, you will learn how you can import pandas, matplotlib, .pyplot, and seaborn. It's just the same way we loaded our NumPy package. Once you know the name of a package, you can easily import it. For example, if you want to load pandas package, you will just say import pandas as PD. Remember, the PD here is the alias for pandas package. For matplotlib.pyplot, if you want to import it, you just say import matplotlib.pyplot as PLT. The PLT here is the alias for this package, which is matplotlib.pyplot. And for seaborn, you just say import seaborn as SNS. SNS is the alias for seaborn package, while NP is the alias for NumPy package, and PD is the alias for pandas package. We have now come to the end of this module. So I believe all the knowledge that you have acquired in this video will help you to go a long way in your Python journey. Remember, you learn by practicing. Keep on practicing, and all that we have learned in this module will help us in CS2, where you will learn everything about data science. Thank you so much, and see you in the next course. Bye.